The Elder Gods Want In by A.J. King. Copyright 2022. Prelude. "Tell me what happened, officer," said a balding man wearing casual attire along with a badge dangling from his neck, revealing his identity as one Detective Jake Mann. "Sir, it was like a butcher shop here. Blood, chains, bottles full of God knows what." The officer was young. He shook his head with his eyes closed, refusing to look back at the scene. His hands rattled nervously. Detective Mann snapped his fingers. The officer held his left hand with his right to stabilize it. "Sir," he continued with his eyes open, staring at Detective Mann. "Me and my partner came here on a call reporting a local disturbance. We thought it was just some kids doing some kind of early Halloween thing. This building is condemned, so we could at least cite them for trespassing." The officer mumbled, losing his words, not knowing how to continue. Detective Mann sighed impatiently and walked into the building, passing newly positioned officer tape. The air was filled with a stench too akin to fecal matter and copper or iron. He made no visible show of his disgust. A floodlight was turned on as he walked in. The police were still setting up the scene for forensics. Blood was spilled in splotches around the floor in both dry areas and fresh puddles. There were several rusty tables holding various cutting tools, powered and non-powered alike. On the ceiling dangled several body parts in all varieties, including innards and genitals. Those extremities hanging were also both old and new. A quick glance gave away that whoever has used this place has been doing these heinous crimes for months or even a year. Chained to a wall were 3 dead people whose identities and even genders were impossible to tell due to their condition. These 3 had patches of skin removed, limbs severed, mouths surgically cut up to be entirely unrecognizable. The air was sickly, filled with dust and fetid decay. Against another wall was a dead man, nondescript, with bullet holes across his chest and half his head blown off. In his dead hand he clutched a bloody cleaver. Another officer was currently drawing a chalk line around the dead man. At this sight, Detective Mann winced. "I expected some kind of kids doing stupid pagan nonsense, and something went wrong. Not this." Jake walked over to the dead man with the cleaver. The officer was finishing up the chalk line. As he stood up, Jake addressed him. "Am I right to assume that this is our man?" "Probably." The officer shrugged and walked away. Another detective approached. "Jake, glad you're here." "I'm not." "Cal?" "Yeah, me neither. Well, be dealing with the paperwork alone for this for months, maybe even years." Jake walked over to the chained victims. "Looks like these people were held captive for months. Look how long their nails and hair are." Cal bent down to the first person chained. He pointed at their mouth with his pen. "Precision work. The details on their mouths and cheeks were done by no amateur. The guy put real work in making these people suffer. He cut them in just the right way to incur maximum pain." Jake looked up, peering at the grotesque decor dangling above them. "This guy's seen too many Hellraiser movies." Without looking up, he continued to examine the 3 dead victims. Cal took out a notebook and began jotting several things. "What could possibly set this wacko off? Do you think he was fed up with whatever mental asylum he was living in?" An officer handed Detective Mann the wallet of the suspect. Jake opened it, and his eyes widened with disbelief at the ID. "Holy shit, you won't believe this, Cal. What is it? Who was he?" Jake took out the ID and presented it to the other detective. Judge Browning. Both men jerked their heads in the half-headed, slumped body of Judge Browning, still clutching with his dead-tight grip on the cleaver, then quickly back at the ID to confirm their disbelief. There was no doubt in their minds. "This is insane!" Cal raised his voice, more than he intended. "I voted for him, for Christ's sake. I don't know what to say." "Sirs, we have eyewitnesses," another officer said. "What do you mean, eyewitnesses? Take me to them." As the three walked, the officers talked. They entered another room. "These two children were kept locked in a room. They appear unharmed, at least physically anyways." Sitting on chairs, eating sandwiches provided by the police, were two twins whose features were too similar in facial height, hair, color, skin tone, eyes, and everything else to not recognize them as siblings, possibly even twins. They stared blankly at the walls before them, even looking through the approaching detectives as if they did not see them. Their traumatized expression gave away what they knew, which must be far more than any child should know. Detective Mann knelt down next to one on the left, a boy. The one on the right was a girl. "I'm sorry. You had to be there." The child gave no gesture to Jake, only continued to stare out while slowly taking bites from their food. Jake looked back to Cal with a worried expression. Cal returned the same. "Let's get you kids out of here." As Jake stood up, he saw something from the corner of his eye. A white figure moved from shadow to shadow. Jake assumed it to be just another person on the scene tending to things. He ignored it. The lights flickered in a power shortage sort of way, a natural yet unnerving sort of way. Through that brief flicker, only the two twins were able to see. They witnessed, in that tiny space of time, dozens of men and women that were only seen in that moment fighting. Heads were bashing into the walls, blood was spilled and splattered, while knives gut into some, bullets were fired into others. Above the fight scene were two winged figures looming over everyone and everything, yet still visible within this room. One figure was pure white, not pink, Caucasian, or even albino, but solid white. Their wings were feathery white, and there was a light about them that was subtle, radiating what could only be described as joy incarnate. The other winged figure was quite the opposite. Solid black, leathery wings, glowing red eyes. They radiated a glaring animosity about themselves. The angelic creature plucked one of its own feathers, dropping it, while the demonic creature stabs into its scaly flesh, allowing a droplet of blood to fall. The scene ended before those two discarded things could decay visibly. However, the feather landed on the girl's lap, while the drop of blood landed on the boy's head, seeping into his scalp painfully like acid. The boy winced, but made no audible sound. The detectives did not see or notice. The girl took hold of the feather, and it melted into her skin, soothing her, giving a feeling of serenity. Chapter 1. In the Beginning. A chart was on the wall directly in front of the same boy. He was the only one seated in a room with one other occupant. A tall, thin man was using a teacher's stick to point at the aforementioned chart. "These are the 3 necessary acts summarized," said the tall man. The boy looked tired and confused. He had no idea what was going on. The recent events were still baffling and distracting him. The tall man slapped the boy across the face with the stick. The sting ended his distraction. A small cut was left. "Pay attention, boy. The first necessity is agony. For example, I just caused you agony by striking you. I did it not only to get your full, undivided attention, but also to show you what it can do. The man raised his free hand with one finger extended. It glowed. The glow left his hand shooting to a book on a nearby bookshelf. The book was singed, leaving a small scorch mark on the front cover. No further damage was caused. The same girl sat in a different room. One other occupant was in this room. It was a stubby, chubby man. He held a smile of delight. A chart was against the wall. 3 things were written on this chart. "These are the 3 good acts, my dear," said the stubby, chubby man. The girl raised her hand. "I don't understand." The man chuckled. "Oh, yes, I know. You will, though. Here, look at the first one." The man pulled out from the desk a gift-wrapped box and handed it to the little girl. "I got you a present." The girl smiled as she eagerly tore off the wrapping. Inside was a teddy bear. "Thank you," she said. The man held up his hands. A magical glow exited him, making a rainbow glide across the room in a fascinating fashion. The girl was mesmerized by the display. The man held his grin. "Joy is the first good thing you can do. Help someone, make them smile, just like I did for you just now." The boy frowned. "I have to hurt people?" The tall man laughed, a mean, callous laughter. "No, you have options. Causing pain to others is just the simplest and easiest. Take a look at the next one. Destruction and chaos." "Like blowing stuff up with a grenade?" "Close. I mean, if you have a limitless supply of grenades, then yes, but that will bring you too much of attention. Follow me." The 2 went to the window overlooking a parking lot. In this area were 2 other people that were hitting a car with a bat. "Those 2 are students of mine. I have taught them everything I can. See how they total that machine? If that were their car, then nothing would happen. However, they stole it just to bring it here to show you. By stealing it, they have caused the owner agony. By destroying it, they are following the second method. Basically, they are charging their magic in 2 methods with 1 act." The girl smiled. "Wow, that's amazing. I get to help and save people?"
"Yes, we get to do so much good, and in the process, the more good we do, the more we can do. Now look at the second one. Creation and order."
"Like making a sandcastle or building with Legos?" The stubby, chubby man burst with laughter.
"Close, Rachel, close. You could do that, but you wouldn't get much magic from it. If you build a house for a homeless man like Jimmy Carter does, is a better example. An easier one would be well, let me show you." The 2 walked to a window, and they saw 2 people cleaning up dog shit from a lawn. "You see that? They are cleaning up and organizing that lawn. Picking up trash is probably the easiest way we could charge our magic." The boy looked at the final line on the chart. It read, "Death." "Yes, that's right, Thyme. Killing is the 3rd and final way to replenish your magic. We'll start with something simple." The man clapped his hands. Through the door walked a woman holding a shoebox in one hand. In the other hand was a knife. She placed both objects in front of Thyme on his desk. Her face was blank and emotionless. She opened the box. There were 2 rats, both sedated. "Allow me to show you." The thin man picked up the knife. He proceeded to gut the rat. "Normally, you can really make your victim suffer prior to killing it off, thus maximizing how much magic you can get out of it. but I just want to show you. He casually discarded the dead rat back in the box. Okay, now you. His bloody hand put the blood-covered knife directly in front of the boy Thyme. He stared at it. Come on, boy. I don't have all day. Get on with it. Pick up the knife. With a shaky hand, he picked up the knife, dropping it twice in the process, and then finally clutching it with both hands in order to stabilize the shaking. The woman had her arms folded, staring quietly. He brought the knife close to the live rat. He could see the thing's breathing as its chest rose slowly. The knife inched closer to the vermin. The woman sighed. Another squeamish one. It's just a rat, boy. Kill the damn thing. He slammed his hand on the desk. Thyme dropped the knife, cringing. He averted his eyes out of fear. Damn it, boy! The thin man picked up the knife. He forced Thyme to hold it while wrapping his larger hand around his, then forced the child to stab the rat, killing it. Thyme felt no magic enter him. The woman shook her head. You idiot! He can't charge his magic if you force him to do it. The man jerked his head in her direction. I know! The woman harumphed, then left the room uncaring. The girl looked at the third part of the chart. Life. Do I have to make babies? The stubby, chubby man wiped a tear from his eye as he laughed. No, Rachel, you don't have to do that. I mean, you can, but I would imagine constantly giving birth to children when you get older will get very exhausting. Save someone's life, improve someone's lives, help someone. Lots of us are paramedics, doctors, firefighters, and so much more. Saving a life is just as powerful as making a life. The man went to the door and waved for Rachael to follow. They walked into another room, one that had animals in cages. The man looked at them, trying to decide which one to go to. You see, these animals are about to give birth. We help them through the process. Helping a new life into this world is powerful. Not just humans? She asked. Nope. All life is sacred. The man shook his head. Well, it doesn't look like any of these are ready. Otherwise, we would get to it. He shrugged, then turned to Rachael. Well, that's it. Now you understand the 3 good things we thrive on. The thin man turned to Thyme, and with an annoyed voice he said, That's it for today. Do yourself a favor and kill something. Anything. Adulthood. All right, Thyme, tell me about the schools of magic and how they work, said the thin man. The young adult Thyme was slightly taller, still under 5 feet tall, and wore a dark schoolboy uniform. In this classroom setting were other students. Many students had their uniforms tattered, torn, and or worn improperly. He stood up. Necromancy, darkness, degradation, nightmares, and demonic. Rachael, please tell me the types of magics and what they do. Rachael stood up. She was also taller and wore a light schoolgirl uniform. The surrounding students all sat properly, wearing their uniforms proper. Life, light, empowerment, dreams, and angelic. You're still young and new at all of this time. You are probably wondering why we are in this morgue. What are we going to do with these bodies? Sharp. Thyme couldn't tell if that was sarcasm or not. Yes, boy, we are here today to practice necromancy. Aren't you worried someone will find us? The thin man smiled, a humoring, empty smile. Our kind do need to worry about such things. Thyme. We own this hospital, you know. We do not use it to charge our magic, but we do use it all the same. Most of the doctors are normal humans. Some, however, are among our ranks. He approached one cadaver on a table. Did you charge your magic this week?
Thyme looked away, embarrassed.
I tried.
The thin man shook his head disapprovingly while sighing.
Making me waste mine just to show you how it works. Listen, boy, if you're going to have to cross that line eventually, otherwise you're wasting everyone's time.
He paused to form his next words.
Those above me, the demons that is, they insist I teach you. I have no idea why they think you are worth it.
He shrugged.
Let's get started. Essential salts, boy.
What is that?
The most important part of necromancy. It takes time and effort to reduce a living thing to their essential salts. Doing this is a non-magical act. I'll show you how to do it with chemicals. I have a feeling you'll have to do that a lot of non-magical things. Later I'll show you how to instantly do this with the use of magic.
The two spent hours mixing mysterious liquids and obscure ingredients into beakers and flasks. Several had to be heated to a specific temperature. When the 3-hour-long process was complete, they then applied this concoction to the dead body before them. The potion covered their entire frame, but had no visible effect. The thin man wheeled the table, holding the body to the incinerator. Firing it up, he pushed the now coated body in. The door closed.
After his body is done burning, what will remain will not be ashes, but his essential salts. You will collect them.
After some time, the thin man opened the door. He pushed a glass bowl into Thyme's hands, then walked over to the other side of the room, lighting up a cigarette. The fine blue-gray dust was easier to scoop up and collect than he anticipated. No residue was left on his hands, either. Thyme walked to the thin man, handing him the bowl. With the cigarette still in his mouth, he examined the contents. He half smiled his approval, then placed the bowl on the ground.
Do you know what to do now?
I wouldn't want to guess, sir.
We can use this to raise him. That's right. The very man that was dead, we can bring back. Are you ready to do that?
Thyme shrugged.
If you say I am ready. Do you have any questions, or do you want me to just teach you the summoning ritual?
No, sir.
Right. Well, first, you will need some magic. Do yourself a favor and go steal your lunch. In case that's not enough, bust a window from the same place.
Thyme winced, reeling at the prospect.
Boy, you need to quit your squeamish nature. If you're not willing to charge your magic, then we are done here.
Thyme walked into a convenience store. He had his hood up to hide his identity as best he could. This caught the attention of the Arab clerk. Thyme saw a small bag of processed donuts, prepackaged, ideal for taking. He felt the clerk's eyes on him. His face began to sweat. His mouth creased into a smirk. Then he gave up, pulling the hood off of his face. He took the donuts to the register.
Will this be all? Yes, sir.
He refused to look the clerk in the face.
$1.99 is total.
All I have is a 20, Thyme said. It's fine. Thyme pulled from his pocket the paper money. He placed it on the counter, then looked the clerk right in the eyes. With his free hand, he pointed to his turban.
Why did you guys cause 9/11?
The clerk was taken aback. His face contorted in confusion and anger.
I am a Sikh, not a Muslim.
He opened the register and snatched up the money. Thyme placed without taking his eyes off of the boy. He took out the 1801 and practically threw it on the counter.
Get out of my store, you racist!
Thyme snatched the change and rushed out of the store as fast as he could. On his way out, he still heard the clerk ranting about how he was not Muslim and how horrible Americans were in New York with their ignorance and stupidity. When Thyme was out of sight, he smiled.
$7 profit. Not bad.
Returning to the morgue.
Did you charge your magic?
Yes, sir.
Good. We need to go somewhere more private. We're done. You and I'll take you to your next instructor. You may have heard of him, Simon Orne.
Rachael, let's go ahead and do the first magic, said the squat man. He and Rachael were alone in a veterinary. She was holding a puppy in her hands, petting it and smiling. I love puppies, she said. Ah, good, the squat man began. Do you know how we can apply our gifts here? Helping animals? She asked more than said. He nodded, confirming her answer. So I noticed you have been petting that dog for some time now. Look at his face. Rachael looked down at the puppy wagging his tail, snuggled in her arms. Do you feel that inside of you? He continued talking, not giving her a chance to respond. You have brought joy to this life form. You have been charging your magic and didn't even realize it, did you? Her face lit up, smiling. Wow! And guess what that means? I can do magic? Correct. Now let's put this puppy down for a moment. Yes, I know you're quite fond of him, but let's focus on life magic. What sort of things do you think you can do with life magic? Make babies? The man chuckled. No, my dear, that's for charging magic using life. This is a little different. You see, today you are going to be introduced on how to focus this energy into performing life magic. This place is ideal for introducing you. He placed a finger up, indicating she could wait there for a moment. He left, but did not take long to return. When he did get back, Rachael had the puppy in her lap again, petting it once more. He smiled, but said nothing. In his hands was a cat with a cast. Rachael returned the puppy, then looked to the squat man for instructions. Okay, I want you to picture in your mind what is hurting this cat. You can feel it without the use of any powers. You could see it's in pain. The cast is a dead giveaway. So, what do you think is wrong with her? Rachael leaned down with both her hands, holding her face up as she examined the feline. Her leg is broken. The squat man nodded. Very good. Now I'm going to talk to you through fixing that. He pointed at the cast. Think about your magic that is inside of you. You can feel it in your chest. Imagine that magic leaving your finger and entering the cat. He paused, allowing her to follow instruction. Her center mass glowed. The glow rose through her arm, exiting out of the fingertip, forming into a small ball of light that moved to the cat's leg. The creature meowed, almost scared by the light. Good. Now focus that energy on the injury. The ball of light surrounded the cast and seeped through, disappearing after a moment. The light faded. Did it work? Rachael asked. I have faith that it worked, Rachael. But we have to make sure. The cat will go through another X-ray, and if it works, then you are on your way, and I'll be taking you to your next instructor. Are you familiar with one Jedediah Smith? An old mansion sat in a dilapidated area on the outskirts of the city, a suburban area that, for all intents and purposes, was a slum. The outside of this place was old, unkempt, and had a repugnant tone that only made Thyme want to leave. The long grass, combined with scattered spider webs and dead drooping trees, left him with a guttural sense of disgust. He turned around, considered leaving. A need to abandon this evil quest that has been thrust upon him. Standing at his car, staring at Thyme, was the thin man glaring. Thyme turned back around, disregarding his wretched feeling. Reaching for the gargoyle-shaped door knocker, the door opened before he even touched it. He withdrew his hand, startled. Come in, boy, an unseen voice from inside said. Fear strangled his soul, making movement incredibly difficult. This place was a terrible place, and Thyme could not figure out why or how this was seizing him like this. I said, come in. The voice beckoned a second time. Something in that voice sounded far worse than the scenery around. Within those words was a tone of callous anger, compelling him in a dreadful way that pushed the old fear away, overcoming with a new fear of the unseen being that owned that voice. Thyme walked into the dark room. There was a light source here, It was a fire burning in the fireplace. Sitting in an evening chair with his back to Thyme was the man who could only be Simon Orne. "Shut the door, boy. Then come over here so I can have a look at you." Thyme did as bidden. When the man's face was finally visible, he looked young, older than Thyme, but young in general. Not a skeletal gargoyle or demonic man, but one that could not be older than 25. He looked at Thyme from head to toe, then looked back at the fire. Taking from a side table, he picked up a pipe and matchstick. Simon lit up his tobacco. "Do you know why the demons have picked you?" No, sir." Thyme shook his head. "No one ever does. Some think we are chosen randomly. Others think it is part of some cruel joke." "Well, why was I chosen?" Simon took his pipe out of his mouth. He opened his eyes, glaring at Thyme with a piercing scowl. "I just told you, boy, that no one knows." He returned his glance to the fire. "The path to that knowledge will only lead you to madness. You will do yourself a favor and not give that question any thought. Do you know why he brought you here?" Yes, sir. I was told you were going to teach me the first magic, necromancy." "You will assist me for a long time. I will teach you little to nothing. You will observe and learn from me. You will not get in my way. You will do what I say when I say it. Do you understand?" "So I'm your slave?" "You are free to go whenever you please, boy. You are not my prisoner. If you wish to be a normal person living a normal life, then get out now and go do that." Simon was quiet, giving Thyme the opportunity to leave. He waited a long moment. "Good. You have made your choice. You are one of us. Did you bring essential salts?" Thyme took out of his pocket a vial containing the blue powder. Orne snatched it from his hands to examine it. "This will do." He handed it back to Thyme. "You are going to live here. You had better respect my home, cleaning any mess you make, keeping yourself well-groomed as well. I will not have a dirty assistant. Now follow me." The two walked down a dark hall. They passed by several rooms, all decorated with marvelous paintings, statues, and other works of art. Every room had bookshelves full of books, old and new, even the dining room. Finally, they walked into one room that had an empty shelf and only one bed. "This is your room. Put your things here, then come with me." They continued down the hall, walking into an empty room that looked to be undergoing some renovations. Buckets of plaster, a large hammer, as well as other tools, and even small machinery lined the walls. A large hole was plowed into the opposite wall of the entrance. Orne approached the hole. He inserted his hand into an unseen crevice. A click sound was heard, and the hole was revealed to be a doorway leading to stairs going down. Orne held his hand out to Thyme, stopping him from entering. "There is a spell I have placed on this entryway. Only myself and those I add to the spell may enter without experiencing nausea effects. An unwanted intruder would pass out. Their memory would be wiped, and the passage would be sealed until I reopen it with a different spell." Orne pointed at the door, making a strange gesture with his hand, while his other hand continued to point at Thyme, making the same gesture. "Yogsothoth, Ngui, Pastel, Yogsothoth." His hands glowed with the magic, briefly, then faded back to normal. Orne walked into the secret passage. The stone passage descended down into a subterranean place. Everything was stone here, as if carved from rock. After time passed through, the door closed by themselves, returning to its previous position. Torches along the walls lit up automatically as they passed them. The descent was a long spiral downward. No words were exchanged during this time. The stairs ended up opening up to a corridor that split in 3 different directions. Here Orne stopped.
He raised his hands together, forming hand gestures similar but different than before. Yogsothoth control! Yogsothoth! No glow appeared, but footsteps were heard approaching slowly. Tell me, boy, if you know why our magic comes from. Where do you think it comes from? I was never told. You mean you never asked? Orn didn't look at Thyme. His eyes were staring down the center corridor, waiting. Yogsothoth is where our magic comes from, which is why every spell invokes his name both at the end and the beginning of every spell. Who is Yogsothoth? At this, Orn turned his head to Thyme, looking down at him, both literally and psychologically, with a mocking, angry glare. You have too much to learn. I have too much work to do. I will assign you books that would teach you the fundamentals. It is my task to teach you necromancy, but if you are this oblivious to our ways, then I cannot help you. Through the center corridor, it finally came into view. A man-shaped, lumbering thing that could not be a man any longer. It may have once been a man, but no more. This thing is to be considered a thing, and that's it. This creature's skin was a coarse, rotten green. Purulent bubbles lined all around, exposing its decay and degradation. The face of the thing had 2 hollowed-out holes where eyes should be, and no mouth existed. Yet this creature, against all logic, gave off no stench. Joseph, guide this boy to the offering room, Orn instructed the thing. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Necromancy and Life Magic. How are you doing? An adult Rachael asked. Same, an adult Thyme replied, with a sad, depressed tone. Do you want to talk about it? The two were sitting at a coffee house. Rachael looked radiant, lovely, clean, and healthy. Thyme looked dark, dirty, unkempt hair, and in bad health. What could I possibly tell you? I mean, the more you know about my kind, the more dangerous it would be for you. Let me worry about that. Thyme, you can tell me. About Simon Orn? I suppose I could. I mean, I couldn't tell you everything. I can't tell you where he is or any of my kind. Rachael is, well... His words trailed off, as he shook the idea from his mind on what the warlocks do to those that share their secrets. I understand, but you look awful. You need help. I'm here to help you, okay? Are you? Are you sure you aren't just trying to charge your magic? Tell me, if your power is powered by good, how then can you intentionally empower yourselves when the good deed is done solely for greed? I'm fine with not charging my magic to aid you. Just tell me what happened next with Orn. You need someone you can at least talk to. He sighed. All right. He sipped his coffee. Thyme was led by the hideous creature into a room. In the back of this room was an altar to the god of necromancy himself, Yogsothoth. Before the altar, painted and carved into the floor, was an ancient elder sign. This elder sign looked comparable to a pentagram, but contained more intricate lines inside. The altar itself was made of wood. It was a short, multi-layered table. Each layer was smaller the higher up it rested. The bottom layer consisted of 8 small boxes, each sealed with a lock. The boxes were green, yellow, black, blue, red, white, silver, and gold. Each box had a different elder sign or sigil inscribed on the outside. The second layer of this altar had glass jars, each containing a singular small stone that dangled from the top of the jar by a string. The stones touched nothing but the string. The third and top wooden layer was the altar itself. A marble statue rested here. The statue was a swirling mass of bubbles that were all spherical, but all different sizes.
Some bubbles on the outer edges were half-formed, while the ones closer to the center were fully formed. A shelf was next to the altar against the wall. It contained various knives, curving in different ways. Some were serrated, while others were barbed. A table with straps and buckles stood before the altar. There was no doubt this was used to hold a victim, while Orn used those torture instruments to dedicate poor souls to Yogsothoth. Along the other wall were two shelves. The first was a bookshelf. The other was a shelf holding dozens of vials containing essential salts. They are all labeled with only a number. There was a box next to this shelf containing empty vials. Thyme approached the bookshelf. Behind him, the disgusting thing named Joseph stood at the door. Thyme picked up the closest book. The cover on all the books were blank, save for a number inscribed on the side binding. This particular volume in his hand was number 1. The book revealed itself to be a ledger of sorts. Glancing at the adjacent shelf, Thyme pieced together their symbiotic relationship. The numbers on the vials, the details, were in these books. Each number, when looked up, showed their name, birth, and death dates, and a brief description of the person in under 3 sentences. Orn walked into the room. "Yes, take in this scene. You and I will spend a lot of time here. We start now. Take your essential salts and call up the dead man. But before you do that, I will only tell you this once. Do not call up that which you cannot put back down. Ask the lesser, lest the greater can call up forces greater than yourself." "Do not call up that which I cannot put back down? How do I put it back down?" "Have your words of laying with you at all times. A gun will help too." "What are the words of laying?" Orm walked over to the shelf with the salts. He picked up number 7. The contents were emptied on the table. "Mind you, boy, I am not doing this to show you. I will never waste magic just to teach you how magic is done. I have a great deal of work to do, and you will assist me and learn by proxy. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Orn turned back to the table with the poured salts. "Joseph cannot use his hands. Hand me the blue box on the altar." His invocation and hand gestures were peculiar. "Yogsothoth, Kassain, Yogsothoth." Thyme reached for the blue box with the sigil of Yogsothoth inscribed on it. He felt his body move forward as if his consciousness could not approach the altar itself. It was a strange, disorienting feeling, as if his limbs operated on their own without mental commands. After grabbing the box and stepping back, he felt himself back in his body once more. Orn snatched the box. "Never open these, boy. I have placed curses upon them. Only my hand may unlatch them." For almost 20 minutes, Orn chanted the name of Yogsothoth along with those other strange words. Thyme stood silently the whole time. On occasion, Orn commanded him to retrieve this item or that. The dust glowed and moved, forming into the shape of a man. Orn commanded Thyme to hand him one of the blades on the rack just before the completion of this summoning. The body fully formed in place, Orn wasted no time in strapping their limbs, making Thyme assist in this matter. It was a man, aged, balding, and in pain. "You are going to tell me what I wish to know," Orn said to the newly raised man. At first, the man was resistant. Thyme witnessed Orn torture this man with not only various cutting tools, but also threats to whomever this man's loved ones were. Eventually, the dead man gave in to Orn's vile demands. A series of questions were asked. Questions like, "Where is it?" Thyme could only guess as to what it was. The man did not play dumb or act oblivious. Somehow he actually understood his situation, as if both Orn and him have done this on more than one occasion. By the time they were finished, there was very little left of the man. Pieces of him were cut off inch by horrid inch, toes, then feet, in 3 sections, ankles, and so on, until his vital organs and head remained. His skin in its entirety lay strewn about the room, discarded casually and callously. Orn snapped his fingers. Joseph the ghoul began gathering the flesh and cleaning the room. "Thyme, help him. His hands are useless, and this room cannot be thoroughly cleaned by him alone." Orn performed a second ritual to turn this man back into his essential salts. The second ritual was easier than the one Thyme had done. It looked prepared in advance. The process itself baffled Thyme. It did not clean the mess. It merely reduced what remained on the table back to its previous form of fine blue-gray dust. The dust was rebottled with ease and put back in its place on the shelf. He looked at the boy's face. "When you are done here, you will assist me in organizing a catalog in the adjacent room. Meet me there. Do not dawdle." Orn left. Thyme continued cleaning. The stench alone was unbearable. Joseph handed him a mop. "Thank you, Joseph? Say, what's your story?" Joseph, of course, did not respond, nor did he give any indication that he even understood. Thyme shrugged, continuing. He walked into the catalog room Orn mentioned. It was filled with dozens of shelves, just like the previous one. These shelves, however, contained hundreds of essential salts each. Why would you even bother to talk to a ghoul? Thyme was not too surprised that Orn heard him, even though they had been too far out of earshot. "Why would you even bother to name a ghoul?" Orn actually smiled. Not a sadistic or evil smile, but a legit, pleasing one. "He was my friend, you know. His name is Joseph Kerwin." The ghoul darted his eyes at Orn in a moment of what must be awareness upon hearing his full name. The moment was brief. Soon enough, the thing reverted back to the blank mental state it generally occupied. "He did not heed my words. I warned him on more than one occasion, the very same warning I gave you. Ironically, it was not that which he summoned which killed him. He was killed by ordinary humans. Not once, but twice. I assisted him in securing a return after he died. He was noticed, you see. It took over 150 years for my friend to come back to life. The methods I use to remain unnoticed are to leave every 30 years. He insisted he could not do that. It was his undoing. His home was not quite so secure as well. A normal man stumbled into his private place, comparable to my private place we occupy now. They actually found the words of laying that were tied to him. What a fool Joseph was. He gave him a second chance at life, and he fouled up so badly that a normal man, of all things, undid him. So he will spend the rest of eternity in that form you see now. He has no mouth, so he cannot conjure words. His hands barely function, and his mind is decayed. He has just enough cognition to follow my orders, and no more." "So, is that my fate? If I disappoint you, you'll turn me into something like that?" Orn sighed. "You wouldn't be worth the effort, unless you did something like tell them our secrets." Them could only be the spellcasters of good magic, Thyme knew. "Even if you turned out to be terrible at magic, or even get yourself killed like he did, we wouldn't bother." Thyme changed the subject. What do you need me to do here? Check the organization of my catalog. Go through all of it. Ensure everything is in its proper place. Scanning the room visually depressed Thyme. The task will take hours, if not days. The boy scanned the shelves, ensuring every book had been catalogued, dusted, and remained unscathed. He then turned his attention to the shelves of vials, each one fully examined to ensure the number was facing out for easy reference. Next, in numerical order, he took each vial of essential salts and compared it to the book entry to ensure accuracy. All the while, Joseph the ghoul stood in the doorway, silently staring at the wall, thoughtless, mildly swaying from side to side. The swaying was a natural movement of his body settling. This creature still unnerved Thyme. He lost focus on more than one occasion from his presence just a few feet from himself. Finally, Thyme turned to him. Joseph, do you have any way to talk to me? The thing's face gave no expression. Where a mouth should be, did not even twitch. I know you can't talk, Thyme corrected himself. What I mean is, can you communicate at all? Joseph the ghoul held up his stumpy arms. The thing could not write or perform sign language. Thyme frowned. He pondered for a moment. What if I got you some hands? The ghoul looked directly at Thyme. Momentary cognition gleamed in his ocular receptors. It tilted its head as if asking, How? Thyme grabbed his chin, thinking. Well, what I mean is, we could just summon up one of those guys and then take their hands off and put them on you. He tried to formulate his next words with a forbidding feeling attached as he said them. Even his previous statement had an air of bad ideas surrounding it. The boredom of this long-enduring task was easily tolerable. It was the silence from Joseph that he found so unnerving. If he could just tell me something, anything, I wouldn't be so creeped out by him. Joseph has already returned to his inattentive state. Thyme shook his head, dismissing this notion. He took one last look at the ghoul, saying, No, I shouldn't, prior returning to the task at hand. He spent the rest of the day committed to the completion of this organization and dusting these rooms in this hidden place underneath the mansion. He retired to bed in the room he was assigned. Upon awakening, he was greeted by Joseph standing over his bed waiting. Seeing the sleepless creature just waiting for him, he looked at where a hand should be. Thyme did not shudder from this, but frowned. I really do feel sorry for you, friend. Can I call you friend? I don't have any. I don't know if it feels silly, I suppose, but me and you are going to spend a lot of time together. Maybe I should. The idea of giving this creature hands entered his imagination once more. He shook his head again. No, they made you this way for a reason. I shouldn't. Whether the creature was responding to his words or the fact that he was now awake, Thyme could not tell. It turned around and walked out of the room. He assumed the thing meant for him to follow. He got up and dressed, then went to meet Orn. Joseph led him to the dining room, where seated Simon Orn wiped his mouth with a napkin, then placed it on top of a now empty plate. Eat your breakfast, then meet me downstairs. I have a long list of chores that require attention, and I have no time to deal with them. Orn walked away. He snapped his fingers for Joseph to follow him. The creature left Thyme. Thyme watched them leave, and he swore it looked back briefly with a semblance of desperation in his eyes. Did I just imagine that? He shrugged, dismissing the notion. He sat down and looked at the food before him, eggs, bacon, and toast. Thyme heaved a sigh of relief. Well, the food is good at least. A forkful entered his mouth. Thyme raked leaves in the backyard. The fence was too high for neighbors to watch. Joseph had the bag wrapped around his stumps, held open for Thyme to put the leaves in. You know, Joseph, when he said he has chores for me to do, I honestly thought they were going to be magic-related. The ghoul made no expression. I mean, I'm here to learn magic. I just assumed magic is what I would be doing. He placed a handful of leaves into the bag Joseph held. Ah, yes, you're right, Joe. Maybe I should just remain humble and patient and accept these mundane chores. He leaned down to scoop up more leaves. What do you recommend? The thing said nothing and gave no expression of any kind. You might be right. Perhaps I should take the initiative and practice a little magic to mastery necromancy. He stood up straight, stretching his back. Bah, Mr. Orne has me so busy with these chores that I lack the needed time to do anything to advance my studies. The books help a lot. He began pacing back and forth. Joseph continued standing there, holding the bag. Those books take up every scrap of free time I have. Then again, Orne didn't tell me that I have to only read those books and only do these chores. He also didn't tell me that I couldn't practice in between the two. Thyme snapped his fingers, reaching a conclusion. Joe, let's get you some hands. Yes, we'll do it in the name of research. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, we use words to undo you or use a bit of magic to reverse what we do. Should be a piece of cake. Thyme took the bag from Joseph, dropping it on the ground. They left the unfinished work and headed to the secret lair of Simon Orne. Thyme heard Simon chanting the name of Yogsothoth over and over as he descended the stairs. His voice echoed. Thyme moved slowly and cautiously to remain unheard. He motioned for Joseph to follow. The two snuck past the room. Simon was chanting in. His back was to the door. A quick glance at the elder necromancer showed him in robes covered in, Thyme assumed, magical sigils that in turn glowed independently from sigil to sigil, one at a time. Stars, elder signs, and even ones Thyme did not recognize were illuminated periodically. Thyme and Joseph moved into the room containing the books full of information matching the bottle numbers. We want to use one that doesn't matter. Thyme whispered as much to himself as he did to Joseph. I don't know anything about these. He picked up a random book, opening it to a random page, and glided his fingers down the page, looking at the names and brief descriptions. One of these people has to be so unimportant that Orne won't notice if we fiddle with them. Continuing this logic, he explored 3 different books. At page 72 of the 3rd book, his fingers stopped at one person, number 6784, John Smith. Thyme chuckled a bit. His name was probably forgotten, probably a fake name. He was a bartender and raised horses. Nothing else. This one should do. He put the book back in its proper place, then walked into the adjacent room containing the vial of essential salts. It did not take him long to find 6784. He turned to Joseph. Let's get back to work. We'll try this when Orne is asleep. He left the vial on the shelf. 11:05 p.m. Thyme sat in his room, reading the books assigned to him. He paid special attention to the summoning ritual and the alteration ritual of the dead. He was alone. Committing these spells to memory was no easy task. He read them over and over until fully satisfied that he would not need to consult these books. Just in case, he took them with him. When he quietly stepped out of his room, Joseph was waiting for him. Thyme nodded without a word, and the two returned to the hidden laboratory downstairs. He set up the two books on a nearby table in the ritual room, ensuring they were on the proper pages. Taking the necessary time to set up everything required about an hour. He poured the essential salts onto the table with the straps and restraints. "Can't be too careful," he said to himself as much as Joseph. He examined everything in detail to ensure nothing was forgotten or missed. "My first summoning. This is exciting. Joseph, no one is here to assist me but you." He looked at the table, picked up a revolver, checked the ammunition, then put it back. The other ingredients for summoning were present as well. Then he checked everything for the second time. Another table held cutting tools for removing the hands, surgical instruments, needle and thread to sew them onto Joseph's stumps. His fingers went over the first spell one last time, then the second spell one last time. Thyme nodded his satisfaction. "Yogsothoth," he began the spell. "Yogsothoth, Brugrin, Yogsothoth." The glow of magic excited Thyme. He felt the last of his magic exiting his body, an important detail he has forgotten to take into consideration. He repeated the chant, "Yogsothoth, Brugrin, Yogsothoth." The dust moved on its own, spreading out over the table. Some of it rose, blending together with itself, forming shapes. They lost their blue hue, turning grayish-white, converting into bones. Soon a full skeleton was formed. Muscles and nerves sprouted out. Organs grew, shriveled at first, as life or unlife spewed from them. Thyme was not careless. He brought the straps over the man on the table, securing their body. His eyes lit up with excitement. Even if he failed this spell, he has succeeded to some degree. Everything from this point forward is success. As muscles formed on his neck, vocal cords slithered out, the body moved on its own, and as the talking mechanism in his throat came to life, so too did his voice. The man screamed in agony from returning to life. His nerves and muscles were exposed. Soon the automatic movement and reformation of body tissue ceased. The man pulled at his restraints. His screaming never ceased. Skin never formed, nor did his eyes, a tongue, or anything beyond the basic essentials for life. Though exposed, teeth and an open mouth, this man never stopped screaming. Thyme winced at his howls. They were loud, too loud, and he knew it. "We have to hurry!" He looked to the second spell, the one intended to fuse the man's hands onto Joseph's stumps. He cringed at the details, but already mentally prepared himself for the surgical work. Even though the dead man before him was restrained, his arms struggled to break free. He did not hold still. Thyme picked up the bone saw. He tried to hold it against the man's wrist, but his struggling made that impossible. He dropped the saw with shaking hands. Thyme bent down to pick it up and dropped it twice more in the process. He stood up and tried again. The screaming hindered his concentration. The second spell left his memory, not magically, just naturally through the distraction. He once again placed the saw on the wrist. His shaking hand wouldn't let him do it. He finally accepted his own squeamish inability to follow through with this. He looked at the words of Lang just next to the book. "Yogsothoth, Kurdash, Yogsothoth," Thyme said. No magic remained in him to cast this spell. His reserves were depleted. His eyes widened with understanding and agitation at the predicament. "Stupid, stupid, stupid! God damn it, I'm an idiot!" He turned to Joseph the ghoul. "I'm sorry, I can't do this." He looked at the table to his one remaining option. This thing on the table, this unfinished summoned failure of his, must be killed. He picked up the pistol, cocked the hammer, and his hand shook as he failed to aim properly, not even 2 feet from his target, and his first shot missed. He pressed the barrel of the gun to the head of the suffering abomination before him. With another pull of his finger and the second deafening bang,
made the creature cease its screaming. Bloodless body parts, brain tissue, and bones scattered in the room. Thyme's hand shook as he dropped the gun from killing this once again dead corpse. He fell to his knees, weeping into his hands. "Clean this up," Simon Orn said from the doorway. "Return him to Salts." Orn wore no expression on his face. Thyme glanced at him fearfully. He could not tell if Orn was angry, disappointed, or indifferent. Orn walked away. "Joseph, come with me. He's doing this alone." Joseph walked away as well. "Is this my punishment for trying this without his permission? Is he going to turn me into a ghoul like Joseph?" Thyme eventually stood up and cleaned up the mess. He had hours of work ahead of him, not just in cleaning the bits and pieces of human tissue, but the longer process of converting this man back into dust, non-magically. A sleepless night was in store for him. Even with the little time remaining, he did not sleep after everything was done. The memory of the man screaming haunted him. He tossed in bed, unable to sleep. Morning arrived. He got up. His bloodshot eyes and now pale skin shuffled to get dressed. His feet slid on the floor with exhaustion. He exited his room. Joseph was not there. He went downstairs to the main floor and into the dining room. There Orn sat, still consuming his own breakfast. No food waited for Thyme. Before he could apologize for last night, Orn spoke first. "Pack your things. I'm not your teacher anymore. I don't need someone in my home that cannot follow my instructions." "But Thyme was interrupted. "I told you to do what I say when I say it, and no more. Going behind my back to do magic on your own like this, raising the dead without my permission, instruction, or even knowledge? Boy, you are too reckless. Get out of my home. Find your own way to wherever it is you hail from. We're done here." Rachel's mouth was gaped open. "I'm glad you're still alive." Thyme shrugged. "What about you?" "What about me?" "The first magic you learned. It's your turn to tell me about it." "Oh." Rachael was genuinely surprised. "Well, all right. Jedediah Smith is eccentric." A teenage Rachael stepped out of the car. She waved at the squat man, who waved back, then drove away. Before her was a farm. The large fenced area had ponies being cared for by several people. A man in a straw hat saw her, smiled, then waved. She returned the same gesture. "You must be Mr. Smith," Rachael said as she approached. "I love ponies." "Call me Jedediah, or Jed. Informality causes joy." "So what do we do first?" an excited Rachael asked. "Oh, well, I reckon you can get settled in. Here, I'll take your bags." Jed reached for her belongings to pick them up. The two walked to the modest farmhouse. The air was pleasant, and Rachael briefly pondered if the air had been enhanced magically or naturally. She expected a rank smell since this was a farm. She wanted to get started on learning life magic, but Jedediah insisted he was too busy, but will make time tomorrow. "Please, don't wander around too much. It's a farm, and I wouldn't want you to stumble over something," he said prior to leaving. "It's a well-kept farm. What could I possibly trip over?" She thought it over. "Well, I'm a good girl, or I'll just do as I'm told." She spent the remainder of the day in the house. Gazing out the window, she stared at the ponies, wanting to pet them. Jedediah was not with them. He was nowhere to be seen. The next day, she awoken to the pleasant smell of bacon frying. She walked downstairs, still wearing her nightgown. She saw a woman cooking in the kitchen. "Oh, you must be Mrs. Smith," Rachael said with her usual pleasant tone. The hefty woman turned around, smiling at Rachael. Good morning, Rachel. It is very nice to meet you.
That smells like bacon, Rachel said.
Yes, it is, my dear. Only the best for our guests. Help yourself to anything you like in the kitchen.
So this is real bacon? Like from a pig? Mrs. Smith chuckled.
Oh, yes, my dear. None of that synthetic or vegetable substitute stuff for you city folk are used here.
But that means... Rachel took a step back. Jedediah walked in the room.
Yes, it's okay, Rachel. This is a farm and we are people. People still have to eat. Here, after you eat, get dressed and meet me outside. You can help me with the farm today. He left. Have a seat, dear. I'm guessing meat is not for you.
I'm sorry, I'm a vegetarian or vegan. I don't know. I just don't want to hurt anything.
Admiral, dear, but trust me, it won't affect your magic by eating meat. You know I can do magic. I'm Jedediah's wife. He couldn't hide something like that from me. Besides, she didn't finish the sentence, but pointed at the fridge. Magic exited her hand, beaming to the appliance. Her spell caused the fridge door to open, and the pitcher of orange juice to float out and gently land on the table in front of Rachel. I know I shouldn't waste magic like that, but sometimes I just like to show off. The older woman actually giggled. Rachel smiled at this. Oh, good. I don't have to hide it here. I was so worried. Rachel made her breakfast consist of fruits and bread. She thanked Mrs. Smith, then did as Jedediah bade, meeting him outside. The two spent hours performing various farm tasks, from cleaning a pigsty to feeding the horses. They didn't talk much about magic. When dusk came, Rachel finally asked him, You said today we were going to learn life magic. Jedediah smiled. And you are. He paused, letting her think about it. When she opened her mouth to speak, he continued, Magic is not easy. It is work, hard work. Close your eyes and concentrate on the magic inside of you. She closed her eyes. Do you feel how it has increased? Yes, there's more there, but how? The work you did today. Cleaning fuels our magic, as does feeding a hungry life form. That's all we did today, and it empowered us. Jed examined her worried expression. What's wrong? This morning, or maybe it was yesterday, but this morning your wife cooked meat. How can our magic charge if we kill? Rachel felt him almost smile, but he didn't. Ah, we can kill, Rachel. It does not affect our magic in any way, shape, or form. You see, our magic is charged when we do good. It is not depleted when we do what you consider evil. Killing an animal for sustenance is not evil anyways. But Rachel wanted to protest, but didn't know how. Trust me, I understand your objection. It's fine. People have had animal farms longer than recorded history. We're not evil for eating, Rachel. And nobody is judging you for being vegetarian. In fact, I'll bet my wife is making a special meal just for you. Please don't go out of your way just for me. Jed waved dismissively. Trust me, it's our pleasure. Besides, doing that for you will actually charge her magic. Anyways, think nothing of it, all right? Today you have learned some great ways to charge your magic. Tomorrow I will teach you how to use it. Night came, and as Rachel turned off the light and climbed in bed, she heard someone outside. Looking out the window, she saw Mr. and Mrs. Smith, fully dressed, walking to the barns. They didn't say I had to stay in my room. Rachel put her shoes on and followed them, still wearing her nightgown. The two Smiths entered the barn. Rachel silently followed them, just out of earshot. When she looked in, she saw and heard the cellar door close in the middle of the floor. She placed her ear next to the door, listening to the footfalls descend. When she was certain they were far enough away, she slightly opened the door and peeked inside. Their distant lamplight was seen barely illuminating the stairs for her. She quietly followed. Hiding behind a corner and sticking just enough of her head to allow one eye to see, she saw three people. The Smiths and one man chained to the wall. Rachel covered her mouth so she did not scream.
Her gasping was almost heard, but if it was, nobody gave any indication. "Are you ready to tell us yet?" Jedediah said.
"Fuck you," replied their prisoner.
"That's not very polite," said Mrs. Smith. Then she kicked him in the chest. He let out an oof sound and spit out some blood. He aimed for one of them, but it missed. "We can hold you forever, you know." "Pull out one of his teeth." At this, Rachael noticed a small table near them containing tools which Jedediah was reaching for pliers. Rachel's eyes widened with horror as she grasped them. A smile was on his face. He inched closer to the man, teasing him, sliding the pliers across his face, up and down. "We don't have to do this, though you know we really want to. We can do this every single night, and you know it."
"Fuck you. I'll never talk."
Jedediah sighed, but it was sarcastic. His wife held the man's face still as Jed braced a tooth in the pliers. He didn't say anything. He yanked. A stream of blood followed, now extracted tooth, and their prisoner yelled in agony. "Yesterday, we simply removed your teeth. We did it fast and didn't take full advantage of it. Today, we're gonna take our time with each and every tooth." Jed released the tooth from the pliers into a bowl already containing dozens of teeth. A clunk sound echoed as it bounced in the bowl. Metal clinked from the bowl, followed by a series of muffled clinks from bouncing on other teeth. The pliers were set on the table. Then he picked up a long needle. He moved it close to the man's face, who was still crying. Tears streamed down his face. "This is gonna hurt a lot more than pulling your tooth out." He dragged the needle down his face, not breaking the skin, but leaving a mark in the process. 2 seconds to tell us." "You're being generous with that, honey." She turned to their victim. "You see that? We're very merciful. You can tell us right now, and this will end immediately." Through tears and pain, the man gritted out another, "Fuck you!" "All. 1. Fuck it." Jedediah jammed the needle into the open wound where blood still gushed out and the tooth should be. The man's screams doubled in pain. "Now we're gonna do this with every tooth in your—" Jedediah didn't finish the sentence. Rachael screamed. She was fearful, but overcame that fear, stepped out from behind the corner, and rushed to the Smiths to stop the horrendous torment of this man. Mrs. Smith let go of their prisoner's face and grabbed Rachael by the arm, and before Rachael could process this, she already had her in a full headlock. Rachael could not move. Jedediah sighed. "Rachael, you don't understand." Through her own tears, and even through the man still screaming, Rachael retorted, "You monsters! How can you do something like this and call yourselves good? This is not life, this is evil." "No, Rachael. He," Jedediah pointed to their prisoner, "is evil." "What could he possibly have done to deserve this?" "Done? He's evil. He can only do evil. He's a warlock, and demons gave him magic." "That's it? Just he's one of them, so we should torture all of them? My brother is one of them." "We know." Jedediah was still pointing at the tied-up warlock. "This one, however, knows things that we need to know." "This is wrong!" Rachael screamed. Jedediah placed his fingers on the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. "Rachael, you're a good person. But sometimes in life, we have to do things like this." He turned to his wife. "We'll do this tomorrow. Let's get Rachael back to the house." Mrs. Smith dragged Rachael away, kicking and screaming. Jed turned back to the warlock. He cast a spell of healing on him, and he was restored. His teeth grew back, and the man passed out.
Can't have you bleed out. Present day. The adult Rachael and Thyme sat at the coffee shop. So, you witnessed the supposed good guys torture someone, and it was justified solely because he was one of us? Even though, for all you knew, he never used his magic and tried to live a normal life? Thyme said. It's not like that. What could I have done? Saved him? Got him out of there? Thyme said. That wasn't an option. So you just kept on learning magic and let them torture that guy. Heal him just to torture him some more. You know, they want to do that to me, right? A tear welled up in Rachel's eyes. I'm sorry. I'll never let them do anything like that to you. Oh, gee, thanks. Thank you for not letting me get kidnapped and cut up forever by your friends. What a wonderful and caring sister you are. Such a humanitarian you are. Shut up! Rachael outburst. A rarity for her composure to drop like that. Everyone in the coffee shop turned their full attention to Rachael and Thyme. Cups were heard clinking against saucers. She calmed herself quickly. Rachael waved her hands, casting a minor spell to calm them, and herself. It's fine, Thyme. Her now relaxed tone tried to soothe her brother. Thyme winced at this. He sighed, shrugging away her story, allowing the magical calm to enter him. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Nightmares and Dreams. Rachael changed the subject, going back to Thyme's earlier story. That's terrible. The warlock of Rachael was interrupted. You should never say that name. Ever. Thyme said. Right. I forgot. That's some of your kind kill any non-worshippers for simply uttering those blasphemous words. Where is Orn? Rachael, you know better than to ask me a question like that. All right. Are you ready to tell me the next place you were forced to go? I wasn't forced. She raised an eyebrow. They don't force anyone to learn how to use this dark gift. You voluntarily went? But why? Look at how well I'm doing, Rachael. I'm not. I can't keep a job. My home is run down. I have so very little. With the warlocks, I can at least make a future for myself. What sort of future could you possibly make? Take a look at Harry. The warlock lawyer? He's horrible. He doesn't murder or give us a good enough reason to kill him. He's still evil. A good enough reason to kill him. He commented, letting the thought soak in. She frowned. I'm sorry. Look, I would never hurt you, Thyme. Sure you would. If I ever crossed that line and became like them, your fairy friends would smite me in a heartbeat. We aren't fairies. Your magic comes from Gaia. You're like one notch away from pagans, in my opinion. Ironically, early pagans were us. Rachael smiled. Thyme relaxed and even smiled back at her. Fine, Rachael, I'll tell you about Ephraim Waite and what he taught me. I will, of course, leave out any details like where he is or how to exploit any weakness my kind has. Rachael shrugged and nodded. The town had a pleasant odor which caught Thyme off guard. He expected the rancid, fishy smell that was foretold, and yet only a sea breeze combined with the warm sun protruded here. People waved with a genuine smile. A man was cutting his lawn. Another man was casually eating a sandwich on a park bench. One woman was rocking a baby in her arms. Fingers snapped in front of Thyme. The people, the place, and even the smell instantly changed. The sun was replaced by a clouded sky, dark and dreary. A fetid, fishy smell loomed all around, overwhelming the olfactory senses.
The woman changed into a grotesque, lumbering, scaly, half-fish, half-human thing, resembling all too much the creature from the Black Lagoon, and not some fanciful mermaid. In her arms was a non-human thing that moved, pulsing and writhing. It was a limbless, headless life form, like a slimy bag. Something poked from inside, trying to get out. The man with the sandwich also converted to a fish man, taking savage bite after savage bite from a human arm clutched in his hands. The man cutting a lawn was a hulking beast, walking more with his forearms than with his legs. Finally, the scenery was not that of a pleasant neighborhood, but that of a dilapidated town with boarded-up windows. A young adult Thyme looked at the person that snapped their fingers. He was a middle-aged man. The man was skinny, with balding hair. His hand was still raised. He snapped a second time, and everything reverted back to the sunny, pleasant scene.
"Do you like that?"
he asked. Thyme blinked and slightly shook his head as if coming out of a daze. Are you Ephraim Waite?"
"You have come to learn the secrets of nightmares. I have demonstrated only on a small scale what this magic can do."
"You used your magic to make me see a ghoulish scene of fishy disgust and that of a retching malignance?" Ephraim let out a hoarse, hollow laugh, one that was mocking and cruel.
"Do you want to know the truth? Are you sure your mind can handle it?"
That's why I'm here, isn't it?" Ephraim turned around, walking away. Thyme followed. They walked into what must be Ephraim's home, a manor of simplicitude. There were stone statues, but Thyme could not tell if they had any meaning or if they served some unguessable, abominable, yet magical purpose. An aquatic theme consisting of mermaids, the whimsical kind, water fountains, and trimmed hedges forming fish shapes. Unlike Orn, Ephraim did not hide any of his magical ongoings. There were no hidden passageways, no secret rooms. All of his magical books, tomes, sacrificial daggers, and even the altar were in plain sight. Ephraim's altar was to the dreaded Cthulhu. His god was different than Yogsothoth. While Cthulhu was frequently described as a creature the size of a mountain that lumbered about, reveling in destruction, in truth this god was one of the non-physical. The god of nightmares entered the dreams of mortals. His minions taught men the ways of nightmare invocations. "How do I learn your ways, sir?" Thyme asked. Ephraim raised an eyebrow.
"Not my ways, his ways."
He pointed to the altar of Cthulhu.
"I would never take credit for his invocations."
"Ah, yes, the great Cthulhu." Thyme was cut off from saying the full name.
"You shall not speak that name."
Ephraim's finger pointing accusingly at Thyme.
"You are not worthy. You are not a true worshipper of my God. Only those directly worship my God may say his name."
I'm sorry." Thyme looked down, ashamed.
"Ye shall not get a second warning."
Ephraim calmed himself down, lowering his hand. His face became composed.
"We waste no time. I will teach you nightmares. Go to sleep."
Thyme looked about nervously. What? Now? I'm not in the least bit tired." Ephraim waved his hand just in front of Thyme. Thyme collapsed on the floor, unconscious. His eyes opened. The bed was soft. The room was dim but not dark. A sort of mist persisted all around. The fog of dreams, one might call it. He got up and walked to the door. A hum was heard on the other side. The door opened on its own. Maybe by his willpower, he could not tell. A floating feeling replaced a normal sensation of movement. Outside, the sky was a reddish gray. The fog pulsated all around. Strange disembodied phantasms groaned and moaned. Those figures had physical-looking chains wrapped around themselves, locked them in place, connected to the ground. Their faces were impossible to make out, but their agony was strong and real. "What is this place?" Thyme's voice was a mental echo. "This is your home until you master this magic." Thyme touched one of the floating chained specters. It wriggled in pain at his touch. A sizzling sound combined with smoke came from his hand. He pulled his hand back with a gasp. "The secrets of the mind. I'm supposed to learn how to inspire nightmares, steal another's body, astral project, and if I can truly master this, I'm to actually be able to leave my own body and project my consciousness into other worlds, or even the past and future. The power of Cthulhu offers is far different than what I imagined." He took a closer look at the chained specter. It had a face and no face at the same time. It stirred in an ectoplasmic sac. The face faded away, and then the sac was empty. Thyme cocked his head. "What was that?" "That was a dreamer," said a voice whose distance was impossible to determine. Thyme looked around. Everything waved like an acid trip when he moved. Things came into focus slower. Light was not light here, so images were formed from the mind. "Who's there?" "Does it matter who I am?" "Of course." "Maybe I'm your mother. Maybe I've been watching over you your entire life. Maybe I'm your father, still standing by your side. Maybe I'm a shadow that has never existed." "Yeah, and maybe you're Maybelline, but cut the crap. If you aren't going to tell me, then I can't trust you." "Why, in the vast realm of dreams, would you trust me?" Thyme shrugged. He propelled his body forward past the empty sack. All around him, those strange sacks filled and emptied randomly. All the while, their innards formed and unformed faces with no discernible pattern. There was no end in sight to how far these obscure sacks went. "Thousands? Millions? Or more?" "It's more," said the voice. "How can you hear my thoughts?" There was laughter. Not heard, but felt. "Here, everything is thoughts. You have so much to learn. For my own amusement, I will teach you how to shield your thoughts last." Thyme stopped moving. His astral face frowned in annoyance, more at himself than at the voice. "Ephraim, wait. That took way too long to figure out." "Is your body laying next to mine? How did you get here so fast?" "The passage of time is different here. It is chaotic and unpredictable. For all you know, I took my time and read a book." He reached to touch an empty sack. When his astral flesh made contact, he expected a sensation or possibly even something dangerous to occur. His hand passed through it uneventfully. He slowly withdrew his hand. Staring at it, disappointed, he frowned. "Well, yes, boy. What did you expect from an empty dream sack? I mean, that thing is nothing more than a representative of a person's dream. Unlike your previous mentor, I have all the time in the universe and more to teach you everything about this magic." "Because it has no meaning here," Thyme said more than asked. Ephraim's laughter was subtle but present. "This is getting boring. We have a multiverse we can explore. Every person here is a gateway into their own dreams. I spent countless eons exploring some of these dreams. Let's speed things up. Go to an active one, any active one, and touch it." Thyme hesitated momentarily, wanting to ask more. He felt the mental agitation of his mentor, then thought better to not ask. Then briefly pondered, knowing his thoughts were an open book to the man and that he already knew his questions. He floated to the nearest filled sack. It grew and shrank in the same manner lungs expanded and deflated when breathing. He touched the thing. The face had a snout. This dream world was weird. With a flash, he felt his astral self being pulled into this dreamer's dream world. He still felt like he was in an astral form. "You picked a stupid one.
but for what we're doing, it's ideal. So you did as good as you did bad. I can't see anything. Thyme extended his hands to feel around, but felt no sensation of movement from his hands. You're in a mind as it sleeps. I can already see everything here. I suppose I should have taught you how to anchor yourself prior to coming in here, just in case something goes wrong. Thyme felt the elder warlock's indifference, or maybe amusement. What should I do? Also, what do you mean in case something goes wrong? Can I die in here? Not exactly. Well, technically, yes. The only way you could die here is if someone like myself insured it. It's not an easy process, but I've done it before to others. Do keep that in mind in case you decide to piss me off like you did with Simon Orne. Well, you have me. I'm once again at someone's mercy. Did you want me to dance or jump up and down? Ha! No, not this time. For now, I want you to focus on the mind you are in. We will start by seeing what they see to access their sensors. Picture in your mind's eye something you can interact with. It could be anything. Some people use a control room, while others like to picture a hallway they can just walk through and enter room after room. I knew one that imagined a massive room full of switches. Thyme imagined the best interactable thing he knew. A keyboard and small screen appeared before his vision. A computer. Yes, a computer. I'm quite adaptable. Look, you said I could pick anything, and this is what I use best, okay? Whatever. All right. Next, use that screen. The word screen was emphasized with sarcasm. It should be easy since it represents sight. The screen illuminated. It showed grass and something in the low center portion that was black and spherical and impossible to focus on. The image moved from side to side as it advanced forward, still low to the ground. I don't understand what I'm watching. I'm not going to give it away. Use your imagination and figure it out. He stared at the screen, trying to make sense of the moving image. The image was too low to the ground to be a normal person. Are they crawling? They move too fast to crawl. Somehow they're running. There's a ball just in front of them. The image hovered over it without stopping, then turned around, and formally behind, now in front of them, was a man standing over twice the size, and the screen moved to that man. His lips moved, but no words were heard. Oh, this is a dog. I'm watching a dog's dream. Why can't I hear? Either the dog is not dreaming a sound, or you are not tapping into what they can hear, Ephraim retorted. Thyme imagined sound and speakers formed next to the computer. Dog panting was heard as the canine rushed to fetch the ball again. He heard its legs hitting the ground with each fast-moving step. I can see and hear what he hears. Please don't make me smell and taste what he does. I will be a rarity that you will. I think you understand enough about accessing perceptions. This is just a dream. Now, to get to its memories. Thyme began typing on the keyboard. He pressed Control-Alt-Delete. The same menu popped up that he expected. From here, he opened the desktop and opened random folders. You learned that one quick. These useless memories are unguarded. When you're done playing, you are going to alter its dream into a nightmare. Thyme mentally winced at the thought. Torture an animal? Ephraim let out an exhausted long sigh. Yes, you have to do necessary things to get things done. Are we going to have this talk every time I want you to do something? I'm sorry, I just hate this. Also, why does everyone always say necessary instead of evil? Grow up. Stop making me hold your hand. Listen, I don't know how much about computers, so this tool you're using is alien to me. I usually use a book for my imaginary tools. How does that work? How do you see with a book? Trust me, it works. Using a tool invented by a faggot is beneath me. Navigate, or whatever you call it, to its dream. Thyme winced at the vulgarity. If Ephraim noticed, which he must have, he ignored it. He returned his focus to the task at hand. He opened a folder that he subconsciously named Active Dream, then opened the program. The screen froze in place. A second screen popped up on the right inside of the main one. He clicked on it, and it was DOS. He typed C:/desktop/active_dream/dream/red_sky. He closed the folders and menus, then looked at the dog's visual. The sky changed to red. The dream continued, and the dog did not notice the alteration. All right, now make him feel pain. Give him a nightmare. Why? Because I said. Thyme felt the threat and wanted to argue, but knew better. He reopened the DOS window and typed C:/desktop/active_dream/dream/. He paused. What exactly should his nightmare be? Who cares? Use your imagination. He continued typing. Angry_owner. The man in the image behind the dog began yelling, Bad dog! Except it was muffled and sounded more like Boof, doof. The dog whimpered and lowered to the ground. Thyme felt no magic enter his body. Good enough, I guess. There's so much more you can do than give someone a bad dream, you know. Get out of its head. We'll find a human so I can teach you more. How do I get out? The easiest way is to imagine walking backwards, but I don't know if that will work for you since you like computers so much. Thyme pressed the escape key. He felt his body hurl backwards. He was once again in the void of dreams where all of the strange sacks full of dreamers were. Once his mind adjusted, he asked, What else can I do besides alter memories and dreams? Anything, Ephraim stated flatly. No excited tone was present. Mind control? Yes. Telepathy? We're doing that now. Teleportation? Yes, but it's advanced. You basically enter this dream void physically, and you can exit out through someone else's dreams. It takes a lot of practice to get it right, and a whole lot of magic to attempt. Honestly, a car ride is less troublesome. Oh, and it's dangerous, too. How so? Aside from a foul-up where part of your body ends up inside of a wall or cramped space, there are dangerous things here. Cthulhu's minions dwell here. Aren't you, Thyme stopped himself from saying, one of his minions. The most powerful human is still just a human. I am less than a mail clerk to the president. Keep your mind sharp and your head down when you're here. Those things can just as easily kill you as you do a bug. Why are you taking so much time to help me? Mr. Orn was nowhere near this helpful. Ephraim laughed. Orn is not much of a fan of unity. I suppose when you have limitless undead servants at your disposal, you feel no need to canter to anyone. We need you strong, boy, and our kind of strength can only come with knowledge. Now, are you ready to possess someone? Rachael heaved a sigh. They taught you how to steal bodies? Thyme played with the rim of his glass. And more. Ephraim Waite taught me everything about nightmare magic. It's strange how in the end of all of that, it is the most useful magic to me. Abominable, she said. Thyme shrugged. Well, yes, all of it is. But you aren't. She reached a hand to comfort her brother. He allowed it with indifference. It's your turn now. Dream magic, the other side of the coin of nightmares. Tell me about it. Rachael nodded and began telling her experience in learning dream magic. A young adult, Rachael walked into the IDS, Institute for Dream Study. The clerk at the front desk typed away into their keyboard, not looking up to acknowledge her presence.
Rachel cleared her throat to get his attention. He raised one finger, telling her to wait, then returned to typing. Rachel didn't lower her smile. The man, after almost 2 minutes, finally looked up. "Do you have an appointment?" "I should." "What do you mean, should? Yes or no?" Rachel faltered in her smile. I was told to be here as soon as possible. Dr. Philip Olaf told me to..." The receptionist nodded. "Ah, one of his interns. You'll find his office on the 3rd floor, room 318. They returned to their mindless typing. "Thank you," Rachel replied. They said nothing in response. She walked to the elevator. The doors opened, and a man was already standing expectantly, staring at Rachel. His name tag on his lab coat read, "Dr. Olaf." "Ah, you must be Dr. Olaf." He winked, pointing at his name tag, said nothing, and made room for her to enter. The doors closed behind her as she turned around. So you're going to teach me about dream magic?" He nodded again, saying nothing. I am Rachel." He nodded a 3rd time. "You don't say much, do you?" He shrugged, smiling, then moved his hands to intricate gestures. Sign language. "Huh? I don't understand." He sighed, shrugged again, pulled from his front pocket one of his pens and a pad of paper from his back pocket, scribbled some words, then handed it to her. "Rachel, I am mute." "Oh." Rachel spoke slowly, mouthing her words very carefully, making sure he could see her lips. "So you are going to teach me about dream magic." Again he scribbled on a piece of paper, his smile gone. It read, "Not deaf." Rachel dragged her hand across her face, embarrassed. The elevator came to a stop and the doors opened. The two walked out. She has given up on conversation for now. He led her into a room. This room was spacious and full of beds. Most of the beds had sleepers in them. Next to each bed was a nightstand, patient chart dangling on the end, and a small shelf space. He indicated her name on a chart on one empty bed. He then used his hands to gesture at a curtain that could be pulled around the bed for privacy. He walked away, and she was not inclined to stop him. She moved the curtain in what little privacy she could have. After she put her things away on the shelf space, she examined the chart. Name, Rachael Castaigne. Age, 20. Level, novice. Days remaining, 30. Occupation, unemployed. Blood type, A positive. Mentor, Dr. Philip Olaf. Allergens, none. The following pages were an empty dream log. She opened the curtain, and someone was standing there, casually leaning against the bed frame of the adjacent bed. "Hello there!" with a tone giving away his sexual intentions. Rachel raised an eyebrow. "My name is Jeremy. You must be..." He glanced at the chart. "Rachel!" "Jeremy, I'm pretty busy. You'll have to talk to me later," was the only thing Rachel could think of to ditch this creep. His hair was unkempt. His posture was atrocious. She walked past him, looking for Dr. Olaf. "No problem. I'll see you in your dreams." His voice had no sarcasm. Rachel turned back around with a confused look in her eyes. He was already walking away himself. "Dr. Olaf?" Rachel's voice echoed. Everything was slanted or curved in a strange fashion. "Yes, Rachel, it's me. What do you want?" His voice echoed. But he was nowhere to be seen. "Where are you? I'm confused. What's going on?" The room vibrated, and Dr. Olaf walked in, but he was walking on the ceiling. "I'm right here." His arms were stretched out, waving to her. "Wait, you can talk?" "Here I can." "What spell did you use to be up there?" she asked. He laughed and smiled for the first time since she first met him.
This is no spell, and I am a bit surprised you have not figured it out yet. Do you know where you are? This looks like the front desk, but everything looks different. You aren't at the front desk. You're in your bed, sleeping. We're having a lucid dream. Most of my dreams are lucid like this, and it requires no magic to do. If you train yourself hard enough for years, you could achieve this. In this sleeping state, we could do more than we could do with magic in the waking world. I've done this before. How do I do this? She stepped towards him. You're doing it now, but I'm not doing anything. Rachael, it's a dream. Oh. The thought sunk in. She looked up to him and started jumping, but her jumps were normal and she remained on the ground. Have faith in yourself, Rachael. Believe you can do anything, because here you can. He turned around and ran back through the door he just entered from without looking back. Like George Michael said, I gotta have faith. She crouched down, placed her hands on the ground, then did a handstand, swinging her feet straight above her head. She bent her arms down, then pushed herself up, springing into the air. Her feet landed on the ceiling. Wow! She remarked as she was now standing on the ceiling. Mr. Olaf, wait up! She ran after him. Doctor! He gleefully shouted back at her. Right? Sorry, Doctor! She shouted ahead of herself. She couldn't see him, though. Suddenly, she was in a meadow, running through tulips. What? She exclaimed, but didn't stop running forward. Just up ahead, she saw him sitting atop a park bench in a small clearing. She ran to him, short of breath. He was meditating with his legs crossed. He opened his eyes to look at her, then chuckled. What's so funny? You? His laughter grew. His legs unwound as his body relaxed. What about me? Rachael was still breathing heavily. He fell over and off the table. His body slunk onto the ground as he doubled over, laughing all the harder. You aren't actually breathing. He calmed himself, still chuckling, and stood up, wiping dirt from his clothes. What are you... Oh, right, a dream. Well, you don't have real dirt on your clothes, so there. Touché. All right, Rachael. Now, you have some understanding of our lucid state. I'm going to teach you how to best charge our magic. He grabbed Rachael by the wrist, waved with his other hand, and the field vanished, replaced by an endless scene of floating balls of light. Each light shimmered and glowed on its own. Some lights shone rapidly, while others remained constantly bright. Some twinkled in and out of existence. The sight spanned in every direction. There was no horizon. Both of these people were floating in the air. The twinkling lights and the endless sky amazed Rachael with its beauty and serenity. This is amazing. What is this? This, Rachael, is where we can do the most good with our dream magic. In our lucid state, we can enter anyone's or anything's dream. We can interact with them however we want. Our capabilities are limited in there. Remember, in their dreams, they are gods, even if they do not realize it. Look at this one, for example. He pointed to a very bright nearby light. This particular person is having a good dream. The brighter the light, the stronger the dream. It is usually best to stay out of those because we could do more harm than good. However, for the purposes of teaching safety to you, we'll start there. Rachael looked down and saw that he had not let go of her wrist the whole time. Is this place dangerous, or is he worried about me? That's correct, Rachael, he said. You can hear my thoughts? You'll learn how to do that too. We'll get there. For now, let's go inside. He moved into the light, his body floating. He pulled the non-resistant Rachael with him. The scene changed. Rachael did not doubt they were in the dream,
but she had no idea what to expect. He said it was a good dream, so I don't need to be scared. Dr. Olaf did not respond to her thoughts this time. Everything was bright, but that brightness was short-lived. Sound was first recognized. There was a panting sound made by people, along with moans of ecstasy. The light softened, revealing the room they occupied. Rachel, I am speaking to you telepathically. Do not speak out loud. We don't want him to be aware of our presence just yet. I had to use a little magic to keep us concealed. Rachel gasped at the sight. Naked bodies glided across other naked bodies, genitals thrusted in every direction. Dozens of people were engaged in every possible sex act. A man was hammering his penis inside of another man from behind. Both looked overjoyed at their experience. Two women were orally pleasing one another, while men or women were behind them, thrusting their own genitals inside. Almost everyone had their mouths full. It was impossible to tell who was a man and who was a woman. There were 2 groups of 2, 3 groups of 3, 4 groups of 5, and the rest were moving too much to count their numbers. The first group consisted of 2. The one that was doing the fucking had 2 penises pushing inside of the fuckee's vagina and ass. Looking at the other group of 2, and the one with the penis had their genitals in a small metal cage, while the one on top pounded away at their anus while something that looked like a dick but wasn't. The anus transformed into a vagina mid-thrust. Rachel stared at it, fascinated and confused. Eventually, she tore her eyes away and looked at the other groups within this massive orgy. I've never imagined anything like this, Rachel thought. I know. First time I came across one of these, it blew my mind too. Whoever this dreamer is, they are incredibly imaginative. Well, are you ready to join? What? Rachel could not help her outburst. She cringed back, regretting it. Olaf let go of her wrist and placed his hand on her shoulder. Rachel, he whispered, you don't ever have to do anything you don't want to do. In fact, we can leave here any time we want. This is a dream, though. No risk of pregnancy or STDs, but I understand if you aren't ready for an experience like this. He looked at her, curious, but scared face. Rachel, I've met some of our kind that are so desperate to charge their magic that they blow anyone off just to do it. I'm going to teach you how to avoid that sort of risky life. He retracted his hand, but slid down and gently took hers into his own. The moment you want to leave, simply think it, and it will be over. The 2 began removing their dream clothes while moving towards the orgy. Each article vanished the moment they let it go. The 2 gleefully rushed forward, giggling and laughing. Rachel no longer felt the anxiety. Olaf released his grip, and she glided into the middle of the group of 7 men. It happened naturally. No awkward movements. She, without any problem, fit right in. There was no pain as she feared from being penetrated, but she knew this was but a dream, so she accepted it openly and fully. The man that was face to face with her and inside of her smiled as he began to shift, and Rachel saw his hair grow out, his stature shrink, his chest hair retracted, and muscles faded. His rough exterior became feminine. He or she looked identical to Rachel. Her eyes widened with surprise. The sensation of having another inside of her was replaced by the opposite, and she felt herself inside of this doppelganger before her. Rachel looked down and realized she was the man fucking herself. The sensation of the man inside of a woman overwhelmed her. It wasn't scary at all. Everything flowed so naturally in this strange dream world. Rachel didn't even notice Dr. Olaf in the distance, standing, watching alongside another whose face was undetectable. Rachael felt someone enter her from behind. Then the person in front of her vanished, and she felt her body shift back into a woman's body. A woman was crouched down, face smothered in Rachael's crotch. The pleasure was too intense. She looked back to see the face of who was inside of her. It was Jeremy. From just before the dream, he was smiling, a "I told you so" sort of smile. She was overcome with disgust. Rachael screamed, "I want out!" With a face drenched in sweat, she lifted her upper half up, breathing heavily. Her nightgown soaked. "What? Where? How? Where am I?" Olaf rushed to her from an adjacent bed. He cradled her head in her arms, soothing her. She continued to breathe, still feeling the dream. It slowly faded, as dreams did. With her ragged breath, she finally replied, "What happened? How did Jeremy?" Jeremy popped his head over the curtain. He was smiling. "That was great!" With an angry glare, Olaf waved him away. Jeremy shrugged and lowered his head back down. "Were we in his dream?" Rachael asked. Olaf took out his notepad and scribbled, "It's not too surprising. He is sleeping next to you, and he is a wizard like us. Sneaky little devil must have created that dream, then redirected us to it. It's not that hard to do. I'll show you how to do it eventually." "How did any of that happen?" Rachael asked. Again, he wrote, "Well, it's not hard for us to create dreams. Redirecting dreams, like I said, isn't hard either. Are you okay, Rachael? Did Jeremy hurt you? Is he one of the... He is one of the better students here, and his magic can only be charged with doing good, just like everyone else." Rachael shuddered. "I just didn't expect him, is all. He's a bit creepy." "Hey!" came Jeremy's outburst from the other side. Olaf stomped his foot and threw a nearby book in Jeremy's direction. It missed, but his point was made. Then Olaf wrote, "But you don't feel violated at all, right?" "No, just startled." She calmed herself. "I'm all right now." Rachael moved away from Dr. Olaf. "I have never even imagined anything like that before. I turned into a man, then back into me. I have never even thought about being a woman, being with a woman, and yet there I was with a woman. This is all too strange for me. Maybe I'll stay away from weird sex dreams from now on." Rachael felt Jeremy's disappointment from the other side of the curtain. Olaf frowned, but nodded his understanding, then wrote, "That's just fine, Rachael. Never do anything you're not comfortable with, all right? Over the next few weeks, if you're a fast learner, I'll teach you so much more about dreams." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Darkness and Light. "So dream magic isn't as overjoyous as you thought. You know that guy dream raped you, right?" Thyme said. Rachael looked away. "I don't know. I did willingly enter that orgy." Thyme shook his head. "Did you feel strange? I mean, obviously the whole thing was strange, but did you feel strange as in calm and open to it?" "Yes. How did you know?" Rachael said. "Because he used magic to calm you. It's obvious. I've seen warlocks do it in order to lure victims. We do it to charge our magic. This Jeremy did it for his own perversion." Rachael frowned, saddened by this revelation. Then she shook her head. "Enoch Bowen?" Changed the subject just like that? "Look, I'm not going to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. You don't have to tell me. It's fine." He clutched his own chin. "All right, Enoch Bowen and..." "The Church of the Starry Wisdom." That was what the sign above this old cathedral said. Enoch Bowen has taken an old Catholic church and perverted it, dedicating it to his god Nyarathotep. Prior to walking in, he saw scattered people on the streets, averting their eyes and refusing to look up upon this place. The massive iron door opened with no difficulty. The inside was difficult to see. Only the moonlight from outside allowed for the slightest amount of illumination. Walking in, the door shut on its own behind him.
So,
the voice echoed in such a way that the location was impossible to discern.
My new student has arrived.
Yes, sir. Thyme's voice was feeble. Some kind of fear lurked and loomed in every direction. Are there monsters in those shadows? He thought.
You are scared. You do not feel comfortable in the darkness,
the indiscernible voice called out. I cannot see, sir.
And that frightens you.
Some moonlight did pierce through the slits of the curtains and blinds from scattered windows. Enough light was available to make out shapes alone. Chairs, pews, tables, and pillars were detected. Some shadows moved or gave the appearance of movement. Well, the loss of my ability to see does not tend to leave a great deal of terrible possibilities. The voice laughed. Forgive me, sir, but are you Enoch Bowen?
I am.
The only thing I understand about darkness is the absence of light. How is this magic to us? Again the voice laughed, a mocking, ominous laughter.
That is what science tells us, isn't it? Tell me, how have you gotten this far and still cling to science?
What do you mean, sir?
Science tells us that magic is not real, and yet you know it is.
Thyme did not know how to respond.
Throw it all away, child. Embrace the darkness. Accept Nyarathotep's gift.
The voice felt closer. Thyme blinked, attempting to have his eyes adjust to what little light was available. Only then did he notice that the man stood directly before him. Thyme flinched back momentarily, then regained his composure.
You rely too much on the blasphemous sense of sight to truly see.
Do I keep my eyes shut, then? Thyme closed his eyes, then felt compelled to explain himself. So that I don't use them?
You concentrate on your lack of sight by forcing your eyes closed. It is a start, but it will distract and hinder you from utilizing darkness to its fullest.
How do I not use my eyes any more than closing them, sir?
You can always do what I did.
The man leaned forward, allowing a ray of moonlight to touch his face. Thyme saw the man's face in full detail. At this, Thyme gasped at the sight of a man with empty hollows where eyes should be was grotesque, to say the least. Sir, I can't. Thyme's voice was hoarse. Enoch laughed again. He pulled his face back, and while walking away, he spoke.
Very well, few are willing to embrace true darkness. Nyarathotep's full power is only possible for those willing to prove themselves. Fret not, child, for you can still learn much, even if not the greatest. You may still learn.
Thyme followed the sound of the voice. He kept his eyes closed, trying to embrace the darkness as best he could. While walking, something brushed up against him. It could not have been Enoch. His voice was ahead. Sir, are we alone here?
Alone? I am never alone, child, for I am one with the darkness.
He brushed up against something else, causing him to cease his movement, primarily out of fear, but also out of worry he might bump into a wall. Things brushed up against his unmoving body, and fear gripped him. What is here? A dry, hoarse whisper. Sir, I think I need some water. He felt even thirstier. Something slithered up his leg, and another something glided past his left side. Sir, what is around me? He nervously asked. His tone wavered, almost stuttering.
Just blessed darkness. The same darkness that is under a child's bed, in a dark alley, and in deep, long-forgotten corners of the earth. Are you doing this? What is touching me? He felt the slithering things wrap around most of his body. His hands struggled to move on their own. Even his neck had the things wrapped around, but not squeezing. Accept fear and a Nyarathotep. Embrace the darkness. How? His entire body could no longer move. Every inch of his body was engulfed. He felt it moving across his face, forcing itself into his mouth and nose and ears. Accept it, my child. Thyme's voice failed, as there was no room for words to exit his throat. Okay, I accept it. Nothing happened. The unknown continued to move over and into his body. Enoch Bowen said nothing. Thyme's paralyzed body could no longer move. He still struggled against whatever this was. Somehow the thirst was every bit as pressing as his inability to move by this force. He couldn't speak. The restraints squeezed like a snake coiled around an animal to consume it. He felt the things tighten all around himself. He continued to fight it. Enoch Bowen said nothing. It brought him down to his knees. He opened his eyes. The pupils were enlarged due to his so much darkness around him. The slightest sliver of moonlight from before was naturally bright. He saw the shadows wrapped around his person. As desperation caused his body to naturally thrash about and lose control, Thyme fought not the darkness, but his body's natural responses. He forced his body to become limp. The darkness slowly relaxed, letting him go after uncoiling and slithering back to unseen corners. Thyme coughed for a bit, then stood back up, feeling his neck. The thirst remained, but was not as strong. Very good, child. Those that refuse the darkness will die from it. Accept Nyarathotep's will without question, and you will prosper. Enoch turned away and continued to walk away. Let that be your first lesson. For what it's worth, about half of my students die at that part. He turned a corner into a room in the back of this chapel. Congratulations! He shouted back at Thyme before disappearing. This isn't going to be easy. He felt stupid for thinking the obvious. How many times am I going to almost die here prior to making some mild mistake that will get me killed? Thyme eventually made it to where he stayed. The room was dark, but had food, water, and a bed. The room actually had a lamp. It worked, and when the light went on, shadows from either rats or demons, they scattered before they could be identified. You have 1 week, Enoch began, to get accustomed to the darkness. That lamp is temporary. You see, I am not without mercy. You must be weaned into darkness. On the next day, Thyme walked out of the room and into the dark hallway. It was not long before he was lost roaming the halls. The church could not span more than 6 rooms in any given direction, and yet Thyme did not make any turns down this long, lightless hallway. For 20 minutes, he pushed through the darkness that did not attack or even threaten him as it did first. Mr. Bowen? He called out. There was no answer. After an hour of walking in a straight line, he accepted that he must be lost. He stopped walking. Am I even on Earth? He looked around in vain at the complete darkness. The past hour he has fought the urge to use a flashlight in his pocket. His hand gripped it in his pocket, but let it go, leaving it pocketed. He turned around, back the way he came, only to bump into a wall. Doing so, he let out, "Ouch! What the hell?" He wasn't injured in any sense. The ouch was reactionary. His hands touched the wall that could not possibly have been there, and yet here it was. His return path literally blocked. He turned to the right. The wall continued. Feeling around as he turned, the wall turned as well. It wasn't actively moving, but stood as if it was always there.
When Thyme realized that he had moved 360 degrees full circle and felt nothing but walls, he knew he was trapped in a small room that had sprouted around him unseen. He took out the flashlight. His eyes confirmed the enclosed wall. The faded wallpaper and paintings on each of the 4 walls confirmed via sight that he was in a windowless, doorless room that 5 feet by 5 feet. I must not panic. He placed a hand on the wall. With his other hand, he turned the flashlight off. Enoch said I must embrace the darkness. Then he held the flashlight in front of his face, still turned off. He could not see it, but felt it with his fingers. This isn't some kind of rely on my other senses or grow a sixth sense sort of thing. This is literally a place your faith and life into the hands of Nyarathotep and embrace the darkness sort of thing. His face contorted at the thought into confusion. Not at the situation, but how he worded his thoughts. Sort of thing? This is completely new. There is no other thing like this. What the fuck do I mean, embrace the darkness sort of thing? This isn't normal, let alone possible. He shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts. Still holding the flashlight, he chucked it. It did not bounce off of the wall his hand was touching. He heard it land in the distance. Thyme sat down on the floor of the enclosed room. He crossed his legs and began meditating. I accept this. Very good, the voice of Enoch Bowen after 3 minutes. The direction was indiscernible. Thyme kept his eyes closed. So now that I embrace the darkness, what do I do? He said as he slowly stood up. Have you truly embraced the darkness? All you did was accept the darkness because of your situation. I have abandoned light. I'm keeping my eyes, but you have my faith regardless. Thyme proved his point by taking a step forward. He did not bump into the wall, but proceeded forward like before. When will you teach me how to use this magic? Enoch chuckled. You do not use the magic. It uses you. A submission theme, Thyme thought. After 3 more days, the lamp was gone. Thyme noticed, but didn't object. He encountered Enoch only once a day. During all of this, no other students were discovered. Sir? Thyme said. Yes, child, Enoch replied. Why are you the only person I have encountered during my entire stay here? Oh, others are here. He didn't make a sound, but Thyme felt him smiling. Is everyone secluded from one another? Am I to meet no other students? My previous instructors had me as their sole student as well. They are all around you since the moment you walked in a few days ago, Enoch said. But how? He asked. By our gods, are they the things I keep seeing but not seeing? Is our magic capable of not just controlling the darkness, but becoming it? You are not learning as fast as I thought you would. Right. I do not control the darkness. The darkness controls me, Thyme sighed. You speak in riddles, sir. Darkness can never truly be fully understood. Therefore, why should I be blunt with you? Thyme paced in the hallway. Become the darkness itself, how? He asked himself more than the instructor. When you learn that, you may see me again. That is where I will wait for you. Enoch said no more. 4 hours, Thyme walked the straight line in the endless hall. On occasion he touched an adjacent wall, but it did nothing. He said that by keeping my eyes closed, I waste my focus on that. He pulled from his pocket a handkerchief. He wrapped it around his face, making a blindfold. Well, that might help. At least I hope it does. For several more hours he continued down this hallway. Not once did he bump into a wall. Eventually, he was so used to the blindfold that he forgot about it. Thyme crouched down, feeling the ground. Normally in daylight, that is, I would have a shadow. What if the doorway to shadow is my shadow, but it's complete darkness here? I can't have a shadow. Maybe if I focus on the idea of a shadow, I could exert a bit of magic, and it could work. That just sounds like nonsense. But I don't have any other ideas. Thyme still had his hand touching the floor. With his other hand, he thrusted it down, moving it past the floor. The rest of his body followed suit, and he vanished into where a shadow would be. Ah, welcome everyone to our latest guest, Thyme, Enoch Bowen said. Applause was heard, as well as dozens of whispers all around. He heard too many voices to count. Where am I? Thyme asked. If you have to ask that, then you wouldn't be here, a voice said. Am I one with the shadows? Thyme felt a sensation of Enoch placing his hand on his shoulder. Yes, child, you are. Welcome to the realm of shadows and darkness. Here we are beings of purity. Our flesh cannot be here, so we transition to this pure state. The pure state of darkness, Thyme added. Thyme sensed Enoch nod his agreement. Already you can feel the benefit of abandoning sight altogether. You can feel your surroundings and know each and every person that is here, because here we are all one. Welcome to our family, Thyme. The words, while puzzled, really weren't. It all made perfect sense to him. They all shared one mind here, and their thoughts swirled upon one another. Their experience and so much more compounded one another. The number of warlocks here fluctuated. People came and went constantly. New thoughts were replaced when someone left. This is overwhelming, sir, Thyme said. You will not only get used to it, but cherish it. Here is bliss. From there, darkness was so easy to master. A fully adult Thyme said to Rachael, both back at the diner. That one doesn't sound as bad as the others. I mean, it would terrify me, and anyone, really. Thyme, you're brave for going through with that. You don't have to risk so much for... never mind. Sorry. Yes, never mind indeed, Rachael. Your turn. Light and Matt Gargan. Oh, yes. The opposite of darkness, in terms of magic, is light. Rachael leaned back, trying to relax. Matt was not strange or eccentric or overly kind like many of the others. Light magic isn't a riddle or puzzle, and it didn't even confuse me at all. I had to travel to Myrtle Beach, of all places. Hey, 2 for 1 special on seashells, a man shouted at Rachael. She cocked her head in confusion. But this is a beach. I could just walk over there and gather them myself. Ah, you could, but I saved you the trouble. Only the finest shells here. He spread his hands out with a prideful gesture over the seashell-covered table. They were organized from smallest to largest. He sat in his chair and picked up a paintbrush and a half-painted shell. Oh? How much are the painted ones? Rachael asked. These are not for sale. I like them too much. Wouldn't the painted ones sell better than the plain ones? He shrugged. Colors I find too valuable to exchange for money. Why is that? She asked. He put down the unfinished shell and brush, then picked up a crystalline object. He held it up so light passed through it, creating a prismatic effect. You see, Rachael, colors are light, and light is everything. Rachael took a step back. How did you know my name? He extended his free hand through the rainbow. The colors swirled around his hand, moving and combining into a miniature pony that came to life on his palm.
Whoa, how are you doing that? A nearby patron asked. Holographic projector. You can get 'em at Radio Shack. The vendor shooed the onlooker away with a smile. Mr. Gargan? Rachael asked after the onlooker moved on, shrugging. Matt Gargan nodded, still smiling. He put on a straw hat. It's just you and me, Rach. Can I call you Rach? He didn't wait for her to say yes or no. So, Rach, light is all around us, and with it we can do anything. He spun around, waving his hand, and glided a few inches from the ground. Holy crap, how are you doing that? A different onlooker inquired. Parkour, Matt said, and then did it again. A small crowd was gathering, watching his showmanship. Matt moved his body unrealistically, but wiggled his legs just right to make his magic look like acts of dexterity. He flipped forwards and backwards. He did this until the crowd got bored and moved on. Then he settled next to Rachael, and the two walked. He whispered in her ear, I haven't exercised in over 23 years. I barely moved a muscle. Don't you perceive that as a waste of magic? Rachael asked. Not in the least. You see, this place is ideal for charging on magic. People come here to feel joy. It doesn't take much to improve their day. Why, this morning a little girl wanted a shell and had no money, so I gave her a bag full. By giving away your product, how do you make money and survive? I don't need anything, Rachael. Light provides. How do you pay for food? I don't. I haven't eaten since I mastered light. I have learned how to photosynthesis. Well, that's amazing. So you don't have to kill to survive? You are literally above the human race on the morality scale. He nodded and changed the subject. Aside from moving my body any other direction with light, I can also, as you saw me do with the pony, make anything look like anything. Also amazing, she admitted. Eventually, you work hard enough, you can learn the greatest of light magic. Rachael tried to hide her excitement. Her eyes were wide open, but her voice remained steady. And what's that, Mr. Gargan? Please, just Matt. You should know by now that all of us prefer informality. Right, Matt. Sorry. He waved dismissively. The greatest thing you can do with light is alteration and conjuration. I can change one thing into another thing, and more impressively, I can turn sunlight and make it into anything I want. Come, let's go to my place. She stopped walking, unsure. Matt, I don't think we should. He laughed and pulled his hat over his embarrassed face. Oh, no, it's not like that, I promise. She hefted a sigh of relief and continued walking with him down the beach. What do you think? Should it be here? He pointed directly in front of them at the sand, then shifted his finger to the right. Or here. Should what be there? My home, silly Jilly. She did not hide her confusion. Okay, fine, you're right. Here. He pointed at the sand. Magic exited his fingertip and sprayed the area. A door appeared. He opened the door, and even though there was nothing but a door there, through the doorway was the entryway to the inside of a home. Aren't you worried someone will see? She asked. All things seen can only be seen through light. I've been doing this for a very long time. Some things are done automatically, like when I do light like this. He walked inside and waited for her to follow. No one can see this place but you and I. She followed, and the door shut behind her. Aren't you worried someone might stumble into your door by accident? I would if it were there. He chuckled. She turned around and opened the door. The driveway and front lawn before her was not the beach, and the sun was in a different place in the sky. Where are we? Nebraska. Property is really cheap here because nothing's here. My nearest neighbor is a mile east or west. I can't remember. Rachael shut the door. So light can teleport us? Not exactly. To do what we just did, isn't instant movement. It feels like it, though, doesn't it? What I did was grab onto the light from the sun and move us to a different place the light from the sun is touching in that very same moment. So you can only teleport where the sun is shining, and only if it's shining on you at the same time? Yes, but that's not teleporting. We simply move at the speed of light. I don't understand the difference. He shrugged. Well, you might one day. He put a straw hat on, the coat rack nailed into the wall, and walked into the living room. What if it's a cloudy day, or it's nighttime and you need to use your magic? Very good question, Rach. Well, in such an emergency, I could use the light of a candle, but it won't be nearly as powerful as the sun. Aren't flashlights brighter? He cringed. I can't do anything with artificial man-made light. It doesn't hurt me, but it's useless in the ways of magic. He taught me a lot and never hit on me. I was honestly worried about that, Rachael said to Thyme. Do you think he might have been gay? Thyme asked. Why do men always assume that? I didn't, I asked. Rachael sighed. I have more faith in humanity. I believe it's quite possible for a man and a woman to be friends and never take advantage of one another sexually. Sorry, I wasn't trying to get into a philosophical discussion. Forget what I asked. He sipped from his drink. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Degradation and Empowerment. What happened after that? Rachael asked. It's hard to say, but I won't. In the darkness, it's hard to tell what's real and what's imagination. What monsters did I make up, and which monsters did I actually interact with? Thyme shook his head, dismissing the thought. Rachael sipped her drink. You traveled very far after that. To Romanian lands, right? Yes. The foreign language was not so difficult to learn. Here, though, was probably the worst. Thyme raised an eyebrow at the prospect of where he was and what he was doing. The thought of actually being in an actual Transylvanian castle was a cheesy thought, to say the least. He's explored a great deal of pop culture, literature, both classic and modern, the sciences, and of course these dark arts. He was on a train contemplating what he was doing. The mountains in the background behind the country scene during the sundown was a beautiful sight to behold. He stared at it, feeling comfort at the serenity. This barren frenzy is one I must go to in order to learn about Hastur and the ways of degradation magic. This thought sickens me. This feels cliché. Am I going to approach a castle that is in ruins, knock on the dilapidated door, be greeted by some shambling horror, and then fight for my very life to not become some ghoul myself, at the mercy of this vampire thing? Is he a vampire? He's lived for centuries. Firenze thrives on the powers of Hastur. He must be some kind of thing. What will he do with me? No, they need me for some sinister purpose, and it can't be here. This is just another stop on my long journey. The train came to a stop at a small station with nothing more than a shack and a stepladder. Thyme hesitated to exit. He looked to the conductor, questioning. The man nodded his head, answering the silent question, confirming that this was indeed his stop. No words were exchanged. Thyme disembarked. The train did not wait for him. His single bag rested by his feet. This region was forested. Most of the view was blocked by trees. The road, however, was visible, as well as the single sedan that waited. The driver, at sight of Thyme, rushed over to him by foot. This man was finely dressed and wore a smile. You must be Thyme, sir, the driver said. Here, let me take your bag, sir. The man immediately picked up the bag and moved the car to place it in the trunk. A car? I was expecting a horse-drawn carriage. A what? Sorry, sir, we will have to make do with this for transport.
He held the back seat door open for Thyme. This black sedan was nondescript on the outside. On the inside, however, it had leather seating, air and heat controls, all the comforts one could install in such a vehicle. One compartment held a minibar with as wide a variety of alcoholic drinks as could be provided, including a bottle of scotch, not the cheap stuff either. Thyme considered having his first drink, then shook his head, thinking better of it. On the drive, the stranger said very little. He only responded when Thyme asked a question. "How long is the ride?"
1.5 hours, sir.
"How long have you lived here in Transylvania?"
My entire life, sir.
"Anything interesting besides the scenery?"
Yes, sir. We have great nature walks, historical sites, and culture.
Vampires?
No, sir.
He said in a humorless tone. "Do you get asked that one frequently?"
No, sir. Though tourists do tend to ask or say such things.
They arrived, and it was not the run-down, dilapidated site Thyme expected. The landscape was well taken care of. Trees were all perfectly trimmed, the vast lawn spread wide in every direction. Paths protruded throughout, leading to any place one might desire to walk to, thus giving no cause to walk on this well-kept lawn. Short square bushes lined the paths. The castle itself looked modern. Some of the stones were from the original structure that once stood here. Most of it, however, was fresh, giving signs of good plumbing, electricity, and insulation all throughout this castle. Gargoyles perched atop the pillars on the top corners, both new and old. The new ones were easy to spot. The stone was darker from less exposure to the sun. The driver led Thyme to the front door. He held the door open.
Master Thyme, welcome.
Thyme walked in. The inside was just as decorative as the outside. While there were antiques and a few old oddities here and there, the majority of everything furnished and placed was modern and new. 90% of everything in sight could not be less than 5 or 6 years old. Even the grandfather clock standing in the back of the entryway between the double stairs going up to the second floor might as well still have had the price tag on it. Thyme was in awe of the unexpected sight. He even breathed a sigh of relief. His attention was stolen by the driver.
This way, sir, to your quarters.
He was led up one of the double stairwells and down a corridor, passing at least a dozen different rooms. The man opened the door.
Here is where you will stay, Master Thyme. Your private bath should have anything you might need. Servants will clean and restock it daily during your studies with Master Ferenzi. Should you need anything, there is a phone next to the bed and a button next to that which will immediately bring someone to you. Is there anything you need, Master Thyme?
Where is the Baron?
He will ring for you when you are needed.
The man left. This room had anything one could desire to keep themselves occupied, distracted, and content. A big screen TV with all the channels from around the world, an expensive computer with high-speed internet, and staff waiting hand and foot were available by the mere push of a button. This was the most accommodated Thyme has ever been treated, and probably ever will be treated. He picked up the remote for the television, squinted his eyes, and shook his head. Thinking better of it, he returned the remote to the resting place. "I shouldn't waste time," he laughed. "Time shouldn't waste time." He chuckled, then walked out of his room. The look of surprise on his face at the unexpected sight of a man in a custom-trimmed yellow pinstripe on a black suit leaning against the wall, clearly waiting for him. His hair was well groomed, parted on the right, with water or gel keeping it in place. He wore a ring on the middle finger of each hand. The rings had a yellow gem. Round his neck and dangling in front of his tucked-in tie was a small, curious yellow pendant. "Right to work we go. Too much to do and too little time to do it." The man stood up straight. "I've heard from others that you're squeamish. No worries, I'll get you calloused up soon enough.
Soon, would you rather torture yourself or someone else? You can do either one. What? Thyme said. The man let out a dry laugh. I assume you're Baron Ferenzi? Thyme extended his hand for a handshake. The man walked away from Thyme without looking back. He raised his hand, signaling him to follow. None of that nonsense pleasantries. They walked downstairs into another room. The door was closed with a sigil etched into the center of the door. Ferenzi placed his hand on the sigil. It lit up, and the door vanished. The two walked in. Lesson 1. Do you recognize the yellow sign? Was it on the door? Yes. Did you know that prior to this moment? No, sir. A pity. I'm going to give you some reading to do in your spare time, which will be sooner than you think. They stopped at a bookshelf. He pulled out 2 books. One was a thin paperback. The other was a thick tome bound in leather with the yellow sign on the cover. Read the thin one first. It's easy, light. You'll like it. It's even entertaining. Thyme took the books. A quick glance at the thin book cover and inner cover read, The King in Yellow by Sir Robert Chambers, 1895. The other book emitted an almost tangible fear. Thyme did not open the second one. You will know by the time you finish those 2 books all you will ever need to know about my Lord Master Hastur. Come this way. They walked down the stone corridor, further down an incline that Thyme deduced comprised the majority of the basement of this castle. They passed by several torture chambers that included, to no surprise of Thyme, the same sort of chains manacles dangling from the walls. Tables showing knives, both surgical and non-surgical alike. One room had a bucket of water and a large manacled table for water torture. An enclosed rubber room was there as well. Ferenzi led Thyme into an empty room, save 1 chair and 1 table. He motioned for Thyme to walk in, then closed the door behind him. A locking sound was heard. Take all the time you need. Baron Ferenzi then walked away. Thyme sighed, then formed a sad, unsurprised smirk. He doesn't waste any time. Just me and these books. He finished the thin book in a little under 2 hours, after which he stood up, stretching, attempting to reconcile his entrapment, and while the book was good, boredom ensnared him. The thick book looked like it could take weeks to read all the way through. Even in a trapped enclosure like this, with only this book, it would take far longer than Thyme had. He felt around the room, touching the walls, parts of the floor, essentially examining in full detail his small surroundings. The door was undoubtedly locked. Thyme checked several times. It was made of thick iron. The stone walls were also far too durable, thus ensuring his inescapable situation. Finally, accepting that there was no other choice, he sat down to read that other book. The very touch of this book sent shivers down his spine. When he opened it, the cover page had the same title as the former, The King in Yellow. He cocked his head in mild confusion, even glancing at the other book to confirm the identical name. There was no author or publication date on this one. The King in Yellow was a book about a book by the same name that drives men insane upon reading it. Could this actually be the aforementioned book? Thyme turned the page. As he did so, he no longer perceived outside of this book. There was no behind him, there was no under him. The left and right did not exist, as were above and below. It was as if this book was all that existed. Even the table it sat upon faded out of focus. Thyme was incapable of looking away. He could not feel the chair on which it sat. He found himself reading the book, uncontrollably flipping page after page. The first page showed the same yellow sign that was on the earlier door, except he felt it invading his mind, burning into his memory, permanently making the mark upon his very soul. His fingers drew onto the table the yellow sign. He left no mark, but he knew his fingers moved on their own, controlled by an unseen and unknown force. The intricacies of this yellow sign were becoming a part of him. The color yellow, which was in this book, periodically looked different. Yellow was no longer yellow, and will never be seen the same again. His eyes widened at the revelation and truth that could never be unseen. Yellow pulsated with a grotesque malignance that will always show itself to him. My God, I can see it. It was always there, just in the color. How did I never see it? How does no one see this? Thyme wanted nothing more than to look away. His eyes failed his command, and his mind continued to drink from this forbidden knowledge. The following section was about Hastur himself, his history, and his hatreds. Cthulhu and Hastur were rivals, though they were never truly destroyed one another. They thwarted one another in any way they could. Hastur came from beyond the stars, from a place unfathomable by the human mind. Thyme, through reading this book, actually peeked into the far-off place. It was akin to a different dimension, but that was not fully true. It was both here and not here. It was far away physically, mentally, and something Thyme could not describe. Even while actively looking directly at it, the shapes and forms were non-Euclidean and spiraled away from understanding by his feeble senses. Hastur had a physical form, if he so chose, shaped like a man but unrecognizable as a man. His physical form was robed in golden yellow robes. He wore a silken yellow mask. These things could not fully hide his wormy features. Behind that mask, though, through the slits between mask and robes, his putrid details writhed in undeniable disgust at anything Thyme might find comforting. Hastur was the god of degradation. His powers thrived in anything that mutated from their natural form. Anything that disgusted the common man pleased him. From the simple maggot fly changing into its adult form all the way to human suffering and perversion, this god had dominion. A sense of hours passed on this first section alone flowed into section 3 of the manuscript. The ways of degradation in their full description, capability, and potential were written. Thyme was forced to read these horrid words. He winced at their meaning. He actually felt his brain losing itself, not to insanity, but filling up with this knowledge as if the book was copying itself like a computer copied a file. Unlike a computer, though, Thyme knew this cannot be deleted. These methods of pleasing Hastur dominated his consciousness. They showed him how to charge his magic in the name of the King in Yellow. His hands trembled as he turned to the 4th section deep in the book. Here spells were present, revealing to him how to employ the magic. He knew his eyes were reading the words, but he saw, heard, felt, and interacted physically some place else. He moved about as a second person or in a second body, all the while reading. This other body moved by its own will. His cognition split. The second self was standing on a surface that was unknown yellow material. Strange shapes floated and lingered all around him. Stairs led up or down directly in front of him. This second self had no sense of direction as he willed his body forward. Is this a body? He could not tell. All around him were shining objects of a never-before-seen color mixed with the now visible putrid version of yellow. Those objects were stationary, but danced on their own. No wind was felt. These things wiggled and pulsated. Their forms were gelatinous and spectral. The gelatinous-colored balls hummed in a sound that was different from auditory, not quite mental either. The sounds they exhumed were disturbing in their strangeness. Thyme reached to one. It writhed as he came closer. The jelly thing was pierced by his finger the moment he felt it. The jelly thing accepted his touch, stopped dancing and humming. It shot out tendrils from itself. Those tendrils wrapped around Thyme's hand. They slithered further up his arm, growing more tendrils. In the process, he tried to pull back. It was of no avail. The thing had a firm hold upon him, and it would not let go. The touch gave a burning sensation on both the touched portions of his body and on his very mind. Something slithered in his mind the further the thing arched across his body. A memory within his mind, one of a pleasant afternoon playing a child's game with other children. It being pushed out of his mind as this jelly thing took its place. The memory faded into oblivion. Upon any attempt to recall the casual childhood memory, only this jelly thing's hum was all that could be felt, seen, heard, or known. What is this? The jelly thing was gone, permanently etched in his mind. Time stopped moving around. Far in the distance, he felt, not saw, a presence watching him. Is that Baron Ferenzi? He looked at his hands. The burn marks were disappearing right before his eyes. What did that thing do? He thought of the memory, and thought of the jelly thing. It was not alive, but nor was it not alive either. The thing in his mind, somehow Time knew what it was. Pain. This thing was pain incarnate. Pain not as neurons would interpret, but a way to conjure pain upon another, a way to manipulate and create pain upon others, or himself if he so desired. Is this the magic? Horrid magic? The thing actually became a part of me. I have to give up parts of myself in order to learn this magic. Time commanded his body to sit down on this impossible ground. He crossed what must be his legs and attempted to focus. I cannot lose all of myself to this. I must keep at least part of me before I leave here. I have only known pain, agony, and misery. There is one thing in my life that to me, good or just or worth something. Rachael, I cannot let this magic take from me my memory of her. He built a mental barrier around those memories of his twin sister. Using the power of Cthulhu, the god of nightmares, this barrier was built. It expended all of the remaining magic within his soul to do this, so Time felt his precious memories were safeguarded. There was something else he felt as well. The force that was watching him was angered. Far in the distance, large, solid, red eyes glared at Time with a fury that made no sound. He felt them penetrating his soul with their animosity. Time avoided their gaze. He touched jelly thing after jelly thing, allowing it to seep into his mind and soul, replacing the old memories with the new magics. Pain, mutation, innervation, cancer, disease, poison. There were countless, thousands, or even millions of those jelly things humming their strange magic. One, however, pulsated and writhed, larger than the rest. This mysterious magic was nearby. Here he reached for it, then was thrusted back, far back from it. Those eyes were larger and closer as they moved him. They refused to allow Time to touch that one magic. A voice echoed, physically and mentally, booming, louder than anything Time has ever known. You have invoked his name here. Now you dare to take more from me? You shall never have the greatest gift of mine. Leave my realm and never return. Time felt his body moving wildly about in indiscernible directions. His body was being torn to shreds. The pain was too great to bear. Everything flashed, then went black. Time woke up not in the dank cell, but in the bed he was assigned to. His bag was still packed. He jumped out of bed, snatched the bag, and hurried to get out of this place. As he rushed past the kitchen towards the door, Baron Ferenzi was sitting at the table with an angry scowl across his face. He stared at Time as he attempted to flee. "What did you do in there?" he demanded. Time stopped moving, frozen in place, metaphorically. He could not tell if magic had stopped him or if natural fear held him in place. He did not know what to say. "Tell me now!" Time struggled to spit some kind of answer out. I should leave? Oh, yes, you are certainly no longer welcome here. Before you go, though, you will tell me what you did to anger Hastur. The magic, those things, they took over my mind. They were replacing my memories. He paused, attempting to formulate the next words. Ferenzi said nothing, only stared, waiting for time to say more. I couldn't let them have all of me. I had to protect part of me that is good. I invoked the power of nightmares to keep those memories safeguarded. Nightmares? Cthulhu. Ferenzi refused to finish that name. As the most loyal servant of Hastur, he dared not say the name of Hastur's enemy. That was clever, but stupid. You already knew what Hastur thought of his brother. Foolish person. You can never learn any more magic from him. What little you gained, that's it. Worse still, he will always hate you. My lord may even go so far as to curse you, kill you, or worse, get out of this house, never come back. Thyme rushed to the door, but stopped, turned back. How do I get to the train station? Get out now! Many hours did he walk to return back to the train station. That little shack and footstool. Me? Asked Rachael. Thyme looked away, cheeks red from embarrassment. I don't want to talk about it, but yes. I love you too, Thyme. Rachael stood up and hugged her brother. He tried to resist, but ultimately didn't. Their embrace was long. She eventually stepped back and wiped a tear from her eye. I keep telling everyone that there's good in you. Well, can you not do that? I am an embarrassment to my kind as it is. Rachael opened her mouth to interject, but closed it and sat down. Now it's your turn. What did you learn from Sven Ungar? Thyme said as he settled back in his chair. Well, like you, I had to travel. Sweden is nice. The plane landed. The Swiss Alps were a beautiful sight all on its own. The snow settled on top, gleamed in a bright sunlight. She stepped into a terminal, and a man held a sign with her name on it. This obviously dressed chauffeur was staring at her, looking bored. Ah, you must be. Rachael was cut off. The man replied. I'm sorry, I don't... hold on. She pulled out her translation book and flipped through pages. Jig. Okay, that means I. She flipped more pages. Snickar? The man frowned impatiently. Snickar. Ike English. He said slowly. Okay, English. Right, I got that one. Snickar Ike. Flipping more pages and sounding out of words, she finally said with an excited tone, I do not speak English. Oh, finally. He waved for her to follow. Rachael waved her hand, casting a spell. She could not speak the language. Beklager for that, she said with no difficulty. It translated to, sorry about that. Oh, so you do speak Norwegian, the man said in a respective language. Well, sort of, she said. The man shrugged, leading her to the limousine. He held the door open. She thanked him while getting in. In the foreign language, he continued the conversation. So what brings you to our fine nation, if you do not mind me asking, ma'am? I'm here for schooling. Ah, the university. We have some of the finest brain surgeons in the world. Rachael smiled and nodded, not humoring the man, but genuinely agreeing with him. Looking out the window, she thought, I wonder what it's like. They do good without a motive to empower their magic. I have faith in humanity, knowing that there are genuinely good people out there. The limo came to a stop. She grabbed her single bag and walked inside of her destination. The building was nondescript. Rachael, come on inside. We have lots of work to do, and you're just in time for an enriching experience. Thoughts were pushed into her mind. What? It took her a moment to realize the usage of telepathy. Right. I'm coming. Though I have no idea if you can even hear me verbally or mentally.
Rachael walked inside. The entryway was bland, consisting of nothing more than a coat rack. Several chairs with magazines were adjacent on a coffee table. A sign indicated a one-stall restroom, and an additional door continued into the facility. She opened the door to proceed.
Rachael, we have about to perform an advanced spell. I want you not only observe but participate,
a man said, standing in the middle of the room. He motioned for her to follow and walked through another door. She did as bidden. They were in a room that looked less modern and more arcane. Bookshelves lined the walls. Periodically, there were tables holding crystal balls, strange talismans, locked metal boxes, and even an array of crucifixes. Rachael stared at the Christian icons. She said nothing.
You're wondering why we have religious paraphernalia. No time to explain that now. The ritual awaits. Follow my instructions, and you will find this a most enlightening experience.
His excited tones were undeniable. They walked through an additional door. This new room had a circle with 3 others standing. There were 2 empty spaces that could only be for Rachael and this man that led her. He took his place in one of those spaces. She did the same in the final open space.
I've never done a ritual before, she said in English.
Her language spell has worn off.
That's fine, Rachael,
the man said in English.
Just say what we say and do what we do. The symbolism is the most important part. I need you to think good thoughts, give off positive vibes, and when we release our magic into the circle, you do the same.
Their words shifted from each participant. The man that led them spoke Latin, the next person Norwegian, the next German, the next French, and then it was Rachael's turn. She only knew English, and had no idea what the others said. She did not wish to disrupt the ritual, so she said the only words that came to mind.
Kaya be with you.
No one reacted to her words. One at a time, in the same order, they expended their magic. It left their bodies as a ball of light from their chests. Rachael did not hesitate. When it was her turn, finally, they all spoke at the same time. Rachael didn't know how, but she spoke with them, saying words in a language she did not know. The words came out naturally, with no difficulty. Rachael did not know how, but she spoke with them, saying words in a language she did not know. The words came out naturally, with no difficulty. Rachael gasped, surprised at how she did that perfectly, confused about what she just did and said. The magic in the center of the circle swirled over the object in the center, which Rachael only just now noticed. It was a sealed letter. The magic seeped into the letter, infused into it. Everyone relaxed.
Well done, Rachael. See, I knew you could do it.
He bent back down to pick up the letter and handed it to one of the others.
Take this to the student we pre-selected.
The man nodded, taking the letter, and walked away without saying a word. The others dispersed as well, leaving just Rachael and this man.
Good. Now then, I'm not sorry about that. Doing good is nothing to ever apologize, even if there is some rudeness attached. I suppose it's time for introductions. I am Sven Ungar.
He extended his hand. Rachael shook it.
I am
He cut her off.
Rachael, yes, I know.
His smile was warm.
Sir, how do we do that? How did I know that what to say and what to do? Now, Rachael, none of that formality stuff. You already know that. Please call me Sven. And to answer your question, I put that knowledge into your head.
She cocked her head, confused. You went into my head without my permission?
Sven held up his hands defensively. Oh, I did not mean anything wrong by it. I taught you how to do that ritual while you were on the plane. It's in your subconscious now. That's part of what we do here. Thank you, I guess, but please, in the future, ask Sven. Right, I understand. You should, however, understand the benefits of instant learning. Learning for books is fine and practical, I suppose. However, a huge part of empowerment magic is instant learning. The ritual we just did, for example, is 8 years worth of medical school. Right now, Henry, that's the man whom I gave the envelope to, will be giving it to a first-year student. That student will continue their medical training, but it will be accelerated, and they will go on to save many, many lives, thanks to us. Absolutely amazing, Sven. Still, I must insist on permission first. As you wish, Rachael. Well, I suppose it would be for the best to explain some of the other things I have placed in your mind. Rachael sighed, dropping her smile into a frown. I have already taught you 24 spells, rituals, and methods of changing your magic for empowerment spells. In truth, he began pacing the room. The only thing left for you to learn is just practicing using it. Those other 3 have been here less than a month. They're just practicing what I subconsciously taught them. That's wrong, Sven. Giving you knowledge is wrong? No, I mean going into a person's mind and fiddling with their memories without their permission. It's wrong. Oh, I see. Rachael, on occasion I get a student that has same problem as you. If you just looked at it from my perspective and accepted that I know what's best when it comes to this, you will benefit so much. You have a great deal of promise, young lady, and I want to help you. Rachael opened her mouth to protest, but he continued, not giving her the opportunity. Yes, it is a little immoral, I agree, but so much more efficient doing things my way. A little impropriety in exchange for some life-saving magic is nothing I have ever been sorry for. The student we did the ritual for, do they even know? Sven made a surprised face. He shook his head, dismissing the surprise. Of course not, no. The man will go on to do great things, and we made it so much easier for him to do it. I cannot believe you do not see what's wrong with this. Sven put his hand up in a halting motion. We're having a circular argument. I'll just go ahead and put the understanding into your mind for you. Rachael stepped back. No! She shouted. That's my point. You can't do that without someone's permission. It's wrong. All right, Rachael, have it your way. Well, I have already placed protections into your mind. Merely concentrate on shielding your mind, and the knowledge will come to you. He sighed. If only you understood how much faster magic is to learn when placed in advance, but I'll respect your wishes. We're just going to have to agree to disagree. Rachael shook her head and left without saying another word. Thyme was leaning back in his chair, waiting for Rachael to continue. She was staring at him. That's it? You just left before your training was completed? He said he already put the knowledge into my mind. I had no desire to stay with a person that enters my mind like that without being invited. Well, good for you for standing up for yourself. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Demon and Angel Magic. My final stop in my very long journey to learning my magic, the kind you call evil. It is evil, Rachael interjected. Yes, you're right, I shouldn't deny it. Well, anyways, let me tell you about Keziah Mason and... Thyme looked around, then whispered, Azothoth, the god of demons, devils, and evil. This god is not like the others. Azothoth is the true source of power for people like Thyme. All things exist by his unconscious doings. Azothoth slumbers with countless things casting magic and invoking powers to retain the eternal sleep. Should Azothoth
ever awaken, everything would cease to exist, for all things are but a conjuration of his unwill. Thyme was rowing a boat across a lake. A thin mist hovered over the water. It did not impede or blur vision. The moon was high in the air, and the scene was quiet. No birds sung, no crickets chirped, and nothing disturbed the silence save the paddles pushing through the water, moving this boat ever towards an island visible in the distance. The entirety of the small island was seen. It spanned a few dozen meters across. Thyme tied the boat to a tree, then climbed out. Not much was present here. An old altar in the middle of the stones stacked upon one another formed a circle. The woman was nowhere to be seen. She should be here. Thyme examined the altar, taking in the details. A smoking, unlit candle suggested someone was recently here. He picked it up.
Que saber?
A woman's voice came from behind him. Thyme spun around in surprise. A robed woman wearing sandals. Both robes and footwear were of old style, maybe 17th century. Keziah Mason? Thyme addressed the old woman.
Que saber?
She repeated her strange words a second time. I don't understand. She snatched the candle from his hand, pointed at it, which ignited the wick. With an exhausted tone, she repeated,
Que saber?
A third time, and set it on the table.
Rudram?
She asked. Thyme shook his head. I can't even tell what your language you're speaking. It was at this point he examined her in full detail. Her robes were tattered and dirty. Her hair was unkempt mess that could not have been seen a brush, let alone have been washed probably ever. Her toenails were grotesque, curling in every direction. On her face, she not only bore countless pockmarks, but her eyes never focused. She did not wear a glazed look, but the eyes didn't match up. It was as if both her eyes were lazy eyes. Thyme decided that this old crone must be senile. Something about serving the demon god Azothoth is rubbed off on her. I can't allow whatever madness has taken her to take me. Keziah, Thyme addressed her, trying to steal her attention away from whatever strangeness she was working on. She offered no reaction. Keziah, I'm here to learn about Azothoth and you. At the name of Azothoth, the woman froze, ceasing her work. She slowly turned around, holding in one hand a jagged knife, in the other a piece of chalk. For the smallest of moments her eyes focused, looking directly at Thyme. The eyes then resumed their disorderly positions. She walked past him into a tree just a few paces away. With the knife, she cut off a flat piece of wood. She did this with ease, working some craftsmanship she has no doubt done many times. A quick glance at this tree, witnessing the many gashes and pieces removed, confirmed this. With the chalk, she drew lines on the surrounding stones. A horizontal line was drawn on the same position on each standing stone. On every other stone, a vertical line was added, intersecting the horizontal ones. In the middle of these standing stones, she set on the ground the sliver of wood. On the wood, she has drawn an elder sign. This particular elder sign looked akin to a thin tree. Thyme said nothing during this process.
Impersum actoro,
the woman chanted 3 times. At this, all of the chalk drawings glowed dim at first, but by the third chant they were too bright to directly look at. It became too bright to look anywhere. Thyme shielded his eyes. When the light faded, he found himself in a very different place. Music was heard, far in the distance or close by. The music has never been heard before. The instruments were impossible to discern because the sounds they made were not akin to any instrument Thyme has ever heard. This music gave a soothing sensation combined with stark terror and a gleeful childish tone. Thyme felt the need to cry, laugh, and run in fear all in one. No
wonder this woman is insane. Listening to this for as long as she must have would drive anyone over the brink of madness.
Above was a night sky full of constellations and stars Thyme could not identify. No moon was present in this strange night sky. Am I even still on Earth? To the left, right, and behind was nothing. By nothing, I mean there was literally nothing there, just a blank blackness. Not darkness, but nothing. In front of him was a descending staircase made of stone that Keziah was already walking down. A chanting was heard coming from down below. The chanting was a subtle sound of gibberish. Thyme stared at the downward stairs. A faint red light glowed from that descent. He stood there, feeling the pulsating glow fill him with dread. The end of all things was down there. The nothingness behind him crept forward, threatening his very soul. With no other choice, Thyme followed Keziah. The chanting grew the further he proceeded. It was not only getting closer, but it was truly getting louder. The chanters chanted louder each name they enunciated.
Yogsothoth, Hastur, Nyarathotep, Cthulhu, Azothoth.
The unseen chanters from down this stairwell chanted those 5 evil names over and over.
Yogsothoth, Hastur, Nyarathotep, Cthulhu, Azothoth.
This time with sadness and
Yogsothoth, Hastur, Nyarathotep, Cthulhu, Azothoth.
This time with sadness and discontent.
Yogsothoth, Hastur, Nyarathotep, Cthulhu, Azothoth.
With anger and resentment.
Yogsothoth, Hastur, Nyarathotep, Cthulhu, Azothoth.
With madness and desperation. Then the names were said backwards, not in reverse order, but phonetically pronounced as if playing a record in reverse. Thyme felt the end of the stairs. He could not see it, but he knew it was in front of him. He saw countless stairs going down farther than his inferior human eyes could comprehend, but he knew the end was just ahead of him. The chanting was deafening, somehow right in his ears. His foot moved forward to the step that his heart knew would be at the end, and the moment his foot was set down, everything was silent and black. He was not asleep. He could not see and was not blind. What surrounded him was that very nothingness. He felt no more steps, but willed his legs to move, to push through this nothing. His foot touched a surface. He pulled his body to continue walking, and with that next step he was no longer on the stairs. He stood on a rocky surface of cliff. The sky was not night or day. It was gray, giving off no light, but not hindering vision either. The landscape was flat, going on forever, showing an endless scene of nondescript empty gray land. The cliff was overlooking a large group of hooded, cloaked figures occupying a worshipping circle carved into this cliffside, resembling an opera or auditorium dug into this place. After the hooded eyes were the minstrels, whose music Thyme finally noticed. Those minstrels were winged, amorphous, sometimes shapeless things that had unnatural arms protruding throughout their hideous bodies that performed the musical playing work for them. Past the minstrels was a thing that, upon looking at, drove Thyme to the edge of his own sanity. The body of the thing was endless in length, spanning too far for him to comprehend. It had closed eyelids all across its body. Swaying tentacles, feelers, and wispy extremities protruded all of its exterior.
What is this thing?
Thyme tried to scream, but nothing came out. His hair turned solid white from his mind, reeling into incomparable madness.
That is Azothoth,
Keziah Mason said, standing next to Thyme.
What? How? Yes, my master, the greatest sleeper, is a sight to drive one mad. I can understand you. Yes, you can. In his presence you are able to speak the true speak, and so can hear me. I've been around my master for far too long, so I can only speak the truth speak. When you leave, you will once again no longer understand me. That is, unless you wish to stay with me here forever.
She pointed to the hooded figures.
You may join them. Join us. Stay here and bask in his glory.
Thyme backed away, without looking away from Keziah. He shook his head, refusing to accept her proposition. His mouth was agape, unable to speak. He turned around to escape this place. Only the endless flat plains were visible. She laughed behind him. When he turned back around, a small quadruped resembling a rat, but with the hands and face of a man, was present.
It shows you belong here, said the rat.
No!
You are one of the few that can channel their magic. I can teach you how to properly use it, how to properly charge it.
And lose my mind in the process? Never return home? I can never again live any semblance of a normal life? She raised an eyebrow.
Why would you want to do that?
You were tried as a witch. I'm sorry they treated you that way. Times have changed, you know. People don't do that anymore. She smiled.
Are you saying that if people knew we could harness their misery into a moldable force of our will, that they would accept us with open arms? The regular humans and those others that siphon their joy?
I don't know.
You know better than that, child. They would hunt us down endlessly.
Stay.
You don't have the magic to leave this place anyways.
Thyme looked back one last time behind him to the vast emptiness, admitting to himself that she was right. He had no way back. Lowering his head, he walked back to her. Through this alien place was meaningless. She showed him the secret of time and how it worked. From here, they could traverse any direction in time as easily as a person crosses the street. They could view possible, countless pasts, and even explore other worlds while tethered to Azothoth's realm of sleep. They showed him strange alien beings while demonstrating the true power of invoking the name of Azothoth. Azothoth by himself was raw, shapeless magic, almost useless. It was the combination of any of the other four that allowed for the most enhanced magic. For example, combining Nyarathotep, the god of darkness, with Azothoth, the god of chaos. The effect of this was not only stronger, dark magic, but avenues of possibilities Thyme never thought possible. She showed him the interwoven spell of these two gods created an effect that turned a living man into a shadow on the wall, not killing him, but moving him permanently into a two-dimensional shadowed existence, forever writhing in stillness. Thyme shivered at this sight. Combining Cthulhu, the god of nightmares, with Azothoth allowed for the complete removal of one of their body and forced them into an inanimate object. Combining Hastur, a name Thyme can never invoke again, with Azothoth allowed a person to survive inside of a black hole in the blackest depths of space while forever being crushed by that black hole. Immortality is not what it is cracked up to be. Finally, combining Yogsothoth with Azothoth revived a person from the grave, but not as a mindless husk, but as a fully restored person. The process, however, made them experience rebirth in all the agonies that accompanied it. And that is my entire story, Thyme said.
How did you get out of there?
Rachael asked. Well, she showed me how to harness the magic of the idiot god. It wasn't that hard after that to figure it out on my own. A bit anticlimactic, I know.
Now that you know how to use your magic in full, what do you plan on doing with it?
Rachael asked. Thyme slumped down. I have no idea. They demand a lot from me, but they're vague in what they want. He shook his head. Now you tell me the rest of your story.
But I need to know more about yours, Thyme.
Rachael reached a hand out and he pulled it away. It's your turn, sister. She resisted the urge to protest. Instead, she nodded and said, All right. You know, we aren't the first twins to go through Keziah had a twin sister named Philomenia. I think they fight over twins because something about us is powerful to them, but I can't tell what exactly. Philomenia is the master of angelic magic. Rachael set down her backpack. She was wearing hiking boots and attire one would expect from an outdoors activist. She wiped the sweat from her brow, then drank water from her canteen. She was traveling alone. After she ate a meal, she looked at her map. The rainforest spanned in every direction. She picked up her big bag and continued walking. Eventually, she reached her destination. "Philomenia Mason?" She called out, but there was no response. The massive tree before her was as tall as a mountain. She looked down at a letter in her hand. "You are to embark on your final step in your journey. The world tree cannot be seen by the masses. Deep in the Brazilian rainforest, if you walk for 8 hours each day while chanting what you have been taught, you will arrive. This journey can only be made alone, which you already know. You were briefed on proper instructions for provisions and survival. When you arrive, everything will become clear. We wish you luck, and may Gaia be with you. Sincerely, Lazar." Rachael put the letter and map away in her bag. She looked around. Everything was serene and calm. The world tree gave off an aura that was overwhelming. The groves on the tree within the bark, about 20 feet from the ground, formed a face. The eyes opened and stared down at Rachael. She stepped back, alarmed at the sight. "What?" "Fear not, young one. I am Philomenia," the tree said. You can talk? You're alive?" "All things living are alive." No, I mean, you're a tree, and you can talk. You have a name." The tree chuckled. "Yes, nobody told you, and I want it to stay that way. Only the most well-trained come to see me. So, Rachael, what is it you wish to do with your life?" "Straight to the point. Well, Miss Mason, I mean Philomenia, I want to help people. We have gifts and can do a lot with them." "Then why not simply become a doctor if helping is your primary goal?" Rachael extended her arms out. "If I have power, should I not use it to help others?" "Are you willing to die for Gaia?" What? "If Gaia needed you to die, would you?" the tree asked. Rachael looked around, stuttering her answer, not knowing how to answer. Yes? You do not need to worry about such a thing. Gaia will never ask that of you." Rachael breathed a sigh of relief. "Gaia will never ask anything of you." Rachael cocked her head in confusion. "Then why did you ask me that?" "If you are here, then you have studied all forms of magic, save the magic of angels. Tell me, what do you know of it?" "It is the purest of magic, raw good energy to mold however we need it to." "And what does it cost?" "Well, what do you mean? The cost is the good we do. It powers our magic." Philomenia, the tree, frowned. "I am going to tell you a secret among our kind we do not share. Will you keep this secret?" Rachael, sitting with Thyme. "What did the tree tell you?" "This I am forbidden to tell. I'm sorry." Thyme shrugged. "I understand. I have my own secrets I can't tell." Rachael thought about what was told to her. This she did not share with her brother. "Our magic is charged from doing good, but it comes from Gaia," the tree said. "Well, that's not a secret." "Gaia is not a limitless power source. She is not a bottomless well." I don't understand." "Think of magic like water. We can drink all of our water up and then have none." Yes, but it rains," Rachael replied. "Correct. Imagine drinking more water than it rained.
Magic replenishes itself, but if we expend too much, Gaia would die.
Rachel shook her head.
Are you saying that our magic is killing Gaia? It could if we were to use it frivolously. They want us to do that. The evil ones?
Philomenia did not answer the question.
No one is more connected with Gaia than myself. Why would they want the planet to die? That would kill them too. Their dark gods want that. They don't even know, otherwise they might use that against us. I think I understand.
Rachel spent weeks here with the World Tree.
And did you end up this way?
She asked the tree.
You mean, why am I a tree?
Rachel nodded but said nothing.
I wanted to be one with Gaia. In this state I can sense the whole world, everything and everyone. I am one with the world. If you are one with everything, how are there still warlocks? If you are one with your own body, how do you still have harmful bacteria in your body?
The tree asked.
But you're the most powerful being in the world. Why do they still exist? Surely you can stop them all. I love the confidence and faith you have. And yes, I do everything I can, but even I cannot stop all of them. Also remember what I said about using too much magic. I probably could root out every single one of them, but the cost would be too high. This is why Gaia needs you, all of you.
From here, Rachel continued talking to Thyme.
Angelic magic is unique. I suppose it mirrors the demon magic you described, and that it intertwines with the others, but our people use. However, there is one major difference. This power can be bonded into a caster such as myself. If I were to fully expend this magic, I could become pure energy itself. That is what Philomenia did, to do what she is. There is a purge spell we use. It obliterates evil.
And that's the spell you keep trying to use on me? Rachel looked away, refusing to answer. You're going to have to do something more eventually, said a man with a very nice suit. Thyme, with his scruffy white hair, shook his head. But that's abominable, Harry. Harry, the nice-suited man, laughed. Of course it is. It has to be Thyme. Thyme and Harry were the only ones sitting in a well-decorated office room. Harry sat at the mahogany desk in the expensive black comfortable-looking chair, while Thyme sat in a plain folding chair. No padding had been applied to this seat. If anything, Thyme took a mental note of how uncomfortable the chair was, as if it has been specifically selected and altered even to solely increase this thing's discomfort level. Harry snapped his fingers to get Thyme's attention. Thyme looked up from his chair. You need to find a way to charge your magic, because if you can't, then the council will perceive you as a weakness. If that happens, you know what will happen to you. Thyme shuddered at the thought of never-ending torture just to fuel the magic of some powerful spellcaster. Our secrets are powerful, and even though you've proven capable of keeping those secrets, we still need you useful. Harry stood up and walked around his desk to be closer to Thyme. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Listen, man, I believe in you. So tell me what you've done to charge your dark gift. Thyme averted his eyes. Troll? Excuse me? Harry slowly removed his hand. Troll the internet? I know what trolling is. So you make people feel bad online? Harry frowned. That's not all I do. Thyme quickly looked back up with confidence. Harry turned around, walked to his bookshelf while sighing. Mathematically... Harry picked up a random book to appear to examine it. In truth, he paid no mind to it. Our magic is far easier to charge than their magic. The angels? Fairies, Harry corrected. Never give them any respect. Mock them, fight them, and hinder them whenever you can. We are better than them. Yes, the fairies with their angelic wings and majestic everything. Their magic is better. Harry dropped the book. Better? With a metaphorical fire in his eyes, he spun around, staring at Thyme. Young man, don't you ever give them any sort of compliment. But Thyme was cut off by something invisible clutching his throat. Harry raised one of his hands. A glow surrounded his open fist. As his hand rose, so did Thyme from his chair into the air. I am going easy on you. You know that, don't you? I show you mercy, even now. To even allow you to talk to me as an equal, even for this brief moment, is a major favor I have bestowed on you. They locked eyes. He saw the fear in Thyme's eyes. He let go of him, allowing the boy to plop back in his chair. Yes, those fairies look great, huh? Their side looks so appealing, too. They look like heroes, especially since their magic can only be charged by performing good acts. Their magic can only have good outcomes. Meanwhile, our magic can only be charged with horrendous immoral acts. Our magic can only have evil outcomes. So we are clearly the baddies, right? Thyme said nothing, nor did he make any indication to reply. You need to get past this whole morality issue. Stop being a fucking pussy. Thyme was rubbing his neck. But what can I do? Surely I can still be useful even if I don't murder people. Harry relaxed and smiled, then sat back down in his chair. He talked as he put his feet onto his desk. Ah, yes, indeed you can. I've never murdered anyone, and I find ways to charge my magic. I see you hate that chair you're in. It is the most mild thing I do. Even now, your discomfort charges my magic. Not enough to lift you in the air like I just did. No, at most I could do something like change a traffic light, and that would take at least a week of having people sit in that thing. Your trolling is equal to that chair. I bet you couldn't even change your hair color. But our magic can only have evil outcomes. What's so evil about changing my hair color? No idea. Perhaps to repulse others. Anyways, give that a try, would you? Change my hair color? But my magic is so finite. That's my point. If you could do that, I'll tell the council to give you another week to be useful. Humor me on this, okay? I've spent weeks psychologically breaking people down on the internet. Do it now, Harry demanded with a low, final tone. Thyme sighed. Raising his fist, his finger glowed, a thin, faint glow gray. His hair altered from gray to brown, then completely fell off. Thyme immediately touched his head where hair once was. My hair! Harry, without moving from his seat, clapped his hands. Well done, lad. You've demonstrated that you are not a waste of our time. Now you have 1 week to do more. But my hair... Oh, well, I'll make sure you get it back, okay? With a flick of his wrist, magic exited Harry's fingertips. The hair on the floor vanished. Thyme gagged. He clutched his stomach in pain. With a humorous laugh, Harry waved his hand again. Now get out of here. I have to make the next client wait 20 more minutes before I can see them. Thyme slowly got up, still holding his stomach. He wobbled out of the room. The waiting room was full of people, all annoyed at having to wait so long to see their lawyer. On the way out, Thyme saw the familiar plaque. The law offices of Harry and Harry.
walking down the street with his hands in his pockets, contemplating his situation. Thyme's phone buzzed. Taking the stolen phone out, the message read, "Sister, hey, don't forget about lunch today. You're late." He sighed and returned the phone to his pocket. Rachael sat across from Thyme. They were at the same restaurant they always went to. "You're a good man, Thyme," she said. "Am I, though?" She ignored the remark. "So, how have you been doing?" She held up a cup of tea, preparing to take a sip. "Same." She sipped, then shook her head. "That's a shame. I worry about you, Thyme." "Why don't you just kill me like your kind want you to do, Rachael?" She half smiled, putting the cup down. Her hand touched his. He pulled away. My brother, I couldn't kill you even if I wanted to. You are not evil." "So, if I were evil, you wouldn't kill me then?" "That's not what I meant. Look, my magic won't work on you, see?" She pointed a glowing finger at him. The magic fizzled into nothing. "There, nothing. See, you aren't evil." "And if I were evil, what would you have done?" "Incinerated you?" she casually said. "What did that magic cost you just now?" Her eyes brightened as she began to brag of her good deeds. "Well, 2 weeks ago, I took in a homeless man. He has been cleaned up, has a job, and has been sober the whole time. I'm trying to arrange a visit with his kids." "The magic you just wasted was charged by all of that?" She nodded in a triumphant, happy, almost naive fashion. "Meanwhile, my magic would require something grotesque and abominable. Should I ever want to do anything beyond a card trick?" The happiness dropped from her face as she took in the depressed sight of her brother. "How is work going? Still a programmer?" "And dirt poor, too. The warlocks pull me to charge my magic. You pull me to be docile. Work strains and drains all of my free time. And all of this for what exactly? Just to be a good man?" "Thyme, you're..." His face scowled in frustration. "I'm what? Useless. You know I am." I was going to say you're scaring me." He shook his head, then stood up and let out a quiet sound of frustration, trying to avoid attention. "I can't even vent without you or your kind thinking I'm about to commit an atrocity." He stormed out. "Wait, Thyme!" He did not listen and was already gone. A man walked over to her wearing a nice white suit.
"Well?"
He's still immune to our magic," she said.
"Make sure it stays that way."
The man walked away. Thyme returned home. He half slammed the door in his studio apartment. A small cluster of roaches, along with a rat, scoured past him, giving him no mind or care. They didn't skitter away as pests tend to do.
"Even the vermin know I'm a joke."
He sat down at his makeshift desk, consisting of a cheap fold-out table and chair. He clutched his face, frustrated and angry. The wallpaper was torn. A constant drip fell from the ceiling into a bucket, and the carpet was torn at random places from animals that were no longer present. With an attempt to take his mind off of his plight, he looked to the monitor. The black screen reflected himself and something standing behind. Thyme jerked his head back, looking to see no such thing. He shook his head, dismissing the previous sight. Looking back at the screen, it showed nothing out of the ordinary. No boogeyman behind him, only a black screen turned blue as his computer booted up. Before the screen was finished booting up, there was a loud pounding at his door. A letter was slid through the mail slot that only hung by one of the 1.5 screws. Though I say letter, it was more of a note. Thyme picked it up, unfolding it. The back of the paper said in bold red diagonal letters crossing from corner to corner, "Eviction Notice." He crumpled the paper, tossing it into the already filled trash can. It rolled onto the ground. "Life not going so swell, Thyme?" said a voice behind him. Thyme jumped up from his chair, startled by the intruder. A man wearing a black suit and red tie was leaning against the wall next to an open window. The light from the overhead lamp was half shone on his face. His right eye was illuminated by the lights as a plain brown eye, while his left eye, which remained in the darkness, was bright red. He stepped fully into the light. The red eye converted to brown as the light touched it. "It seems you haven't been meeting the expectations of anyone except maybe your sister and her kind. You've been following me." "And?" the intruder said. Thyme let out a sigh of defeat. He slumped back into his chair, half falling down in the process. "Are you Rachael the half-demon?" The man smiled. "I am glad to hear I still have a reputation. I do not involve myself with lowly warlocks too much these days, but things have been quiet for a dozen years now. You are the youngest and newest warlock, you know." "I know." "And you have done nothing." "Everyone keeps telling me that." "That must change." "Everyone keeps telling me that too." Raziel frowned instantly, changing his expression to annoyance. "Boy, I do not canter to incredulity. You will show me the respect I am due." Thyme was too tired and defeated to show an overabundance of fear at this point. "Or you will choke and torture me? You wouldn't be the first to have done so today, sir." Raziel laughed as he leaned forward and looked down, looming over Thyme. "My dear little warlock, I have not needed to torture anyone for over 300 years. He grinned. His teeth were sharp, or maybe only had the appearance of sharpness, like an optical illusion that Thyme could not decipher. "I torture for the sheer joy of it." Thyme shrank down in his chair. Even through his exhausting day, fear still surged forward, taking control. At that, Raziel pulled back, satisfied that respect had been given. Granted, it was in the form of fear, but to this half-demon, that was splitting hairs. "This is the part where I am supposed to tell you something akin to..." Raziel's voice changed to a sarcastic and mocking tone, mocking his own words. "You are the chosen one. We have so much in store for you. You have a bright future ahead of you. My boy, prepare yourself for a journey of might and challenge. Great things are in store for you." His tone returned to normal. "No, none of that nonsense. Save that crap for the fairies. Child, you are going to have a miserable life. Every warlock has a miserable life. You are no different. You are not special, and the only reason I am gracing you with my presence is out of boredom and embarrassment. You are an embarrassment to us all. You will be coming with me, and by the end of this night, you will commit atrocities and obtain some real magic, or by the end of this night, you will be dead. Either way, I will be satisfied." Thyme had his jaw open, speechless. Raziel extended his hand, slowly closing the boy's mouth. "Ah, so you believe me, then. Rule number 1. Never believe anything a demon, or even a half-demon, says." Raziel grabbed Thyme's hand, yanking him up. His weak knees caused him to collapse. Raziel allowed him to fall to the floor, amused by the boy's weak nature. "The path to power is..." "Boy, stand up when I'm talking to you. It's rude." Thyme scrambled to stand up. "Now then, I was saying, before I was so rudely disrespected by your laziness, the path to power is a trying, ugly, and vile process." "So, I'm gonna murder people tonight?" "Don't interrupt me, boy." Raziel had his fingers pointing at Thyme threateningly. He relaxed his finger, then continued, "We cannot make you murder or do evil." If my options are murder or be killed, then I am killing in self-defense. How is that evil? Raziel's eyes remained still. Inside his mind, he was taken aback by the boy's intelligence. Well, you do not let anyone tell you that you are stupid. A rather bright lad you are for the youngest warlock. We do love intelligence on our side. If we forced you to commit evil, it would not charge your magic. If your only motivation for charging your magic is self-preservation, then you will gain no magic whatsoever. Then how am I to take the path to power if I... Raziel smacked Thyme. You interrupted me a second time. Stay quiet until I tell you to speak. Raziel paused, giving Thyme a chance to talk. He said nothing. Raziel nodded his satisfaction.
He can be taught. We go now.
The darkness in the room swirled, vortexing around these two, moving ever closer in the blink of an eye until they were engulfed and vanished.
Oh, you're gonna like this.
You've never teleported with our magic before. You are in for a treat. Thyme knew that Raziel really meant this will terrify and hurt you with his words. Thyme shut his eyes as tight as he could. In response, Raziel snapped his fingers, forcing Thyme to open his eyes wide, uncontrollably, at the sight that formed before them. Their bodies moved swiftly through a dark, groundless place. Flashes of skeletal bodies, mutilated people, tortured souls, and far more horrific things constantly came and went as they flew through whatever hell they traversed.
This, my pupil, is hell itself, or at least that is as good a word as any to describe the place we must go through in order to instantly go to any far-off place, though instantly is as close to a word to best describe the time spent.
They continued to fly as jet speed through the world of darkened horrors.
This is where our magic comes from.
The screams of the denizens from all around were too much to bear, and Thyme could not close his eyes, nor could he shut out the tortured souls' voices. Then it all ended abruptly. They were on the sidewalk. Thyme spun around, darting his head in every direction. What? Where are we? It took 5 seconds to get an understanding of his surroundings. They were still in the city. The familiar sidewalk and surrounding buildings and even streets caused him to contort his face in confusion. Thyme looked up at the building directly next to himself and Raziel. What? We teleported to the street? But why? We could have just walked. Raziel chuckled, not answering the question.
Well, take a cab.
He extended his hand to hail such a vehicle. Thyme was still voicing his complaints. Raziel laughed. I can still see my window. You literally dragged me to hell for amusement. Raziel was not one to explain himself to anyone. As a half-demon, he outranked every warlock. He was, however, outranked by every demon. He is, always was, and should always be stuck in a strange limbo, hovering over the humans while being stuck under the thumb of any demon's whims. He took the opportunity to vent his frustrations in any fashion he saw fit. However, this teleport was not without purpose. This purpose was one that he would not reveal to Thyme, but Raziel needed to ensure that no angel or servant thereof was capable of continuing to watch Thyme. Both sides had their eyes on this powerless warlock. This short trek through hell has averted the eyes of the good guys. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. I don't know where he is, Rachael said. Care to elaborate? The man in the white suit said. My brother, I've lost him entirely. That warlock you're babysitting to make sure he doesn't do anything? You know, you could do so much more with your life, Rachael. Nobody cares about him but you. The two were in a busy office building. People all around them were constantly moving about, performing tasks, shuffling papers, and every one of them wore a look of anxiety. Rachael and the man in the white suit were standing out of everyone's way. The man was looking at his phone as he spoke. Rachael was giving him her full attention. Lazier, he's my brother and the only family I have. Lazier shrugged. Listen, something is terribly wrong. My magic has always been able to find him. I have no idea where he is now. Lazier looked up from his phone, glared, and put it in his pocket. Rachael, do you know what is going on right now? Do you see how busy everyone is? Lazier swept his hand through the air, pointing out the people around. They're always this busy. True. But right now, we've discovered something. Do not know what exactly, but we do know that they are up to something. They're always up to something. They're evil. He shook his head. Listen, girl, you are one of a few people that have an actual clue as to what I am talking about. Lazier looked her dead in the eyes with a serious glance. Rachael avoided direct eye contact with this man. When one looked into his eyes, they saw the stars themselves. Galaxies spun deep in his pupils. An endless array of cosmic wonder spanned in those ocular orbs. Lazier was known to seize control of anyone that looked into his eyes. Rachael did not feel him using his celestial power on her when she looked into his eyes. We found you after the last ritual they did 12 years ago. We've done our best to prevent another. Supposedly, the one they are trying to do now is far bigger, and if they succeed, will grant them so much power that it will tip the scales in their favor. Found me? You mean when I was a child? She said more than asked, and realized the full gravity of what Lazier was talking about. Oh, you finally understand now, huh? And all you are worried about is your worthless brother. I apologize, sir, but what if time has something to do with it? What if that's the reason I can't locate him? Lazier pulled out his phone again. He waved Rachael away. Don't be ridiculous, girl. There is nothing they can do with him. No, the ritual they are probably going to do involves their highest members. The elder warlocks are no doubt gathering, or already gathered, and whatever dark deeds they are up to, or are already happening. Rachael walked away, aggravated more with herself than for losing time than with the harsh words of Lazier. She bumped into another man. I'm sorry. The man smiled. Not to worry, Rachael. I overheard you and the half-angel talking. Don't let him get to you. I'm not. I just need to find my brother. Joe, are you busy? Joe almost laughed through tired eyes that have not slept in what appeared to be ages. The man was probably incapable of humor. Everyone's busy. What do you need? Help me locate Thyme. Joe sighed. I could, Rachael, but the warlocks are up to something. If I join you in finding him and I'm not here helping our people, some of us could die or worse. Rachael shook her head. He has to have something to do with it. I just know it. Just use a tracking spell. I did. I always have a tracking spell on him. He is cloaked or something. Joe half frowned. You must be doing something wrong. Here, let me try. Do you have something of his? Sparks lit up in Rachael's eyes. I'm his twin. I am something of his. At that, Joe laughed as his arm stretched behind his back, embarrassed. All right, sorry. Joe placed his other hand on top of Rachael's head. Magic left his fingers and seeped into her hair, then returned back to him. He placed his hand on his forehead. After a moment of concentration, he opened his eyes. You are right. I cannot find him. See? It is like some kind of fog is over him, making him impossible to locate. It is the same kind of fog that elder warlocks use, except this is more powerful. See, I'm right. We need to find him now. A buzz sound was heard from the PA system, about to make an announcement. Everyone listen up. We have a lead on where to go. All of those willing and able, please report to Half Angel Azir for immediate transportation to Guatemala. Joe started to step away, meaning to go to Lazir and join the others. Rachael grabbed him by the arm, stopping him. No! He looked back to her, puzzled. That isn't right. We have to find my brother. I doubt it's in Guatemala. You mean you are sending us on a wild goose chase? Yes, yeah, but not being able to locate Thyme will not convince them. You have to come with me. Please, I need your help. Joe hesitated for a moment. He has always followed orders and done his part with excellence. If he went, he could join the fight and stamp out evil ones here and now. But if Rachael was right, then... Please, you are the only one that will listen. Joe relaxed, indicating he wasn't going anywhere. All right, where do we go and what do we do? We don't have much time. We go to where I lost track of him, his apartment. Thyme felt disoriented. Vertigo seized hold of him, even though he was not above ground level. Darkness swirled in the light. Shapes and figures were impossible to make out. He stumbled in this strange, frightening place. Someone grabbed his shoulder, stabilizing him. Relax, Thyme, said Rachael in a soothing voice. As things slowly came into focus, the shapes solidified, and all of his surroundings were beginning to make sense. What is he doing here? Someone sharply said to Rachael. Two problems with that question. Number one, you are questioning me. Number two, you question me like that again, and I will store your soul in a toilet for a few decades. The person, whoever they were, quickly backed away in silence, regretting having even spoken to Rachael. Thyme looked up to Rachael, his face fully formed. He smiled at Thyme, a friendly, welcoming smile. My boy, you are about to witness something great. Follow me. They walked through an office building filled with ordinary humans performing ordinary desk job tasks. None of them paid any mind to these two as they casually walked through. Thyme could not tell if they were too busy to notice them or if some kind of magic cloaked their presence. He was too scared of Rachael to ask such a question. They passed through several rooms, finally reaching an ordinary elevator. Ah, this will take us down to a subterranean lair where some dark horrors exist. Rachael glanced at Thyme without a word. He chuckled and said nothing more. They walked in. He pushed the button for the top floor. At this, Thyme winced in confusion. You see, my boy, Rachael began as the elevator moved up. We have been at this for a long time. Throughout the ages, we have tortured countless souls. Always doing this in dark places, hidden places, abandoned places, and other such drab places. When you become one of us, 12 years ago, it made us stop to think of a better way to charge our magic. Hiding in plain sight almost works. Those fairies can see through any stealth magic we might employ. We can hide from them all the same. Then there is the problem of humans. Yes, humans. Regular, ordinary, everyday jack-offs. These guys are usually easy to deal with, but they can undo us under the right conditions. So we have developed this facility. We are the major shareholders for a company that owns a subsidiary side business that has a few employees and has stock in an offshore facility that is part owner of a merged store that takes part in a minor delivery company. Oh, what? Confusing, isn't it? It's supposed to be. We had to make sure that our connection with this place was so untraceable that neither the humans nor the fairies could stumble upon it by even an accident. You see, Thyme, you were half correct in assuming that this place is underground. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. They were on the top floor, where there was only a janitor mopping the floor wearing headphones as he cleaned. He too paid them no mind. Rachael, with Thyme following, walked to the other side of the room where another elevator stood. Rachael pushed the calling button.
No magic so far. Magic can be seen by our kind if they are willing to expend the magic. So, the entrance to this place has to be mundane. The doors opened and they walked in. Pushing the bottom floor button, the doors closed. The elevator moved down. Did you notice how the address is not 666 or that the 13th floor had no significance? You see how no silly clues of evil are lingering about? We have had warlocks that thought they were clever by dropping such subtle hints. I made sure to kill every last one of them myself. Secrecy is important, and I will kill anyone that reveals our location. He looked at Thyme, dropping his smile, almost glaring, to extend his point. Rachael pushed the stop button on the elevator when the device was one floor from reaching the bottom. He physically opened the door, revealing a space just large enough for one person to fit through at a time. He walked through first. It was dark. Just as Thyme exited the elevator, the doors automatically closed, and he heard the hum of the thing as he continued to move without the occupants. They trekked down a lightless incline. Thyme pulled out his stolen phone to use as a light source. He saw there were several missed calls and messages from his sister. Before he could click on them, Rachael snatched his phone from him. A breaking sound was all that could be heard. Raziel's bright red eyes were the only thing that were seen, and they were felt down to Thyme's soul as a burning sensation across his very being. Are you insane or just stupid, boy? Make another careless mistake like that, and I will put your soul in my own personal toilet for the next 100 years, and let me tell you, my bowel movements are horrendous. The red eyes turned around, leaving nothing to see once again. He heard Raziel's footsteps and followed the sound. We are almost there. I will not reveal the final step on entering this place. Thyme felt his body rush in an indiscernible direction. He blinked. He leaned against a structure to keep his balance. Brave lad, I myself would not dare to touch one of those, Rachael remarked. Thyme looked up as his eyes came into focus. A large, metallic bull head stared down at him. Thyme jumped back. Looking at the thing revealed a large metal minotaur. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's a statue. You startled me. It is a golem, boy. It is commanded to kill any intruder. Now stop wasting time. I want to show you around. They walked, proceeding through a long hallway lined with doors. Each door was different, had a different sigil inscribed on it. At the end of the hallway, it forked. Before the fork, however, was a receptionist's desk. Sitting there was a man whose face lit up with excitement at the sight of Rachael. Sir, welcome back. You have brought with us another talented warlock, I see. Rachael scoffed. Talented? No. Even an acolyte has more talent in their turds than this one. I must apologize, sir. I mean not to question you, but did you bring a human here as a guest and not a... He failed to find the desired word. You mean not to question me? You should try harder at that. Rachael walked to the right fork, beckoning for Thyme to follow. The receptionist dropped their smile, giving Thyme a most foul look, squinting their eyes, examining him in detail, even going so far as to scan him with a spell. They walked through another hallway lined with rooms, each having a different sigil or even sigils inscribed. Rachael talked to himself. Where to go first? Where to go? So much to show. He turned to Thyme. I am going to show you what we are doing here. We will start here. It is as good a place as any. He stopped in front of a door with a sigil that resembled the two-letter L's. One normal, the other upside down, facing towards one another. Rachael opened the door. With the door open, the sounds from inside were made apparent, and Thyme could only guess as to what sort of magic was used to
hide these hideous screams of agony. A naked man lay on top of a flat, raised surface, his hands and feet bound. His body was covered in his own blood. Cut across his body, just along non-essential arteries, were gashes, barely missing deadly points. His fingers had bamboo shoved inside of them. A nail had been driven into his penis, as well as 2 others for his testicles. His eyes were sewn shut. A nearby table had surgical tools. Blood was splattered on the small table. A bowl stained with blood contained the man's teeth. Thyme averted his eyes from the ghastly sight.
"Lord Raziel, you honor me with your presence,"
said a man that Thyme noticed. "I am showing time here around the place. Please continue. Do not let me slow down your work." "Time? Why him? Sir, you waste your time with this one. Not that I'm questioning or judging your superior intellect." Raziel turned to Thyme. "This one knows me too well." The warlock turned their attention back to the victim on the slab. They picked a scalpel, then continued their horrid work. It was at this moment that Thyme noticed a half-red crystal dangling from the ceiling about this tortured man. The redness within was akin to liquid, but it was a solid. As the man screamed, the red portion slightly grew, filling the clear portion. "Ah, you have noticed the soul stone above, I see. Here I thought you would be too distracted by his work. Yes, you see, the crystal is the reason we are here. Come, I will show you the next one." They left the room. The door shut on its own. The man's screams were once again muffled. The next door has a sigil shaped like an eye with a triangle inside. Raziel opened the door. The room was dimly lit by ambient red lighting, like a film developing room. There was a table with a warlock sitting on it, drinking a can of soda. He stared at the back wall, which was made of glass. Inside the adjacent room, there sat a man wearing a straitjacket. His room was a padded room. Without looking at the 2 that entered, the warlock spoke to them.
"Ah, come to check on my progress, I see."
Raziel sat next to him and waved his hand for Thyme to sit down too. The warlock continued to stare at the glass wall, looking at the man drooling motionless. "This boy must be important if you have him here. Everyone has their place and usefulness. How goes your project here?" He sipped from his can. "Slower than expected. There is progress, though." He pointed to the crystal dangling from the ceiling. It was a third filled. "Right. Now I have him pumped full of fake sedatives. It makes him outwardly appear sedated, but on the inside, he is fully aware. He cannot move or speak. He cannot even control his blinking." "You have always been a talented chemist," Raziel said. "Thank you. It's a new drug. I'm thinking about calling it sleep paralysis." "Is your goal to solely make him feel helpless?" "No, sir. This man believes he is in a mental hospital. He questions his very sanity. Plus, on occasion, I have a guard come in to screw around with him. This gives an added fear bonus." "Not bad." Raziel turned to Thyme. "You see, there are more ways to charge your magic beyond causing physical pain, while hurting people is the simplest and easiest way to do it. I have an appreciation for those that get creative." Raziel stood up. Thyme followed. They left the room. They walked down the corridor. Raziel pointed at one room. "In there is a warlock that continuously rapes some woman. It gets boring. Would rather not waste my time." He pointed at another door. in there are men getting raped. A bit more interesting, but still boring. Over here we have someone being injected with experimental diseases. Want to see that one? Thyme shook his head. Pity. And no surprise. They walked past another door. That one has children being told their parents are dead. Silly, I know, but the look on their faces is priceless. After they can get no longer be tortured by those words, we actually kill one of their parents in front of them. We then take them to another warlock that physically tortures them until they become too numb to get any magic out of, to which we then kill them and feed the remains to the other parent. Thyme stopped walking. He clutched his stomach and proceeded to vomit. Boy, you will need to carry some kind of bag around with you because you have seen nothing yet. A warlock walked past them, carefully holding a solid red crystal. He sneered at Thyme. Worst warlock ever. Raziel's face lit up. Ah, filled one. All right, boy, we will give this portion of the tour a break. Follow him. They walked to the end of the corridor, where another identical golem stood guard. The guard gave them no mind as they walked in. Thyme stared at it as he passed. The room they entered was a vast auditorium. The seats were currently empty. 4 golems occupied the center, each facing a different direction and standing over 50 feet apart from one another. They guarded a large, oblong, transparent crystal with a diameter no less than about 20 feet. This crystal was 3/4 full. The warlock, with the filled crystal in hand, approached the massive thing. He held it up, and the magic drained from the small one into the large one. Next to him, there was a small table with a ledger. Words magically inscribed themselves onto the paper as the warlock finished his process. The ledger read as follows: 750,141. Added. Date, time, amount. Date taken, time, amount. So the ledger went on, naming various dates and times. It went down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 full added categories, but in the taken category was only one singular entry. We nickname it the Devil's Hand. It has no real name. It is a meteorite, if you can believe it. Raziel gave Thyme a sly look. This has been here in this world as long as life has existed here. Our gods put it here. It took millions of years to get to Earth. Anyways, the warlock that took that one magic charge, he's dead now. Killed him myself. If you have to take magic from this source, I do not care what your reason is, you had better get my personal approval. Raziel? Thyme asked. May I ask a question? Raziel's eyes flashed red. He cast some kind of spell. The reason this exists is to have a vast storage of magic. Feeling uncomfortable at having his thoughts read, Thyme averted his eyes. I mean, I get that, but... Raziel sighed. Oh, we do have plans, none of which should concern you. Come on, I want to show you your room. My room? They entered a room that had a small bed, closet, a private bathroom, and an empty shelf. This will be your room, Raziel said. Wait, I have to live here? I have to be part of this? I cannot and will not force you to be part of this, boy. Part of charging our magic, our kind of magic, as you know, is intention. Granted, it is the tiniest, most insignificant part, but our magic cannot work. if you do not want to do this. So if you truly want nothing to do with this place, I will take you out of here and return you to your pathetic little life. So you wouldn't kill me or torture me if I decline? Raziel frowned. No, nor would I make an example out of you. This is one thing you have to choose on your own, but boy, think. Raziel put his arm around Thyme's neck. His other hand stretched out. Of the advances you could make here. Come, I have so much more to show you. More torture chambers? No. Time to show you some of the perks. They entered a different room. A room filled with naked women, large TVs, luxurious scenery, and servants waiting hand and foot for any order. Are you hungry? You did recently empty your stomach. The half-demon turned to one of the servants. Make a pizza. He turned back to Thyme. His eye flashed red again as he read his mind. He then turned back to the servant. Pepperoni, banana peppers, and bacon. Why not just magic a pizza into existence? Why would I waste magic? Raziel said dismissively. This is one of our top warlocks' room. We give him whatever he wants. He charges magic faster than anyone. I'm quite proud of Kamal al-Hashmi. And more magic you charge, the more perks you will earn. His eyes metaphorically lit up with excitement. Think, boy. Anything you want. No more drab apartment filled with vermin. No more scraping for rent. Anything you want will be brought to you. Well, not at first. You gotta give to get. But after you have provided us with, say, 5 full charges of magic, you can have your first servant. Thyme shuffled his feet, not knowing how to respond. All right, servants are not your fancy. You seem fond of computers. You can have the best. That is just for starters. I would have lived here and never get to leave. Raziel held a perpetual smile. Why would you want to leave? I don't know. See my sister, I guess. There was no shift with his smile. Raziel suddenly glared, turning angry at the prospect. His eyes brightened momentarily. Then he forced himself to calm down. Sentiment is not really our style. Plus, she's one of the fairies. The two of you are enemies. You know that, right? She can't hurt me even if she wanted to. I don't think any of them can. Raziel wore a doubtful expression. That is not something you should brag about. It means you have little to no value to me, and us in general. It makes me question if I even want you here. I'm sorry. Tell me, Thyme, what sort of things would you do to charge your magic for us here? I love creativity. I could log into social media and delete people's profile. That would certainly ruin their day. Raziel laughed. Oh, you have the best sense of humor. No, really, what would you do? I could perform identity theft and seriously ruin people's credit score. Raziel face-palmed. He appeared more frustrated with himself than with Thyme. I can tell you what. I am going to take you home. I will allow you to really consider my offer. Take your time. Figure out your way of really getting magic. I will check up on you in a week. I will make the same offer. If you still have nothing, then you can just continue to live your empty, poor, pathetic life with those rats and roaches. I will not make the offer a third time. Thyme didn't know what to say. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to erase your memory of getting here and how to get here. Rachael placed his hand on Thyme's face. Everything went black. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9. "Wake up," Rachael said. He opened his eyes to see his sister and a man he did not recognize.
"Who are you?"
"I'm Joe," he said with his arms folded and wearing a stern look of apprehension. Thyme looked at Rachael.
"Why are you in my home?"
"We've been looking for you, Thyme. Where have you been? Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they?"
"Who are you talking about?"
"You know I'm talking about them. I couldn't find you. Now you're here." Thyme got up from his couch. He held his head from a pain akin to a hangover.
"I've been... I don't know where I was."
Rachael and Joe looked at one another.
"He was there," Joe said.
"Look, Joe, I don't appreciate uninvited guests. My sister's fine, but you can leave my home, please." The man opened his mouth as if to speak, but said nothing. Thinking better to keep his words to himself, he walked out. Thyme began making coffee. "Why are you here? More importantly, why would you bring one of them here? He is one of your kind, isn't he?"
"Yes, I'm sorry. It's just I couldn't find you. I was worried."
"We agreed a very long time ago that we would never let our differences separate us. You were the one that never wanted to know what my kind do."
"They took you somewhere, didn't they? Where was it?"
"I wouldn't tell you even if I did know, which I don't. Rachael erased my memories." He poured 2 cups of coffee and handed her one.
"They are up to something terrible. A lot of people are going to get hurt."
"And you thought you could just pump me for information, did you? You believe I will just betray my kind as if I'm a traitor. Do you have any idea what they do to those kinds of people?"
"No, what?"
"I have no idea, but I've seen what they do to regular people they don't care about. I can only imagine what horrors they would perform on someone if they really wanted to." Thyme shivered, then composed his body, looking with a piercing stare right at Rachael. "No, I will tell you nothing, and you will discuss none of that." Rachael looked away, feeling defeated.
"I'm sorry."
She looked back, then attempted to salvage the conversation.
"How have you been doing?"
"The same," he coldly replied. He turned to pour more coffee into his cup. Rachael raised a finger at him. Her magic fizzled, useless. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thyme turned his body fully in her direction with an angry glare. "Get out!"
"But Get out now!"
The door slammed behind her, and locking sounds were heard. Joe was leaning against the wall. "He revealed nothing?" She shook her head. The two walked away together. Thyme sat down at his computer, frustrated at everything. He reached to turn it on, spilling his coffee in the computer in the process.
"No, damn it!"
He rushed to save his computer, quickly grabbing a towel from his bathroom. The computer smoked and sparked, but did not catch fire. He unplugged it. Placing his head in his hands, Thyme tried to pull his hair, which was still gone. He was about to cry out when his phone rang. The same phone that Rachael destroyed. The thing rang. It was on the coffee table and intact. He ceased his would-be tirade and turned his full attention to the phone. He looked confused. Picking it up as if it still rang, the incoming call was from the lawyer, Harry. Or from his office, anyways. "Hello?"
"Yes,"
a woman's voice from the other end. It was the secretary.
"You have a 3:00 appointment today. You are 20 minutes late."
"I didn't arrange one."
"Yes, you did. I saw you yesterday and penciled you in."
Thyme clutched the bridge of his nose, annoyed. "Fine, I'll be right there." You'll be charged a late fee, she said.
Whatever.
He hung up the phone.
What the fuck else would go wrong today?
Thyme walked into the lawyer's firm, walking through the waiting room, barging into Harry's office. The secretary was heard barking her objections with generic rhetoric.
Hey, you can't go in there. You have to wait.
Inside the office, Harry was pouring a drink. Rachael was sitting in the chair in front of the desk. He was wearing a smug look and holding a drink of his own. Love the enthusiasm, Thyme, but walking in like this is dangerous, Harry said. Thyme did not expect Rachael to be here. His words were lost on his lips. He was going to shout his complaints about being forced to be here.
Sit down, Thyme,
Rachael said.
I'm glad you're here.
We were just talking about you. Thyme was motionless, considering running away. Come on now, Thyme, your drink is ready. Harry walked over to Thyme, handing him the drink. It is almost time. With reluctance, Thyme walked to the adjacent empty chair and slowly sat down. His hand shook as he brought the liquid to his mouth. You said I had a week to find my way.
We have decided to shorten that, Rachael said, smiling.
But Rachael placed his empty hand on his face, mocking Thyme with a surprised expression. He then relaxed.
I have a list of some suggestions you could try.
Rachael handed Thyme a sheet of paper. It read, 1. Use ex-cons if you need to torture someone that deserves it. 2. Plant explosives. 3. Make homophobes perform acts of homosexuality. 4. Switch around medications at a pharmacy. 5. Poison a school lunch. 6. Replace the flu shot with AIDS. 7. Cause a mass pileup on the interstate. 8. Plant evidence convicting an innocent. 9. Murder a household. 10. Kill your sister. Thyme looked up from the paper at Rachael. His eyes narrowed.
Kill my sister?
The half-demon shrugged.
It was more of a joke.
But it's an option. She is a fairy, after all. What happens if I don't charge my magic? Harry choked on his drink. You should banish that thought.
Now, Thyme, I believe in you. I know you could pull through and continue like everyone else. It's why I gave you helpful suggestions.
You really should consider that last one. Rachael winked. Thyme looked down. The paper fell from his hand, swaying as it landed under his chair. And when I can't make myself do it, what then, Rachael? Harry slammed his drink down. You idiot! Are you so naive? Rachael chuckled. This is why I'm here, Thyme. We have taught you everything. All of our secrets are in your head. You've even gone so far as to align yourself with Cthulhu. You showed a great deal of promise. At least I have always thought you did. Everyone believes I am a fool for believing in you. He finished his drink.
I told them what I'm about to tell you every time someone expressed doubt.
His humorous tone dropped to a serious one. He locked eyes with Thyme.
We can always use another guinea pig.
He looked at Harry.
Hey, what's that project Johnson is working on?
The repeated strangulation and suffocation limitation. Ah, yes, the choking. Rachael returned his gaze to Thyme.
You have that to look forward to if you don't see results soon.
Thyme moved to the door, almost running. He knew there was no escape from this half-demon. Running could not prevail.
You see, Harry, sometimes they need a little motivation.
Thyme left. Won't the need for self-preservation prevent him from actually charging magic? Harry asked.
Do you honestly believe he will pull through?
In a candlelit room in some unknown subterranean place was a table. Sitting at this table were the 5 masters of vile magic: Simon Orn, Keziah Mason, Baron Ferenzi, Ephraim Waite, and Enoch Bowen. This large, windowless room had no distinct details. It was just a place for them to meet and nothing more. "Remember when we used to send each other correspondence through letters?" Simon Orn asked. "I still believe that was the true downfall of your friend Joseph." "Being careless was his downfall. Regular people killed him twice. The fairies didn't even get to him. What a pathetic waste." "Email, the phones are equally no good in this new age of electronics and energy." "Yes, I tried to establish a network, but it didn't work, remember?" "That's how they found us last time. I'm willing to bet it's the reason we're here now. When will Raziel get here?" "The half-breed can shift through time and space at will. He's intentionally making us wait." "True, but he still can't be in 2 places at the same time." "Kerfuffum McNargosh!" Keziah finally spoke. Everyone ignored her. Through the darkness, Raziel poked his head out. "Good you're all here." "Yes, we are. What is it that you want?" Ephraim asked. "You were about to go on about how the last network failed, correct?" Raziel said. "Do you intend on explaining the new one to us?" Orn asked. "You already know all about the new one. I'm here to talk about Thyme. That squeamish new warlock? Why did you pick him?" Ferenzi said, showing not an ounce of respect. "Questioning me? I thought you mortals knew better than that. Your tones are lacking. You have seen what I do with impudent warlocks. The 5 of us combined are more powerful than even you, Raziel. Our powers are only rivaled by the gods we serve, and maybe a true demon." Raziel snickered. "I wouldn't be so certain of that if I were you." "Come to show off your dick, have ye? Or is there some actual business you wish to discuss?" Orn asked. "The last network failed due to carelessness. It lacked proper magical and non-magical protections. Regular humans stumbled across it. This one has actually been held for almost 10 years. Your acolytes have proven useful in filling the devil's hand. It will be done soon. I want all of you there for the great and final transference." "Which old one will be first?" Baron Ferenzi asked. "Not Hastur," replied Ephraim Waite. Ferenzi paid no attention to Ephraim. He looked only upon Raziel for an answer. "That," Raziel began, "is not up to me or any of you. There is one thing that must be present." He paused, giving them time to ask. They said nothing. "I want everyone there, old and new alike. Not a single warlock, initiate, acolyte, grandmaster such as yourselves, or even an off-worlder is to miss this." "I would imagine none of them would want to miss it. This is what we've always been working so hard for. The devil's hand will be so powerful, and it can be harnessed to do anything. It will be powerful enough to usher in all of the old ones. Do you know who among us will have the honor of harnessing the power?" "Yes, I do," Raziel answered. "Well?" Raziel said nothing, as his head pulled back through the disappearing back into the darkness. Thyme stared at a knife and gun sitting in front of him. Next to that were boxes full of powder. Am I actually going to do this? What would my sister think? To do what I've learned, to actually apply this horrendous craft to other people. What choice have I got? He picked up the gun. His imagination ran through several scenarios. Even if he could get away with it legally, the thought of killing an innocent and making orphans made him nauseous.
What about those that deserve it?
He put the gun down while picking up the knife.
Why did they even pick me to be like this?
I can't do this their way. I have to do this my way. Why do I have to do this? He glanced at the computer, wrecked and ruined. I don't even have the option to do this my way. He half smiled. Stealing, I can stomach. Why don't I start there? Sirens echoed in his mind as he pictured himself stealing a car and driving down the highway. The half-demon and other warlocks were bad enough to deal with. Plus the angels in their lot, to include humans as yet another problem, would antiquate his problem beyond repair. He shook his head, dismissing the option of Grand Theft Auto. So I won't murder and I won't physically torture. That leaves just one avenue: destruction. Yes, I can do that. Destroy what, though? His eyes lit up with an idea. Yes, I think I have it. Thyme entered the computer store, walking casually, attempting to hide his "I swear I'm not about to commit a crime" face. He waited in line with a singular flash drive to purchase. He paid as much attention to the register as he could, giving an air of impatience. His real observations were on the customers more than the register. Utilizing the last of his magical reserves, he cast a simple spell of memorization. The perspective allowing the credit card numbers to burn into his memory. The effect left a headache, causing Thyme to wince. He was even fortunate enough to witness two patrons' 3-digit codes and their 4-digit security input. Upon reaching the front of the line, he made a surprised, "Oh, I forgot something" face. Thyme returned to the register with a new computer. His next stop was to purchase painkillers for his headache. They couldn't do anything, and he knew it. He tried all the same. When he went home, he set up his new computer and got to work. Opening up the web browser for the first time, defaulted to news, as if for the first time ever fate, the universe, or maybe even the gods themselves have actually shown favor to Thyme, because in bold letters there was a USA Today article. Trump hands out his cell phone number, urges leaders to call him. Step 1, get his phone number. Thyme rubbed his chin, trying to formulate the full plan. Merely going to Twitter and looking at the tweets made by the president didn't take long prior to finding a rant about his phone. iPhone, there we go. They use iMessage. That's been around since 2011. I've fiddled with these before. I'm glad I bought a Mac. How to find out that number is the actual hard part. The easy part, ironically, is what I'll do with it. Intercept the messages that alter them. It won't be hard to hack his phone when he isn't paying attention. Thyme paused. He stopped typing keys and his eyes were wide. Goose flesh rippled on the back of his neck. Raziel? Thyme asked without taking his eyes away from the monitor. Yes, it's me, said the half-demon. What are you doing? You're wasting your time on that man-made machine. Well, you'll be pleased to know that I might have found a way to contribute. Thyme composed himself, relaxing his eyes and muscles. He casually spun around to look his guest in the eyes. In my own way, if it works, I think you'll be impressed. Raziel leaned past Thyme to look at the screen. He scratched his head. I don't really understand any of this computer stuff. In my day, we would just stab a guy. Well, you see, I could theoretically start World War III. Raziel pulled his face back. His sad frown of disbelief and disappointment were all too evident. It's a computer. I'm not fond of the invention of a fag. Thyme inwardly winced at the vulgarity, but held a straight face. Well, it's my way of doing things. Do you want me to get you guys magic or not?
Raziel chuckled with his hands raised defensively. Hey now, whatever it takes. I hear some good things about these boxes. I've never bothered with them personally, but if it gets the job done, great. He lowered his hands. How could it cause World War III? Well, you see, if I get his phone number, I can remotely access his iPhone. Thyme pointed at the screen, a window containing what looked like HTML, using this script I'm working on. Phones have eyes now? Thyme put his hand on his forehead and sighed. No, sir, Raziel touched Ty's scalp. A spark of magic exited him and went into the half-demon's finger. Thyme jumped out of his chair in pain and surprise, rubbing the spot that was touched. What was that? Copied your understanding of these boxes? You have a lot of work to do. It might help. Well, that is, if they don't kill you first. Well, you just looked into my thoughts. All I have to do is get that number. Raziel picked up a pen and paper and scribbled something down. Here you go. What is... Thyme looked at it to see the 10-digit number. He looked up to Raziel with his eye twitching and face contorting in a motherlode of confusion. Come on now, you think we wouldn't have that guy under our thumb? Raziel stepped away, moving to the wall. With his hand outstretched and palm opened, a chair appeared in a puff of smoke, and he sat down in the conjured chair. Keep going, just ignore me for now. With the small amount of magic gained from stealing credit card numbers, he was able to cast a few more spells to enhance his odds of success. All Thyme had to do was wait until the target phone was used. Eventually, a text was sent out. With superb timing, he executed with the stroke of the enter key, which replaced not only the message, but the recipient as well. We are going to blow you fuckers sky high. Mess with us, we're getting our nukes ready. Ready is intentionally misspelled. As I write this now, you're intentionally misspelled. Little piss ant pieces, intentionally misspelled, of shit are all going to die. By me, the greatest, intentionally misspelled, American ever. Newscaster voice. Kim Jong-un threatens the United States with nuclear strike once again. The president has responded with the same threat directly back to the leader of North Korea. Raziel leaned over Thyme's shoulder, staring at the screen. You weren't the first to try to get North Korea to bomb the United States, or vice versa. Yes, but look at the opportunity. If I'm successful and this war actually happens, that would be more than enough magic to fill the devil's hand. Raziel shrugged. I mean, it's clever, don't misunderstand me, boy. You've hacked into messaging programs and are sending false messages from both sides. You aren't impressed? You told me to find a way to charge my magic, and I found a way to ignite a nuclear war. Why do you seem underwhelmed? Raziel sighed. I guess I'm just old-fashioned is all. I miss the old days where we took matters into our own hands and did the killing ourselves. You warlocks used to be great warriors. Now look at you doing nothing but punching into plastic keys on a plastic keyboard to disrupt society and sow chaos. The greatest warlock couldn't accomplish what I'm about to do. Back in your time, it would take decades to kill as many people that will die in the oncoming war. Like I said, it's been tried many times. Some angel or archon will probably stop you. No doubt they are tracking you down at this very moment. Possibly. Well, that is if I wasn't careful about hiding my IP and more. The archons trying to stop this will be diverted to Guatemala. When this works, I will be the most powerful warlock that has ever walked the earth. If it fails, they'll simply kill me. You can't lose. Thyme unconsciously looked at the ring he wore.
The thing gave a subtle glow of magic that only those adapted in magic could see. Raziel took hold of Thyme's wrist, lifting it up to examine the ring. His nose sniffed at the magic, then he tossed Thyme's hand back, discarding it with disgust. He spit on the ground. "You dare wear that?" "Shit. Listen, Raziel, it keeps me shielded. You wear one of their trinkets? How can you even wear that?" Raziel stepped back as his throat produced an inhuman snarling sound. I haven't done anything truly evil yet. Their magic has no effect on me unless I will it. So why wouldn't I wear a ring they made that conceals my location from tracking magic? Raziel narrowed his eyes, still growling. "They are going to kill you, and I won't protect you, but I will watch and laugh as they make you suffer." Thyme opened his mouth to say something, but Raziel was already gone. He sighed, then admitted to himself that the half-demon was right. He could not stay here. Maybe I should have done something more subtle. He began to pack his computer, knowing that this place will be met by their arrival at any moment. No, it will work. I just have to keep this up a little longer. As he walked down the street, he glanced back halfway a block away to his apartment. He imagined his home on fire. He picked up his pace, distancing himself as much as possible. He looked at his ring, grateful that his sister never noticed him take it. He sat at a coffee shop once again on his computer, still remote, compromising and altering messages from the two world leaders. His magic was thoroughly depleted and leaving no actual evil in him, but his minor spells of alteration still held. He smiled as he looked at a timer he set up. It read 2 minutes. He had that much time and someone could potentially reach him. When there were 30 seconds remaining, he gulped one last bit of coffee and packed his computer away. As he left, he spotted Raziel in full demon form on top of a building watching him. Fuck, if he found me, then they can't be far. Thyme increased his pace, heading to the subway station. Walking down the stairs, he passed by several suited men heading the way he just came from. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, and they the top, one of the suited men turned around to look back at Thyme. Thyme was already out of sight. He got on the next train, not caring or considering where it was going. As the door shut, Thyme failed to see the same suited man standing outside of the train. Thyme hefted a heavy sigh. The man stood behind him with his hand extended. A spark of magic exited his fingertips and fizzled to nothing. He grabbed Thyme by the shoulder, spinning him around. It was the same man from earlier, Joe, the one that was with his sister. "Why are you following me?" "It's you, isn't it?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." Thyme pushed Joe's hand away, then moved to a different part of the train. Joe followed. "You are insane to think we will just let you start World War III. "What? Get away from me." Thyme moved to the doors, facing away from Joe. "I'm not convinced you want to be responsible for millions or even billions dying." The other people on the train turned their heads to the two wizards. The train was approaching the next station. "Leave me alone." "Thyme, you don't have to do it." Joe brought his voice down to a whisper. "You could tell me where they are, and nobody would ever know that you told me." Thyme glared at Joe. "You can't hurt me, can you? Otherwise you would have." "I would prefer not to hurt you. Rachel wouldn't care much for that." "Right. No, you lack the option. Unless you want to get your hands dirty like a normal person and do it yourself." The doors opened. Thyme began to walk out. His wrist was caught by Joe. Thyme spun around, pushing with his free hand and sprinting away. Joe tried to follow.
No other passengers exited the train. As Thyme turned a corner, Joe was right behind. Thyme looked back. Joe was not there. A drop of blood fell onto Thyme's head. He touched it and then looked at the red, thick stain on his fingers. Looking up, he saw Rachael munching on the already mangled carcass of Joe. Thyme's face contorted with fear. His feet stumbled back, tripping, causing him to fall backwards, never taking his eyes off of Rachael, further dismembering Joe. The crunching sound echoed as bones tore apart in his demon jaws. A thick puddle was formed where Thyme stood a moment ago. Rachael was perched on a station sign marking their location. In between bites, Rachael addressed Thyme.
"You're welcome."
"Did you follow me just to kill him?" Rachael lowered the body from his mouth. With his free hand, he brought the pointer finger to his lips.
"Shh. We don't need normies to notice us, or worse, his friends to discover how you lured him to a trap. They'll want you dead for sure now, Thyme."
"What?" Thyme looked around, scared of how right Rachael was. "What do I do? My sister is literally going to kill me. They've been waiting for this day. For the day I would kill or go too far, but I haven't."
"It won't matter.
They might just use a regular gun on you." "But I don't have enough evil in me to justify them killing me. It won't matter. They will shoot you first and ask questions second." Rachael returned, devouring Joe. Thyme stood up. "I have to get out of here." "Yes, you do. Are you finally ready for your new home?" "New home?" Thyme repeated, letting the words sink into his mind. "What choice have I got now?" "Excellent!" Rachael dropped the body, then leapt down next to Thyme. He was suddenly in his fully suited human form, with not a drop of blood on his fine-tailored suit. "Fret not, we have the internet. You will do just fine." Rachael grabbed Thyme by the shoulder, and the two vanished with no visible effect. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10. Thyme opened his eyes. Due to laying down, the room was sideways from his viewpoint. This was the same bland room he was shown before. He was deep inside of the conclave of warlocks. He stood up, rubbing his head, feeling a dull headache. He still wore his ring that he borrowed from Rachael. The room only held a desk with a computer, a closet with his clothing, a chamber pot in the corner, and the bed he currently sat on. He walked to the door. It was locked from the outside.
"Oh, you're awake. Here,"
the voice from the other side said. A slot in the middle of the door opened. In was pushed a pitcher of water, cans of bland generic food like cream corn and green beans, and a familiar crystal.
"Hurry up now. This is all you get until you charge your more magic. You know what to do."
Thyme snatched the tray. The slot closed immediately. He placed it next to the computer, then paced the room, attempting to formulate any idea he could.
"Escape isn't possible. The food is crap, and this is now my prison."
He sighed, accepting his fate. Sitting down at the computer, Thyme turned it on. The thing was slow operating on the slowest internet fathomable. Frowning, he wondered just how much worse things could possibly get. Can it truly get any worse than this?
"Yes, it can,"
came the voice from the other side.
"And you know it."
Thyme sighed again.
"Yes, I do know it. If I can't charge magic, they will use me as just another human to charge magic instead of with."
The computer was done starting up. The browser took 3 minutes to fully load in. Thyme began his work on processing bank personal information. He hasn't done anything with it just yet, but it was part of his setup process. Lazier and Rachael were standing at the train station, looking down at the puddle of blood that was all that remained of Joe. Police tape lined the crime scene, and a circular chalk line ran around the puddle.
This is Thyme's doing, Lazier said.
I'm not convinced, Rachael said.
A comrade has been killed by your brother.
Do you have any proof? Rachael asked.
Joe was tracking him down, and now Joe is dead. Do we need further proof than this?
Walking up the stairs was Detective Mann, much older now and completely bald. His eyes had dark circles, and an obvious air of exhaustion hung over his head. He approached Rachael and Lazier. For the briefest of moments, he saw a normal-dressed woman and the angelic true form of Lazier. The moment was short-lived. The magic overcame his vision. He perceived them as two federal agents dressed appropriately. As he walked under the police tape, passing two streetcars on the way, he addressed the feds.
What happened here? Homicide,
Lazier said. And this requires federal agents? What's wrong? No faith in us?
This became a federal matter the moment one of us fell victim,
Lazier said. How exactly could he have done this? Joe is far more capable, and you know it. What if some other person did it? Rachael asked.
Does it matter? It won't matter if he outwitted Joe, overpowered Joe, or was used as bait.
Wait, you know the victim and who did this? Rachael and Lazier looked at Detective Mann.
We know the victim,
Rachael said.
And the killer,
Lazier added. Rachael gave the half-angel a dirty look. We have a suspect. Mann pulled out a pad of paper. What is the suspect's name? That's classified, Rachael said.
Thyme,
Lazier answered. His name is Thyme? What a peculiar name. Though I think I once met a little boy by that name years ago. I think he had a sister.
Probably a different person,
Lazier said. Mann shrugged. What else do you have? Nothing, Rachael said. Bullshit, ma'am. You know names, occupations, and no doubt places of residence. Lazier held up a hand. A flash of magic entered Detective Mann's mind. Lazier and Rachael vanished. The light cleared, and he stood alone. He bent down, examining the puddle of blood. Now what could have happened here? Who could possibly have done this? He looked at his notepad, and the word Thyme was written. Thyme? What does that mean? What a peculiar name. Though I think I once met a little boy by that name years ago. I think he had a little sister. Lazier and Rachael teleported into a hallway, walking.
It can't be Thyme. Look, he's your brother, and you will defend him no matter what. Admirable, but in vain. It's him.
Lazier pointed at someone ahead of him.
You send the call. We hunt. Find Thyme now.
The man nodded and ran off. But, Rachael was cut off.
Discussion time over. Your orders are to find him and report back.
Rachael stormed off, angry but silent. Thyme opened a folder on the computer inside dozens of files he had compiled. Each contained various banking and personal information. Scrolling down, he clicked on the bottom file, which was a different sort of program. Clicking on it activated a new window. It began running itself. Thyme leaned back in his chair. Raziel walked out from the shadows that weren't even there a moment ago, waving his hand dismissively.
Right. So now that I know about computers, tell me why you don't just use magic to hide your IP.
Thyme fidgeted with his hands, darting his eyes, nervously trying to avoid the question. Raziel laughed. Oh, I see. You don't have any left, do you? It's not like I'm not trying. I really am. It's just these things take time. Raziel slapped him on the back, still laughing.
Enjoy this room a little longer, then.
Raziel vanished. Rachael walked into Thyme's abandoned apartment. She used the spare key. She sighed, looking around. The eviction notice, was on the door. She looked in the kitchen and the single bedroom. Everything is perfectly clean. Someone has already been here. She looked around all the same. She did not look very long before noticing the darkened corner. Direct sunlight touched that corner from the window, and yet it was still dark. She squinted her eyes at the sight. Red eyes formed at the bottom of that shadowed corner. The eyes slowly rose to the top of the darkness. Rachel's own eyes were alarmed. She felt her heartbeat triple. A demon! She quickly rummaged through her purse to find any charm that could aid her. It darted out of the shadows, lunging at her. The thing was a dark blur, impossible to make out, either due to how fast it was or what it was. Corvash! Rachael screamed, casting a spell. The thing bounced off an invisible shield, knocking down to the floor, but not far. The thing leapt back up. Its full frame was visible with what little amount of time it still remained. Shadows swirled about the creature. It was translucent and made of darkness itself. Light had no effect on it. The very impossibility stood before Rachael, beating its fists upon her summoned shield. The bangs were swift and strong. She could feel her magic faltering quickly. A crack formed on her protective barrier. She gasped, then shook her head, trying to clear the fear away. Light! Though not a magic word, the spell was no less potent. The entire room filled with a burst of light. The thing recoiled a few steps back. The flash was just a 3-second burst. It took longer than that for her eyes to readjust. While her eyes were still struggling to see again, she heard and even felt this shadow demon still pounding on her barrier. Everything was still blurry and hard to see as a loud boom went off. Her hearing was hindered. She no longer felt the vibration of the thing's fists pounding. Her eyes came into focus, but auditory stimulation was nothing but a dull ringing. Standing before her, with his back to her, was Lazir, the half-angel. In front of him, all that remained of the shadow demon was a dark smudge on the floor. Lazir! Rachael shouted, still unable to hear. Lazir shook his head. Without turning his head, his eyes turned to her direction. He snapped his fingers. The magic was instant. Her hearing returned. Lazir! The first half of his name was shouted, but the realization of sound returning softened her voice for the second syllable. Rachael was on one knee, wincing. She pulled herself up to stand behind the half-angel. You are lucky I came just now, he said. Yes, thank you, sir. I was looking for your brother. Yes, I know. He must have put that demon here to thwart us. Lazir looked around with just his eyes at the surrounding apartment. Seems he's cleaned up. A pity. I doubt we'll find any clue as to his whereabouts. Sir, I'm sorry for all of this. I love my brother, but I think we have to stop him. Good. I'm glad you're on board. Lazir started to walk around the small room. What do we do? I think you already know. Rachael lowered her head. Fret not, child, you won't have to hurt him. Where is he now? Rachael raised her head with a confused look in her eyes. I came here looking for him. I don't know where he is. Lazir raised an eyebrow. Come on now, you are more resourceful than that. Rachael stopped herself, knowing he was right. Yes, sir, I do have a way to find him. Well, two, actually. The easy way is he is your twin, and your blood can lead to him. I don't know if that will work, she said. I know it will work. I've already tried it, Lazir said. What do you mean you already tried it? I went to your place prior to coming here. I used some of your hair from a brush. Powerful magic shields his blood. Wherever he is, he can only be with
the other warlocks gathering magic with and for them. His eyes narrowed. Now tell me this other way.
He doesn't know that I know, but I know he has borrowed a ring of mine. Lazir smiled, then frowned.
It is unlikely he has that now. It should be useless and painful for him to wield, especially since he is already killed. Therefore, he is evil.
Unless he still wears it, then he couldn't have killed Joe.
Lazir shrugged. It's a start all the same. Come on, let's go back to the others, and then we'll track your ring.
Hey! Someone knocked on Thyme's door, pounding their fist. Thyme slammed his fist into the desk, frustrated at his dilemma.
What?
All hands, said the voice on the other side of the door. Yeah, sure. Would be really swell. I'm a bit trapped in here. Thyme's voice was shrewd. The door creaked open. Thyme half frowned. He stuck his head out of the door, looking into the hallway. All the way at the end, he saw whomever opened the door walking away. The Novus warlock still wore the ring. He made his way to the others, and they were making their way to the auditorium.
Hey, Thyme, still working to ignite World War III? Chuckled a person behind him.
He turned his head back to see Harry smiling a wide grin. Yeah, what of it?
Come on, we could talk as we walk. All hands, you know.
The two moved down the corridor. Thyme dragged his feet. It won't work, you know, the lawyer commented. Thyme said nothing. Lots of warlocks have tried what you are trying. Those fairies always thwart it. Even if the fairies don't, humans tend to never have the balls to follow through with these things. They're all bluster, you know. I mean, yeah, sure, when one side has the power, their threats are real. They have no moral dilemma striking a defenseless foe. Neither side is defenseless. Both countries have the capability to blow each other off the face of the earth. Therefore, neither side will do it. Thyme kept looking down as they walked. He said nothing. So when that fails, I hope you have a contingency plan. Otherwise, you know. Thyme sighed. Giving up already? That's a shame. Well, I can help you end your life painlessly, with ease. Convincing someone to kill themselves would charge your magic considerably, wouldn't it? The lawyer smiled, shrugging his shoulders. Hey, I'm offering you an easy out. Take it or leave it. They walked through the large double doors, entering the room where everyone brought the crystals. The room that housed the largest magic storage that has ever existed, the Devil's Hand. Another warlock walked along with them.
Harry is lying, Thyme.
He'll torture you to death, and you know it. Can't trust him. Me, on the other hand, I can offer you real painless death, he said.
Hold on now, the rapist warlock interjected. Why settle for painless? I can let you die in ecstasy, man. Think about it. A pure orgasmic death. Go out with a bang, man.
Thyme pushed them back and picked up his pace, walking forward. Oh, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to the help. He had a sharp tone on the last word. He looked down the long, carpeted path in the auditorium. He averted his eyes from the large crystalline object on the stage. That magic storage unit emitted its own dark aura that even those not adapted in the ways of dark arts could see. The thing generated fear, waves of evil flitted from it. Standing next to the crystal were those warlocks that tortured Thyme. Keziah Mason, Simon Orne, Ephraim Waite, Enoch Bowen, and Baron Ferenzi. Thyme sat down in a chair on the third row. Hundreds of warlocks shuffled in. After a while, the seats were completely filled. Sitting next to Thyme were two warlocks he had never seen but never talked to. Thyme leaned to the one on his right and whispered, "Where's Raziel? Isn't this the big moment we've all worked so hard for?" This particular warlock leaned away from Thyme as if offended by his very presence. "Do you really want to question him?"
He comes and goes as he sees fits. Stop talking to me.
Thyme pulled away from him and sighed to himself. He slumped down in his chair, feeling the anxiety and hopelessness of his situation. They are going to kill me today. Maybe their big moment will keep their attention away. The 5 elders on the stage were talking to themselves. While Ephraim and the Baron were enemies, they remained civil. Thyme could not hear their words. Their demeanor, however, was discernible. These people were arguing with one another in hushed whispers. Orn waved to someone off the stage. A large hooded man approached them. They said something to him. Orn's finger stretched out to the crowd, and that finger Thyme felt was directed at him. The hooded man said nothing, then walked away. The 5 took their places around the devil's hand, standing on sigils both painted and carved into the wooden floor. Keziah was directly in front of the crystal. She turned her back to it, facing the audience. The other 4 chanted arcane words. She shouted at everyone. Curse on back! Thyme had no idea what her gibbering meant. Everyone else understood, though. They began to chant the same as the 4 elders. He had no idea what was going on. He looked to his right. In the aisle is the same hooded man. His eyes were solid white. His face was shriveled. His empty, dead expression left no doubt about his non-existent livelihood. He approached Thyme. The young warlock was consumed by the fear of whatever was happening. Am I to be sacrificed here for the final ritual? Thyme was paralyzed by fear. Whether it was magical or non-magical, he could not tell. He wanted to scream, but was too fear-stricken by this ghoul to utter any sound. The thing took hold of his arm, and without a word, he was pulled from his seat and taken. The dead man had a powerful, inescapable grip with his cold, dead fingers. He didn't even slow down. Thyme felt his feet dragging on the floor to no avail. Desperation choked him, and he knew that he must escape. Even if he would be killed, death was preferable to whatever horrors they had in store for him on that stage. No one came to his aid, and no one came to the aid of the ghoul either. Thyme was placed on the stage and held there by the undead thing. Rachael wants you here, said Orn, the man returning his attention back to the crystal and the ritual at hand. Thyme lowered his head in defeat. The ritual was lengthy and extremely repetitive. Magic flowed from individuals in the auditorium and into the crystal. The thing was nearing its completion. Thyme momentarily wondered what exactly they could do with so much power. He didn't care, not really. He accepted that he would be dead long before he could witness anything. A subtle sphere of light formed over each warlock, even over Thyme. Even the elders had their light hovering over them. This light, though, did not feel evil to Thyme. He could not quite place it. It was no product of magic produced by Yogsothoth, Cthulhu, Hastur, Nyarathotep, or Azothoth. No one noticed or cared. They either believed it was part of the ritual or too enveloped in the moment. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Power Overwhelming. Golden spears thrusted out of the lights, stabbing into more warlocks than not. While most had their full attention focused solely on the ritual, there were those that were beyond the level of the novice and never let their guard down. There were those that always had magical protections that allowed them to evade as well. Most, however, neither dodged nor deflected the holy attack. The light drove through their skulls, piercing swiftly. Their eyes were wide with shock and surprise. Pain was not registered. Their confusion was evident on their unblinking expressions. Blood trickled out of every orifice, and the massive wound at the top had blood and brain matter oozing out. Minges gushed their jelly slithering down their face. One person continued to chant. their words went from proper pronunciation to mild mistakes in articulation to a cascade of malformed, incomprehensible gibberish. The spears that thrusted out above the elders vaporized prior to making contact. The 5 most powerful warlocks that represented the vile gods did not cease their chanting. If anything, the deaths of the warlocks around the auditorium were being fueled into the crystal.
"We're under attack!"
Someone screamed. The massive stone guardians crumbled from good magic before they could even move to perform their duties. Portals opened throughout the room, out flooded the trespassers, Lazir leading the charge. With the exception of the elders, the remaining warlocks ceased their chanting. They jumped into action, fighting the invaders. Guns fired, swords swung, and spells were thrown in every direction. Thyme looked around. The sight was all too familiar. He has seen this once before, when he was a child, that night his parents were killed. Enoch Bowen stopped chanting.
"The moment we release, this power will be vulnerable. Keep chanting,"
Simon Orange shouted at him.
"Duvaner!"
Keziah Mason screamed her retort.
"We have to release the crystal. Its power is enough to kill every last fairy,"
Baron Ferenzi shouted.
"Duvaner!"
Keziah repeated.
"We'll die, idiots. We have to release it." "It's not finished yet. Duvaner!" "Fuck this. I'm using the power it has before they destroy it." "Time!"
Rachael called out. She ran to her tied-up brother. She began to untie him. As she did so, she commented, "The golden spear did not attack you. That means you aren't evil. I knew you couldn't do it."
"At least someone believes in me."
As she finished unbinding him, she was stabbed from behind.
"Die, fairy!"
Harry declared triumphantly, then ran off to fight the others. Thyme dropped to his knees. "I'm so sorry, Rachael." She coughed up blood and half smiled. She was too wounded to speak. Her eyes closed. Enoch Bowen jumped to the crystal, breaking the ritual, ending everyone's protections. The other 4 elder warlocks were disintegrated by something too swift to make out. It flashed like lightning, moving from warlock to warlock, then stopped directly in front of Bowen.
"You!" Enoch said. "I've always done your bidding. The power is finally in your grasp. I can seize it right now."
Lazir, the half-angel, did not change his facial expression. He swung his sword, beheading Enoch Bowen in one swoop. The head flew, bouncing off of Thyme's chest and landing on top of Rachael. Thyme looked up to the crystal, seeing every warlock doing battle, and the ones that were not were moving to the crystal to claim its power. He took one last look at Rachael dead on the floor, then rushed with the others to the crystal. The magic of Gaia fried all that approached it. When the magic was focused on Thyme, nothing happened. Lazir rushed to him and swung his sword. The Novus warlock ducked, avoiding it. As he continued to move forward, he looked back to Lazir. The half-angel winked. He returned his attention forward, only a few feet from his makeshift goal. "I have no idea what is going to happen when I get to it." Thyme placed his hand on the crystal. A bullet whizzed past his head, missing him, but striking the crystal. A spiderweb crack formed on it. Darkness spewed out like tangible vapors from the cracks. A second shot struck the crystal, making additional cracks, and current cracks widened. A third shot shattered it. A mass of dark magic swirled, bunched together where the crystal stood. The vapors weaved through the air, hurtling to Thyme. He saw a brief image where the magic was leaving from, an image of the 5 evil gods, Nyarathotep, Azothoth, Yogsothoth, Cthulhu, and a glaring Hastur. The black smoke entered Thyme's mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and consumed his soul. He felt it envelop his entire frame, a feeling of emptiness and being full. The evil within stirred, In his mind he heard voices barking commands and cries for help. As the mist still entered him, the fight outside of himself still raged. The only ones that stopped to look were Harry and Lazier. Both of them smiled. Thyme opened his eyes. He looked around. He saw the warlocks and paladins fighting. He saw for the first time their auras, their magic. He smelled in the air all of the magic being cast and was ever casted here in this room. He heard every detail in perfect clarity with his ears. Time for time froze. Everything and everyone was motionless. He felt the vibrations all around. Every detail, in every fashion, was exposed to the now most powerful warlock that has ever walked the earth. Time resumed its normal flow. Good magic buzzed through the air, shot from a good sorcerer. The magic dissipated into nothing next to Time. He stood up, looking around. Another reached him, swinging a mace. The mace melted without even making contact. Time waved his hand, and the attacker vanished. "You killed him! You're evil now!" one of the attackers shouted. Unbeknownst to everyone except Time and the one that just vanished, the previous attacker was alive and healthy. He was teleported away. However, as magic must have an evil consequence, the previous attacker was no longer able to cast magic. His magic was gone. Everyone had their full attention on Time. The invaders attacked him with everything they had. Bullets did nothing, swords melted, and magic fizzled just like before. Time walked over to his sister. He reached to her, picked her up, but the evil inside of him sparked from his fingertips and scarred her shoulder. He pulled back. "I have limitless power now. How can I save you with it?" His eyes narrowed in determination. "You will not die today." He pointed at his sister. The vile magic shot out, surrounding her, and entered her body. The wound closed, and life was restored. "Now go home, my sister." She vanished. Time turned his attention to everyone else. They never stopped attacking him. "All of you go home!" Time braced himself and waved his arm. Magic shot out as a wave with his hand. It was unavoidable. The dark magic passed through his fellow warlocks with no effect. The paladins, though, it engulfed them, making them vanish just like the previous ones. Lazier knew better than to let it touch him. He disappeared on his own power prior to magic reaching him. Everyone was speechless. Harry rushed over to Time. But this is impossible." Time's eyes were literal black fires. He stared at Harry. "You stabbed my sister?" He pointed at Harry. "I can see our gods, all 5 of them. They constantly whisper and scream in my head. By Azothoth, you will pay." Harry backed away, trying to turn around only to be disintegrated by someone other than Time. He looked to see Rachael had done the deed. "What has happened, Rachael? Why wouldn't you let me kill him?" "If you think hard enough, you'll figure it out." Time looked at him. The half-demon looked different. White and black auras surrounded him. Rachael had more than one face. I could see her true form now. "You have 1,000 faces." Rachael placed a finger on his lips. "Shh, you'll ruin the surprise." He approached Time, wrapping an arm around the powerful warlock. "Everything is exactly as I planned it." "You planned this? You've been playing both sides?" Rachael looked at the surviving warlocks. "It's true, everyone. I knew those fairies would attack. I knew the elders would die. I even knew Time would be the one to gain this power. All of you worked so hard for." He raised both of his hands to calm everyone down. "Now all of you have one more part to play. Those others, their powers. They have been quelled by our now supreme leader here. Go to them and kill them all." Time raised a hand in protest. Except for his sister. She's off limits." The warlocks dispersed. Most walked away. Others teleported. After they left, which did not take long, Raziel turned to Time.
Yes, I did plan this. Well, sort of. I honestly wanted Enoch Bowen to have the power, he said. I could see your true form. You've never told the truth once in your life. Fine. Even if I'm lying, you still have power, and in a way, this works out better. Raziel's face lit with excitement. You're invincible, boy. Their magic can't even hurt you now. You're so powerful, you have actually dampened their magic. Now we will kill them with ease. Thyme sighed. Rachael woke up in her home. She had a headache, and her back, where she was stabbed while healed, still felt like a fresh wound. She moaned while placing a hand on her wound. When she stood up, she prepared herself for a healing spell to banish the pain. Her home felt strange. She looked around while still preparing to cast her spell. Her house felt foreboding. Why do I feel naked? She said to herself. She shook her head, rejecting the notion. She was still clothed. With a wave of her hand, she attempted to cast the spell. Gaia, heal me, she called out. No healing effect occurred. Instead, her home turned crimson. Her previous installed protection spells flared and went off. Fire gushed out of the walls, attempting to engulf her. Her mind was still quick, thus she barely evaded her own home's fire attacks. She let out a scream as the house emitted a sonic counterspell to undo her own magic she was attempting to cast. Additional protections went off, one that she was all too familiar with due to placing them there herself. She knew what was about to happen. She was always prepared for the evil warlocks to attack her in her own home. This place was a fortress against evil, and only a fool would attack one of her kind in their own home. The doors were the first to be sealed. Any evil force that would dare to invade her home would be trapped in here and suffocate to death. She saw the windows beginning to seal. She rushed to the nearest window and crashed through it just as the magical seal closed. She was on the ground, breathing heavily, looking back, staring at her death-trap home in wild confusion. What has happened? My magic cannot fail. From the outside, there was no visible difference from her home. On the inside, she knew that every trap was being sprung, and the insides were on fire, invisible to the outside eye. She looked at her hands, and at the various trinkets about her persons. Those trinkets felt different than before. Just today, prior to returning to her home, they have always emitted a comforting aura. Now they felt foul and stunk. Has my home been corrupted? My trinkets? What is going on? She stared at her hands and did not recognize her own flesh. It was hers, but her body felt like that of a stranger. What has happened? One of the good wizards said to the others. All 153 good-aligned wizards were back at their headquarters. Most stared at their hands in confusions, while others panicked, screaming about with their arms flailing. Lazir appeared in the middle of this group. Everyone listen to me. He rallied their attention. Your magic has been suppressed. This is only temporary. You must flee for your lives. The warlocks are coming to finish you off. I will do my best to hold them off, but even I cannot stop hundreds of warlocks. As if on cue, the windows burst open. The place had similar protections like the home of Rachael. The first warlock jumped into the burst window. As his body passed in, he was vaporized. Other warlocks were about to do the same, but refrained at the sight of their comrades' disintegration. Their eyes widened with surprise. The warlocks said nothing. They stood there, ready to attack, but did not move closer. They backed away, but did not retreat. We are safe for now. Nobody leave this room, a good caster yelled at the others. Lazir heaved a sigh of relief and allowed his body to fall into a chair. I was worried that our protections would fail. Rachel's brother is powerful enough to pierce them and still kill us. If he shows up, we're as good as dead."
Outside, the warlocks murmured against themselves.
"How long do we have before their magic returns?"
asked one hooded, gray-haired warlock.
"We have approximately 23 hours and 23 minutes,
said a warlock wearing a pinstripe suit. He continued as if answering an unspoken question.
"I am an expert at null magics. I can see their auras degrading."
"Are you able to null their barrier?" asked a warlock with spider tattoos on his face.
"No, but we can degrade it,"
replied the pinstriped warlock. "How do we do that?" asked the gray-haired one.
"By making it expend itself."
"What?" several warlocks said. A tattooed warlock understood.
"Are you suggesting we throw ourselves into it? That's stupid. We would be doing them a favor."
"Well, I calculate if half of us disintegrated via that barrier, it would diminish." The pinstripe warlock turned to his comrades. "Do we have any volunteers?"
"That's fucking stupid,"
said the gray-haired warlock.
"Well, Mr. Expert of Null Magics, does that barrier have any effect on non-magic?"
asked the tattooed warlock.
"No. Why would it? This is solely to prevent us from entering,"
answered the pinstripe warlock. The tattooed warlock smiled as he bent down to the ground, picking up a rock. Everyone gave him space, backing away. He stepped closer to the barrier, then launched the projectile. It passed harmlessly. The good wizards were watching intently, and when the rock was thrown, they moved out of the way, allowing it to land on the ground, evading everyone.
"Ha! You missed!"
announced a good wizard triumphantly. The tattooed warlock did not drop a smile. If anything, his glee widened. "They really are stupid, aren't they?" he whispered. About 20 warlocks hurried off without a word. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Rachael sat on a park bench shaking. She looked at her hands and in her mind prepared the same healing spell. Her face and arms were covered in cuts from the glass window. Her clothing was filthy. She failed to cast the spell. Nothing happened. She closed her eyes and concentrated on looking into her soul. She felt something in her. It was similar to the magic she has always known, except it was empty. My magic has never been empty before. She stood up with determination to charge her magic. Rachael looked around the park for the inevitable. She found one within seconds. "Excuse me, sir," Rachael said to a homeless man curled in a newspaper trying to sleep and stay warm.
"Huh? What do you want?"
the man replied. Rachael extended a $20 bill to the man. Her face was tired, but she held her warm smile all the same. The man took it and thanked her. Rachael nodded her satisfaction, then walked away. She extended her arms out, ready to feel her magic replenish. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed in deeply, anticipating the warm feeling she has always received from doing a good deed. Except this time nothing happened. She cringed and tried harder to receive her power. Though that notion in and of itself was ludicrous, she concentrated more anyways. After a long moment of nothing, her eyes shot open and her hands fell to her sides, slamming against her body. The cuts ached. Rachael has never experienced prolonged pain before. Pain, sure, but pain has always been magically dismissed almost immediately on what few occasions it has happened. She once again looked at her hands, confused as to why magic was not coming to her. I must seek help. She knew where to go and felt foolish for not going there immediately. Now what? Thyme asked Rachael. The two of them were alone, still on the same stage.
"What do you mean, now what? The ferry's driven, even as we speak. There won't be any of them left within the hour. You can do anything you want. You should want to help me usher in the old ones. Is that not what you want?"
That's what you want. No one has ever concerned themselves with what I want. Raziel relaxed his demeanor, changing his face from a confused scowl to a friendly smile. What do you want now that you have ultimate power and no one can stop you? I want to know how you are here. What exactly are you? If you are what I think you are. Raziel frowned. This boy can do anything and he just wants to talk. Nah. Thyme was interrupted. Whoa now, boy. Someone might hear you. If word got out of my true identity, things won't go as they should. Thyme laughed, a sardonic, loud, somewhat obnoxious laugh. The crawling chaos wants not things to go as they should, huh? I can only imagine what sort of sick, antiquated shoulds you have in mind for the world and my species. Raziel bowed. I apologize. What are your orders? Thyme narrowed his eyes, with his mouth half open. My orders? Why, yes, you hold the power, so you make the rules. Anything I do will cause ruin. Any attempt at making the world a better place will only make it worse. Raziel stared, unblinking. He either looked confused or patronizing. What's your point? What? Raziel held his hands up apologetically. My most humble apologies. What is your point, sir? Thyme placed his palm on his face, closing his eyes. I can't believe this. This is too much. Please leave me alone. When he opened his eyes, Raziel was gone, and Thyme was alone. He walked over to the first row of seats and sat down, allowing his face to fall into his hands. When he closed his eyes, he saw the same images of the gods watching him. Now that he had a moment to think, he noticed more details in this visage. The full view of the very top left were Hastur and Yogsothoth. In the middle was the sleeping Azothoth, and to the right was an emptiness where Nyarathotep should be. Finally, to the far right was Cthulhu. Under them was a red sphere that was full. The redness had a sliver of emptiness at the very top. This redness, Thyme magically knew, was the vast power at his command. The tiny sliver was all that had been expended. That small, insignificant amount was used to null the fairies' power, even temporarily, teleport them all away, and revive his sister back to life. There was more power in him than to ignite the world, possibly the whole solar system. Under the red sphere was the image of the Earth, that spherical blue ball floating in space. Thyme saw it in full view. He saw Gaia, the source of the fairy magic. He reached out to touch the blue ball. His spectral finger pointed at the North Pole. Red ignited it, and the polar ice caps melted. Thyme jerked his hand back. He knew what he had done and cringed at his mistake. His eyes jerked open, and he jumped out of his chair. Without thinking about it, he vanished, teleporting to the former polar region. The flooding rose, moving as a tide wave ready to destroy everything in its path. High in the sky, Thyme focused his magic. He called up the power of Hastur laced with Azothoth. Forgetting Hastur was no friend of his, a bolt of magic surged from his fingertips, striking down at the tidal wave. The risen waters altered, changing from freezing cold waters to molten hot magma. Thyme cringed at the sight. He attempted another spell to stop it. Stone walls rose from beneath. Directly in front of the lava, tidal waves encircled the whole thing. The ground itself lifted from both continents and the sea floor. He was successful in stopping the destruction. Unfortunately, the rock wall had to come from somewhere. Massive sections of Canada, Greenland, and Russia were pulled away, killing any and all who were present from hundreds of miles. His sister's ring on his finger burned painfully. Thyme ripped it off as fast as possible. He could not hold the thing. It fell from his fingers, landing in the lava, gone with no possibility means of recovery. I'm evil now. Vans pulled in the parking lot of the Paladin headquarters. Warlocks exited and opened the back door, revealing a plethora of guns and explosives. They handed weapons out to each other. Rachael watched from a hiding place in an alley across the street behind the dumpster. "Oh no, I have to do something." She started to move, but stopped herself, thinking better of it. "I have no magic. What can I do?" Desperation gripped her, and she looked all around, trying to formulate any kind of plan. Their attention is focused completely on my comrades. She bit her lip and proceeded cautiously to sneak forward. Lazir reappeared from the gnoled good wizards.
"Where did you go?" someone asked. "To have a better look. I'm trying to figure out how to keep all of you alive long enough to have your magic back."
"Why can't you teleport us out?"
"It won't work. Their magic would stop it. I can barely traverse myself."
"So we're gonna die?"
"Everyone look."
Someone pointing out a window to the vans that pulled up. One gnoled caster had their phone out. The voice on the other end spoke. 911, what is your emergency?" The man spoke desperately into the cell phone. "Terrorist attack." The voice on the phone paused. "Excuse me?" They finally answered. "They have vans full of guns and explosives. They are going to kill us all." Lazir raised an eyebrow and shrugged.
"Better than nothing, I suppose. But you are going to get civilians killed."
"It's literally all we have. How do we stay alive long enough?" "I can deflect some of what they do, but I cannot stop every warlock," Lazir shrugged.
"Everyone get as close to me as possible. I might be able to shield you."
The half-angel emitted a blue, spectral, intangible field around his person that extended 20 feet in every direction. The good wizards piled in as close as possible. Only half fit in there, crammed together, unable to move. The other half were exposed, but still pushing their way inside. The warlocks wasted no time in firing the moment they were close enough and had a gun in their hands. Some didn't even wait until they were close. They carelessly fired at the building. The initial shots completely missed the building. These wizards had never fired a gun in their entire life. Initial gunfire did no more than scratch the outside of the building. The magics protecting this structure and the occupants were meant solely to dampen evil magic. Finally, one warlock screamed for everyone to stop. Only 70% ceased their firing. One warlock fired an RPG. The explosive hit the northeastern corner, doing no real damage in the process. Rachael has worked her way to one of the vans. She picked up a rifle. "I've never fired a gun before." She took aim, trying her best to recall any movie or TV show that involved firing a gun. This felt far too alien to her. "Just look down the sides, hold it against your shoulder, prop it in on this crate." She leaned against the crate, trying her best to aim. The loud boom was muffled by the other warlocks firing, and her shots whizzed past all of them, doing nothing more than making them believe someone behind them was aiming poorly. She heaved a sigh when none of them turned around, but cursed herself metaphorically for missing entirely. She tried a second time, aiming for someone in the front. The first shot to hit someone finally pierced the leg of a cowering good wizard. He fell to his knees, clutching his wounds, screaming in agony. A second shot hit his head just right, causing his skull to explode. Bits and pieces of him smeared on the surrounding comrades, while a scalp slammed on Lazir's protective barrier. It slithered down, melting. A trail of blood landing on someone's shoulder. Their face was stuck in horror, staring at their now dead friend's hair perched on them. Everyone pushed closer, trying to save themselves. One man close to the center could not breathe. He died within minutes from suffocation. Rachael finally shot one in the heart. He fell to his knees, trying to turn around to point at his killer, believing it to be a fellow warlock. He made eye contact with Rachael, but was unable to speak. The others ignored his death entirely. They noticed him dying, but did not care. Rachael rushed to the other side of the van for fear of being seen. She stopped halfway, feeling magic enter her body. This magic felt different. It burned, but the burning sensation was pleasurable. The evil magic surged into her soul and mind. Confusion wrapped around her cognition, causing her to drop the rifle. It fell to the ground without firing. It clinked twice. She stared at it. She held her hands up, looking at them and the gun at the same time.
What is this?
She thought, but deep down inside she knew what this was. I'm evil now. Unknown to her, she said this at the exact same time as her brother. SWAT teams piled into the respective vehicles. They moved as fast as their training could take them. Some were still strapping on protection, while others were still loading their guns. The vehicles took off. Some were quiet, others were still adjusting various gear. Most, however, were telling dick jokes and laughing. There was not an air of tension, but a robust excitement. They finally got to do something. A couple reminisced of what they could have done to terrorists on September 11th. A few were on their cell phones. One was tweeting about how they were on their way to kill some terrorist Muslims. That particular guy, unbeknownst to him, would lose his job for that tweet. Not because of his clear tones of Islamophobia, but for telling the whole world that they were on their way. In the corner next to the door was one SWAT member, had his phone angled so only he could see it. He was watching porn. The man in the front passenger seat was Lieutenant Mann. He had no idea that this was tied to his current murder case. He just wanted a front row seat to the oncoming action. Later on, he would claim that he knew the whole time. The 4 SWAT vans left the precinct. Time flew into the sky, moving into the upper atmosphere. In his head, he still saw the red sphere. He noticed no change from flight, and only the tiniest sliver was removed from what he did in the North Pole. In percent terms, it still had 99.87%. He had no need to breathe oxygen from this height. The power itself, with no expulsion needed, provided for all of his bodily needs. He didn't fully understand his power just yet, even with his years of training in the arts. One might believe he has limited, but he had a good understanding. He knew he could destroy the earth if he tried, for starters. He knew that he had power to usher in Yogsothoth, Cthulhu, and Hastur. Whispers in his mind told him dark secrets. The voices were either automatic or sentient, he could not tell. He looked at the earth with a weary, sad expression. All of this power, and I can do no good. He felt like slapping himself for stating the obvious. What if He trailed the unfinished question, forming an idea in his head. I could maybe stop a massacre. Wouldn't I only make it worse, though? His eyes wearily glared at the earth. I have to do something. Rachael looked out, seeing the SWAT vans approaching. She dropped the rifle and rushed away, moving to return to that alleyway from before. Several unprotected good wizards have been shot and killed. The one that was suffocating has expired dead. What wizards that could fit behind it, not inside of the barrier, have already done so, leaving no further room, and the remainder of their comrades die helpless. We've been hunting them for centuries. I can't believe this is how it will end, one man said. I'm doing my best, everyone, Lazier shouted out. The vans came to a halt. The warlocks paid them no attention. They haven't even noticed. Van doors swung open, and well-armed, well-trained, and well-prepared men flooded out organized. They crowded around the entire outer area, forming a half-circle and closing the terrorists in. The front ranks consisted of men wielding riot shields to protect themselves, and those behind They took their place, and the man in charge, not Lieutenant Man, pointed forward and gave the attack signal. The closest warlocks to the SWAT members, and farthest from the good wizards, were gunned down. They fell to their deaths, blood splattered, heads exploded, and chests exposed their innards. This did not go unnoticed. Every warlock turned around. Some dropped their weapons, others prepared spells to come to their defense. The good wizards' eyes lit up with hope, though one warlock that hated the good wizards far more than he feared the humans threw one last grenade into the window. It bounced off of the back wall and landed directly in the middle of the unprotected wizards, huddled behind the protective magical barrier. About a dozen scrambled away. The rest exploded. The SWAT opened fire. The first warlock to die was the one that threw the grenade. The most advanced warlocks teleported away. The ones that lacked either enough magic to do it or the skill to teleport turned themselves into various flying creatures and took to the skies. A few warlocks dropped to the ground cowering. 2 turned to the SWAT and returned fire. They hid behind their own vans to take cover. Magic swirled around the corpses of the grenade-throwing warlocks. It had killed many good wizards. It swirled around his corpse, then seeped through his clothing and absorbed into his skin. The magic was enough to convert his lifeless body into a shambling horror. Whether it was a spell he prepared or some other warlock performing this, no one can tell. He slowly got up. The top half of his head was gone from the bullet. His body turned towards the SWAT members. Bullets whizzed past him, missing not from a magical effect, but normally missing. His legs stepped forward, walking as if the legs had never been used before, struggling to keep straight. One bullet struck his arm, pushing him back. He barely maintained his balance. He was still on his ghoulish feet. He took another step forward, and another bullet pierced his chest. This caused his body to shake and nothing more. He took another step forward. This time a bullet pushed through his left leg. The thing fell to one knee, but almost immediately stood back up. His other leg was shot. He only fumbled a bit, not falling or stepping back, not collapsing. The body shivered slightly, then continued to move forward. The undead lurched past one of the 2 warlocks, returning fire, huddled behind a van. 3 more rounds jumped into the undead's chest. This time he did not stop moving forward, though his body did shake. His legs ceased their awkward movement and walked straight. His knees bent down slightly as the creature learned how to operate its own body. Then a shot was fired through his neck, doing literally nothing more than making another hole on this thing. It opened its mouth, spewing out a gurgling hiss through damaged, if not still present, vocal cords. This zombified, brainless warlock sprinted forward, keeping low to the ground, zigzagging with a serpentine run, picking up speed with each step. The SWAT held their position, still firing bullets, pumping round after round into the undead thing. Its left arm was shot completely off. It finally reached the SWAT team, jumping with its final step, lunging at the nearest SWAT member. The thing ripped at the armored man with its one arm while trying to bite with its teeth. Thyme appeared in the sky above all of the chaos. He frowned at the sight. So many dead bodies. I have the power to undo this. He talked to himself as he stared at his fists. A spell was whispered into his ear by Yogsothoth. The image still held whenever he looked, he saw his gods watching him. The voice of Yogsothoth was not guttural or vile or sweet or any sort of language that could be cognitively recognized. It was something else. The voice was both near and far. As he heard the voice of Yogsothoth, it was heard as his own voice. Thyme knew this. It was not trickery, for Yogsothoth cared not for such things. You can bring them all back, You have the power to animate the dead. Use my power. As stated, this was not a means of trickery, for Yogsothoth had little understanding of life and death concepts. To him, they were the same thing. To this god, the only difference between a live body and a dead one was a live body moved and a dead one did not. The whispered spell entered Thyme's mind, burning into his memory. He had the power to do it. The most powerful warlock, concentrated. Magic flowed from his skin, flowing out as an aura, solidifying around the person into multiple floating balls of light. The sight was hard to miss. Rachael saw him. She looked in wonder and confusion. While flight was not irregular amongst any spellcaster, good or evil, it drained magic considerably. To hover in the air, as Thyme was doing, would cost far too much magic to just continuously do it. Only a fool would just linger there instead of using their flight to move to a desired location. A fool or someone that had near unlimited amount of magic at their disposal. She saw him, and it clicked in her understanding. She knew what had happened. They failed at stopping him. The warlocks have created a juggernaut, and somehow Thyme is that juggernaut. But why him? Did he bring me back to life and take away my magic? She looked harder at her brother in the sky, trying to make sense of this. He took my magic, replacing it with this abomination. He is the one that did this to me. Rachael focused her newly acquired, untrained magic into a weapon. The evil flowed through her, turning into a triangle in front of her raised hands. Her hands pointed at Thyme. The triangle spun, picking up speed the more she concentrated. She has heard evil wizards say these words before, and dreaded that she must speak them. Azothoth! She invoked the demon sultan's name. She hated herself for doing this, but hated her brother even more for turning her into this. The magic just outside of her hands fired its raw energy, taking with it all of her newly acquired reserves. She fell to the ground, exhausted from the effort. The attack from Rachael fired like a shooting star, hurling at Thyme. It dissipated into nothing as it approached him, unable to have any effect. His power swallowed it, and it went unnoticed by Thyme. The balls of magic surrounding him finished forming, and fired lightning-fast beams of themselves out to every single corpse on this battlefield, and even inside of the protected structure. The spell that kept evil out shattered. Corpses came back to life, but not true life, but the same unlife that happened to the grenade-throwing warlock. The red sphere in Thyme's vision, if put in percentile fashion, would now read 99.01%. Severed limbs flopped around, reaching for any living person to hurt in any way they could. The good wizards had the most dead bodies, thus Lazir's shield was the only thing keeping them alive. Soon, only the ones inside of it that had not suffocated were left. The SWAT team had their hands full of the undead, while only about a dozen were attacking the normal humans. They were unkillable and probably unstoppable. Balls of magic continued to form around Thyme. They formed independently and not in unison. When each one fully formed, it fired itself out to a new dead body. Thyme roared in frustration. He waved at the magic, trying to dismiss it. He failed to stop his power from leaching out. I can't stop them. Invoke my name as my servant, and they will do your bidding, came a voice in his head, an undeniable voice that sent shivers down his spine. That voice echoed and reverberated into inhuman tones. If slime had a voice, this would be that voice. Cthulhu did not give advice like Yogsothoth, but gave a command. The spell was whispered into his mind's ear. As a side note, Cthulhu understood humans far better than Yogsothoth did, though this great old one considered all life to be nothing more than tools to be used however it saw fit. Cthulhu, all the same, could send his clear and concise message to his servants via his telepathic capabilities, even through his dreaming state. It should also be noted that Cthulhu is the only great old one that is actually physically on Earth. Yes, Nyarathotep has his avatars, but not his true form. Cthulhu was trapped in a demi-plane that existed on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean where he sleeps until the stars are right. His dream state was the only way that he could do anything. Additional side note, each evil god wanted on Earth. Their methods of coming here were different. Yogsothoth was magically trapped outside. Cthulhu was magically trapped under the sea. Nyarathotep anxiously awaited for the door to be opened fully versus the tiny crack he utilized. And Hastur, the king in yellow, was wherever one might see the impossible morbid things happen. He was the thing that lurked in the shadows at the corner of our eyes. Hastur was already here, but not here simultaneously. Azothoth had no will. Being the idiot god, it was used solely as a conduit for anyone, anything, god or man, to twist reality to their will. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. He did it without even thinking about it. The voice commanded him hypnotically. His lips chanted the words Cthulhu whispered to him. Magic flowed out of him. Inside of his mind, the distractions implanted were pleasantries he was not used to. Women clung to his body, felt him, touched him, and groped him everywhere. He saw the spell come from himself, but it felt so far away. His hands extended out, but it felt like a dream. His senses, outside of these pushed thoughts, were dull and diluted. What? He did not know how to form the question. His head shook slowly from side to side. What am I? He wanted to add, but the word didn't come out. He shook his head some more. He focused on the red sphere, which never left his vision. 89% remained. Where did such a large chunk go? The women slowly vanished, ceasing their distraction. He looked down. What have I done? Below on the ground, the SWAT team had been overrun by the undead. Far more ran around than before. It was too late. He couldn't stop himself, and he knew that he could not reverse what has just happened. He closed his eyes, envisioning the whole planet. He ceased his flight, landing on the ground. The hordes of undead ignored him. After all, they were his creations. A woman screaming caught his attention. He looked to the alley to see Rachael surrounded by those things. They moved to attack her. Thyme waved his hands, causing them to explode as he ran to her. When he arrived, she was already bruised and beaten. She was half dead. He bent down and held her in his arms, crying. She coughed. You did this. I'm sorry. His apology was genuine, but did nothing to alter her expression. You turned me into a freak. She would scream if she could, but her collapsed lungs wouldn't let her. I saved your life. It cost me everything. Please just let me die. I led a good life until you did what you did. Her callous tone was too much. Why did you do it? You spent your whole life never giving up on me. How can I possibly let you die? His words were on dead ears. She died in his arms. Magic swelled inside of him as a spell automatically formed to match his desire. Thyme shook his head and held back the magic. No, I can only make it worse. Tears fell from his cheeks, landing on her. His eyes shot open, revealing a deadness. They were solid white and empty of all life. She growled. Only at this moment did he fully understand where 10% of his magic went. Death has been perverted. Cthulhu has willed that all dead things immediately come back as a nightmare, and he used time as his conduit. Thyme pointed at the squealing corpse that was his sister. He pushed out a combination of a spell that pieced together necromancy combined with Azothoth, utilizing a small fragment of nightmare. He brought cognition to this ghoul he held in his arms. Rachael blinked. Her face returned to a scowl. She pushed Thyme away.
"You did this to me,"
she shouted with a guttural voice. "I won't let you die," he retorted.
"I will never forgive you for this time. You are no brother of mine."
He slowly stood up, still crying. He turned around and shuffled his feet forward. He saw straight ahead, just past the parking lot, was the blue bubble. Inside that bubble he saw Lazir and the remaining good wizards. Thyme wiped away his tears, even though more formed. He pointed to the sky and commanded rain to fall, knowing full well it would probably cause some kind of flood and kill more people. He didn't care. The world would cry with him. He twisted space and took one step forward, then was suddenly directly in front of the magical blue bubble. He waved his hand, exploding every ghoul attacking it. Rachael was standing next to him, an unknown side effect of raising her for a second time. She was tethered to him and will haunt him for the rest of his life. "Why did you do this?" Thyme asked. "You're doing this," one of the good wizards shouted. "I'm not talking to you," Thyme screamed. He pointed directly at Lazir. "Answer me." "He's the only one keeping us alive, you bastard." "He's playing you." Lazir let out a laugh. The surviving good wizards looked up to the tall Lazir. His face flushed, something different and dark. The magical blue bubble faded away. "Rachel's brother has undone our protection." "No, he hasn't. I have," Lazir said. The men backed away. While their bodies were more comfortable having a bit of room, this was far more unnerving. "Raziel, why?" Thyme asked. "Ah, so you can see me." Lazir's left half flashed to look like Raziel. "You aren't a half-angel. Are angels even real?" Raziel laughed. "Would you honestly want them to be? How are you able to use good magic? What are you really?" "You already know who I really am. Go on, say my name." Thyme narrowed his eyes, scolding the being before him. His lips whispered, "Nyarathotep." "I do love the sound of my own name." Half of the good wizards ran away. The other half were too dumbfounded and confused to move. The ones that ran were killed right away by ghouls. "How have you casted good magic?" a wizard demanded with a raised fist. Nyarathotep held out a hand. "Shh, the adults are talking." The wizard was engulfed in a tangible darkness. His screams echoed. "Fine, I'll ask. How have you casted good magic?" Thyme spoke each word slowly. The evil god pointed at a chair to his left and curled his finger in a "come here" gesture. The chair obeyed and slid to him. He sat down, relaxed in the chair, making himself comfortable. He cleared his throat, then jumped up, swinging his arm, knocking the chair over. There is so much you do not understand, boy." "Why would Gaia tolerate you on this planet? Gaia is the planet," it said. "So? The planet is not a thinking entity. It has no thoughts, no consciousness. It's all lava down there, not brains, you know." "Philomenia is guile," Rachael commented. "That doesn't make any sense. Their magic comes from Gaia." Thyme pointed at the few remaining good wizards. Correct. They serve Gaia. Their magic does good things. Nyarathotep chuckled. Their magic should not be theirs. Think about it, Thyme. Their magic comes from the planet, which means the magic has less magic. Which means... Oh my god. You created the good wizards. The god of darkness nodded. You made them to weaken the planet, to make it vulnerable. We can't come here unless the planet is too weak to stop us. But you're here now. I'm an avatar of Nyarathotep. I or he managed to put a piece of himself into an unborn child. Trust me, that wasn't easy. After that, I was able to do the same thing to make those warlocks. He paused, eyes getting excited. Say, I think you're the last warlock. Those 5, he pointed to the good wizards, they're the last fairies. But, what was the whole point? He frowned, disappointed, then sighed. You honestly haven't figured that out yet? To bring this earth to me and my siblings. You know Cthulhu, Hastur, Yogsothoth, and yours truly. When Cthulhu tried to come here with all bluster and brashness, thinking he could just walk on in, the earth swallowed him whole and still has him slumbering. Yogsothoth, however, had a much better plan to use magic. I tweaked his plan a little and made the earth drain itself into you humans. Then you fools continually use magic as often as possible under the guise of doing good works for one another. Why? Why the earth? There has to be trillions of other planets just as good, if not better. Nyarathotep waved his hand dismissively. Oh, we already have those. Yes, it's true, this planet is nothing special. It is simply one we don't have, and that's a good enough reason. Put you in our little collection. I am powerful enough to destroy you with a thought. That jar, boy, that jar. He picked up the chair and wiped it twice, then sat down on it. But that would only destroy this flesh. You can't stop us using our power. You talk a lot about yourself, Cthulhu, Hastur, and Yogsothoth. Yes, well, we're gods. We are entitled to a little ego boost from time to time. What about the other one? The sleeping idiot god? What about him? He's about as useful as a fly swatter for picking up dirt. It was Thyme's turn to smile. Oh, finally stopped crying, I see. Well, have you decided it was best to just do what I say? I mean, you could very easily join us. The power you have would have you proper for being Cthulhu's, or even my right-hand man. See, I even called you man just now. You need me to perform the summoning spell, don't you? Well, yes, but like the planetary undead spell Cthulhu had you do, we don't really need your permission to make you do our bidding, especially since you did invite him into yourself against Hastur. He stood up, extending his hand to Thyme. So, what do you say, man? Ready to join the big boys in ruling the universe? Philomenia is Gaia, Rachael repeated. Thyme pushed his hand away, then took hold of Rachael and teleported away. Nyarathotep's eyes widened with shock and surprise. What? Jake Man stumbled to his feet. He pointed at the avatar. What in the hell is going on? What the hell are you? The god of darkness smiled. His arm impossibly stretched to Jake, wrapping around him multiple times, and then pulled the human close to him. With an unnaturally wide grin, his dark lips pressed into his ear as he whispered, Let's go find out. You get a front row seat to the end of the story. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. The End. Thyme and the undead Rachael hovered in the sky, facing the world tree.
What is this, Rachael?
Thyme asked.
That is Philomenia Mason,
she said with her guttural tone. You told me about her. There was a secret about her. You wouldn't tell me then. You will tell me now, Thyme commanded. Rachael had no choice but to tell him.
She is connected to Gaia more than anyone. She told me that the more magic we use, the less there is for Gaia.
So it's true, what the Dark One said.
Philomenia!
Thyme called out to the tree. The face of the tree moved up to the trunk, growing in size as it approached eye level with Thyme.
So, it's time. I always knew this day would come. We have lost, haven't we? Yes, Philomenia. My brother has come to kill you,
Rachael said.
What? No, I haven't,
Thyme screamed.
Your gods control you. Even now. You wouldn't have come here otherwise. Even if you are the most well-intentioned evil being, you are still an evil being.
The tree scowled.
You have perverted your sister. I taught her so much.
A tear formed in the tree's eyes.
Now look at her. You won't even let her die. I don't have to do their bidding. Together we can stop them,
Thyme reasoned. The tree swayed from side to side in a no fashion.
No. Simply by being here, only evil will happen. Even now, your dark power taints the land my roots are part of. Your vile presence is already corrupting Gaia's most humble servant. What? But that wasn't what I...
Thyme looked down at the foundation of this tree. The dirt was no longer brown, it was gray. A blight was forming, slowly killing all it touched, as if spread in every direction.
I'm sorry. I only wanted to undo their damage. Merely by existing, you do their bidding. I could kill myself. The damage is already done. Even if you die now, it would only delay their victory. Evil has triumphed over this world. For hundreds of years I have guarded as best I could without allowing Gaia's force to be fully drained, always ensuring it could replenish. All is lost. You hear that, brother? Everything would have been better if you never existed.
Rachael breathed scorn.
Well done, Thyme,
Raziel Lazir said. Thyme didn't even look behind himself. How did you know I would come here?
Like the tree lady said, we made you come here. Subconsciously, the great Cthulhu can make you do almost anything.
Cracks of his true form were shown, scattered around his body. On his back, tendrils held Jake Man in place, even covering his mouth to prevent speech.
I hate you, Thyme,
Rachael said. Thyme pointed at Rachael. Her corpse vaporized. That was the last remnant of my humanity, he said.
So, does that mean you're ready to be one with us? It is true what she said. You could die now and it would only delay us. You, though, have the power right now to usher in the way the old ones want. Make the stars right again, my man. Cthulhu, Hastur, Yogsothoth, and await our precious human key to open the lock.
You keep forgetting about one god, Thyme said.
Gaia isn't a real god.
Thyme shook his head. Azothoth. Let's go see if Azothoth wants to come to Earth. Thyme snapped his fingers and vanished. The realm of chaos still moved and waved the impossible movements. Non-Euclidean structures were all around Thyme. He walked forward, then stopped, knowing that the pit was ahead of him. Walking forward won't get there. He walked backwards. The pit moved towards him. The horror pit full of demons, minstrels playing their terrible music.
Come on now, Thyme, you don't want to do this,
said Nyarathotep from behind him. Thyme did not turn around to look at him. As he walked, he felt the burning eyes of Yogsothoth casting spells to stop Thyme in any way they could. They didn't penetrate his magic and did little more than cause a numbing sensation across his body. Darkness exploded all around. Thyme did not cease his movement in the direction he knew to go. Nyarathotep failed in his attempts as well. Hastur sent wave after wave of mutated and mutilated corpses at Thyme. Tentacles writhed and slung all around him, but none punctured his protections. He reached the pit before that, covering his entire vision, was the image of Cthulhu. Not even you can stop me, he addressed the nightmare god. The thing pulsated a wave at Thyme, causing time itself to distort. Every second was over 100 years. Thyme did not relent. As the centuries passed, he still pushed his body forward, agonizingly slow. He descended down the hellish pit, slower than anything anyone has ever experienced. Demons flew around him, frozen in time. Beyond all of that, he saw the full body of Azothoth. Through the 12,000 years of slowness, he saw it, and there was never a moment it was not fearful, frightening, and dreadful to look upon. Cthulhu's spell did not stop time, merely delayed him. His mind's eye saw Earth. He saw countless years go by with all life being rendered into slaves, transformed into unspeakable horrors, twisted into abominations never meant to see the light of day. He saw the last living man in 400 years being torn apart limb from limb by the undead hordes. The world plunged into darkness as everything became a walking nightmare. This only reaffirmed that he only had one course of action. The terrible gods never ceased their spells, attacks, and taunts upon Thyme.
Well, Jake, old pal, old buddy, I hope you liked the story I've told you. It started with you and ends with you, even if you didn't really matter.
Nyarathotep chuckled. When he finally reached the base of the pit, he took 4,000 years to push out 3 words and empty all of his magic into a singular spell.
Azothoth, wake up!
End of chapter 14, and end of The Elder Gods Want In.